Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Navigation. Luffy, the son-in-law of all nations, started from taking concubines. Chapter 81. The new Going Merry is at the helm of Zapu in the direction of Nami. With the assistance of other crew members working together, successfully broke through Marine's encirclement. Kuina stretched out her hand, felt it, and said, "The storm suddenly stopped." Nami said, "The storm has stopped. Strange, according to my previous prediction, we can take advantage of the storm wind and go directly to the upside-down work. Everyone, we can't take it easy now. We need one breath to drive Going Merry to Upside-Down Mountain on the Red Line." Zoro asked in confusion, "Why do you want to go to that place?" "Because that's the entrance to the Grand Line," Jep said. "If you want to get to the Grand Line, you have to go there." On the way, we encountered several groups of marine warships. Under Usopp Advance Forecast, after a period of careful sailing successfully, marine warships have yet to discover the new Going Merry. Luffy and the others secretly turned around, and Shishin Golden Plum drove past. For a long time, Usopp shouted from the watchtower, "I saw it. Red, I saw that incredible upside-down mountain. But the clouds are so thick that we can't see the top of the mountain." Sanji is also watching from the observation tower. Said, "It's really spectacular. The sea water of the ocean, like a river, flows against the mountains. Unless I see it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe that seawater can flow up to the top of the mountain." "Is that why it's called Upside Down Mountain?" Usopp was a little scared when he looked at the topless mountain. Asked, "Can we really enter the Grand Line from this mountain?" New Going Merry, driving towards Upside Down Mountain at full speed. Luffy was sitting in the sheephead special seat and yelled, "The direction is wrong. Going Merry is going to hit it." Ha ha ha. Hearty laughter came from Zapu's mouth. "Don't be afraid, boys, I'm here. This is where I entered the Grand Line. Full rudder again. The new Going Merry, under the helm of Zapu. Avoid the huge boulder in front of you with almost no chance. Rush directly up and reverse the ocean current on the mountain. Ha 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 ha. Our Going Merry has climbed Upside Down Mountain." Luffy hugged the sheep's head, laughing and shouting. Sanji and Usopp are sitting on the watchtower, holding the main pole. The rest, various things to grab and hold around, to prevent yourself from falling. There was a jolt, and water vapor rushed into the faces of everyone on the deck. Because Going Merry follows the ocean current of Upside Down Mountain and goes straight to the top of the mountain. On the top of Upside Down Mountain, Luffy shouted, "I see the Grand Line." Usopp also smiled happily at the watchtower, "Ha ha ha. We successfully escaped the pursuit of the marine warship. Arrived at the Grand Line. We are free and safe." The new Going Merry rushes down from the top of Upside Down Mountain and along the current. Fall back to sea level. At this moment, everyone has just come out of the thrilling atmosphere of Marine's pursuit. Relax the tense nerves. Zapu came out of the cab and said, "Everyone, please repair your car and have something to eat before we move forward." Unlike other people's joy, Nami frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Zapu smiled and said to Nami, "Little girl, what are you worried about?" Nami frowned and said, "The climate is wrong, the humidity of the air is wrong, and the pointer is spinning constantly. It's completely impossible to tell the direction." Ha ha ha. Eat something first, and I'll tell you slowly. Sanji, hurry up and prepare lunch. Just sandwiches. We'll leave soon. Zapu sat at the dining table and said to Nami, "This is the Grand Line. At Grand Line, Nami, you need to bring everything you know about sailing. Give it all up." Nami was shocked. "Why? Uncle Zapu. On the Grand Line, the weather is unpredictable. It can rain at any time, it can snow at any time, it's completely irregular. Ocean currents, wind direction, the sun and stars, in the past can provide us navigators with signs of direction. In the Grand Line, everything becomes a deception." Nami wondered. "Then we can't sail." "Of course it can be sailed because there is a record pointer. Only the record pointer can be trusted." "Record pointer? I didn't buy this thing, what should I do?" Zapu took out a record pointer from his pocket. "It's okay, I asked Sanji to buy it at Logue Town." "Nami, take it." Zapu directly gave the record pointer to Nami. "This is the record pointer. But there are no words on the record pointer. How are we sailing like this?" Currently in the Grand Line, it is known that the islands all have their own magnetism, and we need recording pointers to record the magnetism. So the record pointer has no words. We only need to remember the magnetism of the island, and we can move forward to the next island. Nami, please record the magnetism here first, and then we can sail. The other side. Luffy was on the deck checking on Marine who was tied up by Usopp. Look at this Marine who looks exactly like Kuina. Luffy said in surprise. Isn't this Marine Captain Tashigi? It was Kuina's turn to be surprised. Do you know her? Luffy winked at Kuina and said, I have a source of information. Kuina instantly understood that it was Kebi who was the unlucky guy. Only Kuina and Zoro know about the unfortunate Kebi. No one else knows who Luffy's informant in Marine is. After all, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Luffy asked, how did you catch Tashigi? Zoro tells Usopp's concerns and plans. Luffy was immediately speechless. Said, no wonder, I said, why there are so many marine warships coming to Going Merry. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Zoro and Kuina also suddenly realized. As a result, Usopp was beaten by everyone in turn. With a bruised nose and face, Usopp asked, what should we do now? Let this marine go. Luffy chuckled. How is that possible? I'll lock her in the castle later. Just thinking about the opportunity in the future. Can be played with Kuina and Tashigi at the same time. Sleeping with the big quilt. Luffy felt happy. This is with twin sisters. What's the difference? Even better. See the expression on Luffy Pig's face. Kuina immediately guessed what Luffy was thinking. So he blushed and gave Luffy a hard kick. Usopp, who was bruised and swollen, saw Luffy's expression. He thought to himself, sure. I knew Luffy liked him, so I'm not afraid of him leaving me now. Tashigi warned Luffy and the others on the deck, you pirates, let me go. Otherwise Colonel Smoker will not let you go. Luffy pressed his nose and said with a wicked smile, I'll starve you for a few days, so you won't think so. Grab Tashigi and throw him into the secret cell in the castle fruit basement. Alvida sees Luffy. He actually has the ability to put Tashigi into his body. Very surprised. Asked, Luffy, aren't you a rubber fruit person? Because I am not very familiar with Alvida yet. Plus Luffy has no intention of leaking his information. He said to Alvida, my fruit is special after all, it's called the rubber castle fruit. At this time, Kaya brought out the food from the kitchen with a smile. Because we were running for our lives, we didn't have time to ask. Now Kaya asked Luffy, who is this beautiful sister? When Alvida heard Kaya complimenting her on her beauty, she started to feel intoxicated with herself again, touching her face and looking at Hao-Ian with kind eyes. Said, sister, you are also very beautiful. Kaya's question also cheered up Kuina and Nami. They are also curious, who is this beautiful lady following Luffy on the new Going Merry? Luffy then pressed his nose and said, she is the pirate Alvida. She said she wanted to marry me, so she boarded our pirate ship. Nami tilted his head, feeling like he had heard this name before. Alvida, pirate. Nami remembers the time when she used to steal pirate treasures. Stole a pirate group named Alvida. Could it be the captain of the Alvida pirates? Think of this. Although some can't believe it. Nami still stared at Alvida. Watch from beginning to end. He recalled the previous image of Alvida from his mind. I found that nothing matched. It's probably not her. She probably has the same name. Nami was a little unsure of her judgment. Luffy asked in confusion, Alvida, is he the captain of the Alvida pirates? Luffy flicked the booger out with his fingers and answered Nami, yeah, so Nami, you know Alvida. She ate the devil fruit, which seems to be paramesha. It's called the slippery fruit. Nami was shocked. No way. Eat a devil fruit. He can actually take the fat woman with tits on Madara's face before Alvida. How beautiful is she now? Nami knows this truth. His eyes almost flew out. Kaya and Kuina are curious. What could make Nami look so surprised? Then, the two of them secretly asked Nami what was going on. Nami opened her mouth wide and began to speak incoherently. He danced and gestured again for a long time. Wait for Kaya and Kuina to finish digesting what Nami said. I was also shocked. Was shocked for 100 years. Make an expression like Nami. Look at Alvida, the skin on her face. Nami, Kuina, and Kaya were all envious. Kaya thought to herself, does my devil fruit have similar functions? Asterisk 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 asterisk. All the time, because eating devil fruit will turn you into a landlubber. Then you can't swim. Therefore, Nami and Kuina who eat devil fruit are quite excluded. After meeting Alvida, Nami and Kuina changed their minds. At this moment, the two of them thought it wouldn't be bad to eat a devil fruit. To become more beautiful, no girl can say no. Soon Alvida became familiar with the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Because recording pointers requires recording magnetism, Luffy went to the special sheep's head seat on the new Going Merry. Sit on it and go fishing. Watch Luffy take Usopp's fishing rod to fish again. Usopp complained in disgust. It has obviously been sailing for so long. Luffy has always been, let alone fishing. Luffy has never even caught a shoe. I don't know why I keep grabbing Usopp's fishing rod. He's obviously an Air Force fisherman. I love cooking and fishing. Sure enough, people cannot set up flags casually. Whoever stands up will be slapped in the face. It didn't take long for Usopp to complain. Luffy shouted, the fishing rod is moving. The fishing rod is moving. Kaya also smiled and praised Luffy. Luffy is so awesome. Judging from the curvature of the fishing rod, it looks like a big fish. Sanji said to Luffy, is there any fresh sea fish? Luffy did a great job this time. Then they took out the kitchen knives from the kitchen. I plan to take the fish caught by Luffy and make fresh fish meat. Luffy swung the hook hard. Bang, bang. On the deck of the new Going Merry, there were two loud bangs. Caught two big fish, directly from the sea. Luffy looked at the fish on the deck and was very angry. It's not a fish. Luffy was so angry. Two people in strange costumes. Man with golden crown. The crown looks like an inferior product at first glance. Luffy has never seen the real crown. The other is a girl with blue hair and a ponytail. The costumes are weird though. But it still couldn't cover up her youthful beauty and unique nobility. At this time, another strange vulture flew in the sky. Said in the air, Mr. Point 9, Miss. Wednesday. How dare you betray the organization? Today is your day of death. Boss asked me, Miss. Friday, to deal with you. After speaking, go directly to the new Going Merry. Drop 2 explosive charges. It looks like that is some kind of strange organization. Plan to kill Luffy and the others together. Luffy was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. Moonwalk directly into the air and grab the explosive pack. Luffy shouted, Featherless vulture. You left something behind, return it to you. After saying that, he shook it hard. Throw the explosive bag back to the vulture Miss. Friday. Boom. There was a huge explosion. Luffy didn't even look at it, Miss. Was he killed in the bombing on Friday? Use Moonwalk directly to return to the new Going Merry. Because it wasn't fish, Sanji cursed and returned to the kitchen. I didn't check the people Luffy caught either. Luffy looked at the 2 fish he caught on the deck. He touched his chin and said, Mr. Point 9, Miss. Wednesday. Are these 2 names so familiar? I've never heard of it before. Ah, I remembered who she is. Luffy clapped his fist and rolled his eyes in a circle. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Kaya knows Luffy's character well. I know Luffy wants to do something weird again. Then Luffy picked up the girl with the blue ponytail and took her directly into the cabin. Usopp is not surprised by Luffy's behavior. Asked, how to deal with this man. Zoro suddenly appeared and said to Usopp, leave the woman to Luffy. Of course this man was tortured. Ask them what their background is. Don't let them collude in making confessions. Usopp pursed his lips and said, it's not appropriate to be tortured, isn't it? That's not our style. How about using it to test my new weapon? Pepper Star and Stink Bomb Star, Itchy Star, Cockroach Star. Zoro looked at Usopp and complained, you are much crueler than me. If he's awake, give him the option. I think he would prefer being tortured by me. And not by a weirdo like you. Come and test out your weird new weapons. Who can a normal person withstand this? Seemingly in response to Zoro's words. To prove who is the weirdest in Going Merry. Hey, hey, hey. Came from the cabin. Luffy's strange laugh. There was also the sound of clothes being torn. Usopp said to Zoro with a serious face, Captain Luffy. I think Usopp, I'm still a normal person. Usopp and Sanji watch Zoro's torture Mr. 9. Sanji said, Is this the torture you are talking about, green algae head? Usopp also complained. This seems to be just a normal beating on him. Sanji said to Usopp, be confident and remove the appearance. I said. Zoro waved his wrist and looked at Usopp and Shangyoshida with a proud look on his face. Then he asked coldly, what is your name and your identity? Who is chasing you? Mr. Point Nine said with a bruised nose and face, I am the king. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha, I can't help it anymore. Look at how proud Green Algae Head was just now. He's obviously just playing tricks on you. Sanji lay on the floor, hammering the ground with his hands, laughing until tears came out. Zoro had a dark face and pulled up Mr. Nine's collar. How dare you play tricks on me? Mr. Point Nine said with a nosebleed. I have received strict training, no matter how you beat me, I will not say anything. Usopp pulled Zoro away and said to Mr. Point Nine, it seems that you are not going to tell the truth, so let me take action. Usopp took out a test tube and shook the red potion inside. Say, try this chili star first. Mr. Point Nine sneered. I'm not afraid of just chili peppers. Zoro said with a dark face. He was beaten so badly by me and he didn't even tell the truth. Is he afraid of you, pepper water? Usopp stretched out his hand, shook his finger, and said seriously, no, Zoro, you are wrong. This is not ordinary chili water, it is a concentrated chili water that I purified. Besides, I'm not drinking for this, king. I was going to drop it on his eyes. Usopp took out another test tube, which was filled with white smoke. Said, this contains the stench from skunk bombs, which I have also purified. I also added some odors from rotten eggs and other things that Sengus doesn't want. Usopp smiled and said to Mr. Point Nine, 633, wait, I will stuff this into your nose. Single quote. Hey. Usopp took out another black ball. Said, this is a cockroach star. It contains a special bait made by me. Cockroaches like it very much. Wait a minute, I'll put the bait on you, and then open this cockroach star. Hey. Then those cockroaches will keep crawling on you. Eat the bait slowly, and of course, you may accidentally eat your skin. Hey. Usopp took out some weird XX stars. Every time Usopp comes up with a new XX star, Mr. Nine's face turned white. Mr. Point Nine he already had a picture in his mind. The strange things from Usopp's mouth began to be shown. The same situation happened to him. Mr. Point Nine shouted, don't come over. Don't come over. Please, don't come here. I said. The frightened screams were all broken. Sanji lit up the cigarette and took a big drag. Said to Zoro, Green Algae Head, I first thought Usopp was scary. Zoro said calmly, don't worry, compared to that idiot captain, Usopp is not normally scary. New going merry, inside the captain's room. Miss in coma, Wednesday. The closed eyelids moved, and he opened his eyes drowsily. She seemed to vaguely hear the screams of Mr. Nine. Listen carefully and you can hear the sound of Mr. Nine. You're awake. The strange man's voice woke up Miss Wednesday. What came into view was a shirtless man wearing a straw hat. And also deliberately in front of Miss Wednesday. Tightened the belt, pulled up his pants. Miss. Surprise on Wednesday. What's the situation? He sat up immediately. The man in the straw hat opposite smiled even more happily. Miss Wednesday felt a little strange. And it feels a bit cold. A little cold. Cold. Where are the clothes? Could it be that the guy wearing the straw hat was just like this? Miss Wednesday covered his vitals and screamed, ah. Luffy smiled and said to Miss Wednesday, thank you for your hospitality. It's a pity that the danger is too great and there are too many dangers. Miss Wednesday can't be covered at all. I can only blush and my eyes are filled with tears. Looking at the man wearing a straw hat opposite, he stared at her with a wicked smile. When I think about it, she was in a coma just now. There must be no secrets left about the man in the straw hat. Think about when you open your eyes again. The man in the straw hat tightened his belt and lifted his trousers. Could it be? Miss Wednesday's eyes were red and he tried not to shed tears. He gritted his teeth and said to Luffy, what did you do to me? Luffy waved his hands to the left and right and said innocently, what do you think I did? You were soaked just now. I was afraid you would catch a cold. Miss Wednesday didn't expect this straw hat wearing pirate to be so shameless. To use such a lame excuse. Miss Wednesday's eyes were blazing with anger and he shouted, "I'm going to kill you." Then the whole person rushed forward and tried to attack Luffy. It was easily grasped by Luffy. One hand clasped Miss Wednesday's hand behind her back. The other hand grasped Miss Wednesday's vitals. Luffy also deliberately put his head on Miss Wednesday's shoulder. To Miss Wednesday. Wow, the view is even more stunning from this angle. Miss Tears finally flowed down on Wednesday, and she shouted with a voice, "Asshole. I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Luffy said in a relaxed tone again on Miss Wednesday, "Calm down, my princess." Miss Hearing Her Royal Highness the Princess on Wednesday, her body stiffened. "He knows my identity." Luffy smiled evilly, deliberately whispering in Princess Weiwei's ear, "Are you surprised that I know who you are? Her Royal Highness Princess Nefeltari Vivi. I also know that you are working as an undercover agent in Baroque Works. I also know that you are looking for the reason why Alabasta is in crisis." Princess Nefeltari Vivi heard Luffy's gentle tone, telling her true identity. Princess Nefeltari Vivi, she was starting to get scared. Why this man wearing a straw hat? Know her true identity. It is also known that she took risks alone and sneaked into Baroque Works. This is obviously a highly confidential matter. Not even her father knew. What if Princess Nefeltari Vivi's identity was known by the mysterious boss of Baroque Works? Then all the efforts Princess Nefeltari Vivi had made before would be in vain. Alabasta can't be saved either. Will fall into infinite rebellion. Who are you? Why do you know these things? Luffy did not answer Princess Nefeltari Vivi's question. Instead, he smiled evilly in front of Princess Weiwei. Enjoy the unique scenery without restraint. Princess Nefeltari Vivi kept struggling as her hands were locked behind her back. Nefeltari Vivi knows the power of her own looks. Especially now. This guy in a straw hat also knows those deadly secrets. Thinking of this, Ludily Vivi gave up her struggle. Because she knows, if this man wearing a straw hat wanted to use this to blackmail her, Princess Nefeltari Vivi simply couldn't refuse. Alabasta's safety. And my father's safety is in danger. And Kosha, his childhood sweetheart, needs to be stopped. And the safety of citizens. These are more important than her personal honor and disgrace. Especially while she was in a coma. What should happen? It probably all happened, not to mention the shameful posture now. Luffy felt that Princess Weiwei had given up her struggle. The emotions are no longer exciting. Then he said, "Princess Weiwei, have you calmed down?" Nefeltari Vivi sneered, "You succeeded. I don't know who you are though. I don't know where you got that confidential information. If you wanted to use those things to blackmail me, you succeeded." Nefeltari Vivi looked ashen. It seems that he is still at the mercy of Luffy. Luffy knew it was a big deal this time. This scene was not what he had hoped for. He quickly let go of his hand, no longer clasping Princess Weiwei's hands behind his back. Nefeltari Vivi, after regaining her freedom, go directly to the bed. Lying in bed, if his face is ashen, let him pick it up. He closed his eyes and tried not to let the tears flow out of the corners of his eyes. "I know what you want to do. Hurry up. All I ask is that you keep your promise and don't reveal my identity to Baroque Works." This time Luffy can't be bothered. After waiting for a long time, I found that the man in the straw hat didn't make any movement. Nefeltari Vivi opened her eyes again, staring at Luffy with red eyes. If looks could kill, Luffy would probably die several times. Luffy walked over and put his coat on Princess Weiwei. Nefeltari Vivi frowned and said in a very bad tone, "What do you want to do again? Pretend." Luffy smiled bitterly. Yes, he is very lustful, and he doesn't like to force people to have problems. Actually, if I said that this was just a prank, would you believe it? What do you mean? Do you think this is interesting? Oh, I understand, you dare to do it or not. You don't want to admit it, do you? Haha, pirate, haha, man. Luffy quickly waved his hand and said, "No, I didn't mean that. I will admit it. No, what I want to say is that what happened just now was all a prank. Nothing happened to us." Nefeltari Vivi frowned and looked at Luffy suspiciously. He thought to himself, would I believe this if you lie to a 3-year-old child? Then he said, "Then you go out now." Luffy turned around and left with an apologetic expression. Nefeltari Vivi went to the closet in the room and found a set of loose clothes to put on. Then he hugged his knees and cried in frustration. After a long time, Luffy knocked on the door. Asked, "Can I come in? I think I need to. Let's talk to you about Baroque works." "Come in." Although Nefeltari Vivi's eyes are a little red, her nose is also a little red. But he regained his composure. "I wanted to hear what the man in the straw hat had to say." Luffy looks at Nefeltari Vivi wearing his clothes. Started thinking about Feifei. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself?" "Oh, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King." Monkey D. Luffy, I think I've heard of this name. Oh, I remember the latest reward order issued by Baroque Works. The pirate with a bounty of 40 million belly, the vicious pirate who is greedy and lustful, and asks women to give him children when he sees them. Nefeltari Vivi bit her nails, hugged her knees, and muttered, "No wonder, no wonder. Why am I so unlucky to meet this pirate?" Sure enough, everything that was supposed to happen happened. Luffy looked embarrassed. Said, "That's Marine's false accusation." Nefeltari Vivi sneered. "First, don't think Marine told lies. And the truth is even more exaggerated than what they described in the reward order." Luffy said awkwardly, "I was just joking." Nefeltari Vivi poses. "Do you think I would believe it?" Looked at Luffy with an expression. Seeing that the explanation didn't make sense, Luffy thought to himself, "You like to assume that I have done something so much, don't regret it in the future. So just admit it directly. Say, okay, it's my fault. You don't believe me anyway. That's it, you are my girlfriend from today on." Nefeltari Vivi sneered. "You think too highly of yourself. I just thought I was bitten by a teddy dog. My majestic eldest princess of Alabasta. I'm not reduced to finding a pirate as my boyfriend." Luffy said, "Don't worry, I said I will be responsible to the end. Let's talk about the reasons for the ongoing rebellion in Alabasta. Your idea is right, Princess Wei Wei. It's Baroque Works that's behind this. It's just that you don't know who is behind it." Nefeltari Vivi listened to what Luffy said and thought about it for a while. "You mean, you know who's behind it?" Luffy smiled evilly and said, "Of course I do." Nefeltari Vivi stood up and walked to Luffy. Luffy asked emotionally, "Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this?" Luffy smiled evilly. "Then what good do I do?" Nefeltari Vivi sneered, "Benefits. The good thing is, didn't you get earlier?" Nefeltari Vivi pointed to herself and said, "Alabasta's national treasure. You've eaten it all, and now you don't want to admit it." Luffy was confused. They all said it was a joke. "I didn't eat the national treasure at all." Luffy put away his smile and said to Princess Wei Wei, "One code is one code, and I can tell you who is behind the scenes. The condition is that I want to eat Alabasta's national treasure." Nefeltari Vivi frowned and asked suspiciously, "You didn't lie to me. Do you really know or are you pretending to know?" "Of course I won't lie to you. Just go out and ask anyone. My reputation as Luffy is very valuable." Nefeltari Vivi frowned and thought about the feasibility of the plan. "Anyway, I was bitten once by a teddy dog for no reason. If the information is true, not bad the second time either." After all, Princess Wei Wei wanted to know who was behind the scenes. Dare to sneak into Baroque Works to find the truth. Just be prepared for the worst-case scenario of exposing your identity and losing your life. What's more, it was only the second time I was bitten by a teddy dog. Princess Nefeltari Vivi, take a few deep breaths. Be mentally prepared. Said, "Okay, but I need to know who is behind it first." Then put your ear closer. "Is it necessary? It's just the two of us in the room." Princess Nefeltari Vivi saw Luffy standing there acting petty. "As if you don't meet my requirements, I won't tell you." I had no choice but to put my ear closer. Luffy whispered in Princess Nefeltari Vivi's ear, "It's 7 warlords of the sea Sir Crocodile." Obviously Luffy said it very quietly. Inside Princess Nefeltari Vivi. "But it is. Dia." A loud noise. Just like a thunder on the ground. New going merry. Inside Luffy's castle fruit. Princess Nefeltari Vivi now. Numb. Totally numb. Completely different from imagination. Before, it was because I felt that I had been bitten once anyway. In order to obtain top secret information. Broken jar, broken jar. Close your eyes. To beat. Just like being bitten by a teddy dog. It'll be ready in one go. But even the one wearing the straw hat was very careful. Unexpectedly, the heartbreaking pain. Princess Nefeltari Vivi knew instantly that something was wrong. Problem occurs. Things were different than she thought. Tragedy happened. Princess Nefeltari Vivi, draped in silk sheets. He hugged his knees with his hands and slapped himself twice. Huddled in the corner of the bed and cried secretly. I am a fool. I'm really the biggest idiot in the world. Just thought of. Originally, that Straw Hat Luffy was planning to have a candlelight dinner. What atmosphere to create. He also said that as time goes by, there are plenty of opportunities. Princess Nefeltari Vivi. It's herself. Think of it hanging in the air. Feeling uneasy. It's better to just break it off. Princess Nefeltari Vivi herself supervises that Straw Hat Luffy. Let him move faster and more deftly. Get things sorted. The matter is settled. Then Princess Nefertari Weiwei regretted it. So that Luffy, you really didn't lie to me at first. Nothing happened before. It's really just a prank. Because you covet my beauty. You actually ruined my clothes. Make me think so. It's good now. It's me, Princess Nefertari Weiwei, who took the initiative to deliver it to the pervert's mouth. I beg him to eat it quickly. Alabasta's national treasure. Princess Nefeltari Vivi looked down and saw. As beautiful as a bright red rose blooming. That red bloodline. This time Alabasta's national treasure. It was really eaten clean. He is also a pirate of unknown origin. Of course not everything is found, at least we know who is behind the scenes. 7 warlords of the sea Sir Crocodile. It's just hard to measure. The price paid is not worth it. It's actually him. King of the desert, Crocodile. Princess Nefeltari Vivi gritted her teeth and said, the people's hero of Alabasta. Pooh, how ironic, but if it were him Crocodile. Then it all makes sense. Civil unrest in Alabasta. The rebel arms supplier and savior. The distinguished guest of Alabasta, the hero of the king's army. Princess Nefeltari Vivi smiled bitterly and said, if you tell me, who will believe it? It is the heroic desert king who is trying to overthrow Alabasta. Are my citizens being fooled around by him? Think of this. Princess Nefeltari Vivi felt a little uninterested. Maybe in the eyes of a big pirate like Crocodile. I am Princess Nefeltari Vivi. Just like a clown. A man infiltrates Baroque Walker Works. Every day in the criminal group Baroque Walker Works. Constantly going back and forth between life and death. By completing each task, finally achieved some results. Keep getting promoted. Become a small cadre. In the end. Nearly 3 years of infiltration. Not to mention finding the boss behind Baroque Works in secret. In fact, there is no way to reach the core of the organization. This time I accidentally found out who was behind it. Or use your most precious treasure. To exchange for it. He smiled bitterly and said, it's really ridiculous. Squeak. The sound of a wooden door opening. After taking a shower, Luffy wiped his semi-dried hair. Came in. Princess Nefeltari Vivi said with a dark face, what did you come in for? What I promised you has been completed. Passing by, I deliberately sat next to Princess Weiwei. He said with a playful smile, don't be so heartless, my Princess Weiwei. I didn't force you, it was obviously of your own free will. Princess Nefeltari Vivi opened her lovely big eyes and said angrily, you lied to me before. Luffy smiled evilly and said, I didn't lie to you. Obviously I said it before, it was a misunderstanding. Just a prank. Princess Weiwei, you don't believe it yourself. Luffy also put on an innocent expression. You get a bargain but still behave well. But Luffy's words are really hard to refute. Angry, Princess Nefeltari Vivi turned her head away. Ignore Luffy. Ignore him. Whispering quietly. For Alabasta, necessary sacrifices are required. Just think of it as being bitten by a teddy dog. That's right, it's because I was careless. So I was bitten by a teddy dog. Luffy looked at Princess Weiwei with a gentle smile. Seeing Princess Weiwei standing there alone, she puffed up her face. Do some ideological work for yourself. So cute. To be honest, he really likes this little girl. Passing by, he touched Princess Weiwei's blue hair with his hand. I don't know whether it's because I'm shy or angry. Red ears. Whispering softly in the ear to Princess Weiwei. Princess Nefeltari Vivi, you are really brave. Although very unintelligent and naive. Whether he is naive or brave, these are my favorite characters. Nefeltari Vivi rolled her eyes at Luffy. Luffy continued. As a pampered princess of a great country, you actually have the courage to sneak into the huge Baroque Walker works. You do not know, Princess Wei Wei, once your true identity is discovered, your only fate is death. Without exception, you are facing a killer organization. Princess Nefeltari Vivi listened to Luffy's words. His face started to turn a little pale, but she still kept her red lips tightly closed. No words were spoken, so Luffy took the opportunity. Deliberately use your fingers to gently touch Princess Wei Wei's cute ears. Luffy sighed. Princess Nefeltari Vivi, you are really smart. When there is a problem in the big country of Alabasta, the kingdom and ministers only know that the contradiction exists. But I don't know where the real problem lies. We can only fight against the rebels in vain. I never expected that. The first discovery was the Baroque Working Society. The one who discovered that this organization was responsible for everything. It's you, Princess Nefeltari Vivi, a 14-year-old girl who grew up in a greenhouse. Luffy played with her slightly princess blue hair again, ignoring her increasingly white face. What's even more surprising is that you, a princess, actually managed to deceive all the killers by pretending to be successful. He even got to the point where he is now a junior cadre. Princess Nefeltari Vivi angrily shouted to Luffy, "What can I do? This is the best way I can think of." "What do you, a little pirate, know? This is the only way to stop the war." Mingming Nefeltari Princess Vivi, just out of anger. So counter Luffy. But those tears of grievance and helplessness. But it is not under the control of Princess Wei Wei. It flowed from his eyes. Luffy rubbed Princess Wei Wei's hair affectionately. He said softly to Princess Wei Wei, "We're in a different place, and I'm not sure I can do better than you. And your goals are very clear and specific from the beginning. That's indeed the right answer. Find the man behind the organization. Uncover the truth. Stop the war. You have the right idea. It's just that the enemy is completely beyond your ability. You have no chance of winning." Luffy saw Princess Wei Wei huddled in the corner of the bed, silent. "I had to sigh. Said, you'd better go wash up first. I'll take you outside later." Then he left the room and at the same time left the space of the castle fruit. Luffy walks down the aisle of Going Mary's cabin. Although I don't really want to fight Shichibukai Crocodile. But he couldn't let go of such a lovely Princess Nefeltari Vivi. As a captain, he must take the safety of other crew members into consideration. Think for a moment and finally decide. You still have to go to Alabasta. Either for Princess Vivi, or for the beautiful historian Robin. Not to mention that Alabasta also has historical text. Luffy came out of the cabin and saw Zoro, Usopp and Sanji standing around not knowing what they were doing. Kuina, Nami and Kaya were far away from the three of them. A look of disgust on his face. Was there a feeble scream? "What's the situation?" Luffy is a little confused. "Did you go up to them? Go see what the three of them are playing." OMG. Luffy saw something. Usopp holds a test tube. Zoro holds the candle. Sanji holds the whip. Luffy's sad face. Pipe closing parenthesis. Incredible. I didn't expect the three of them to be so good. Forget it, Usopp. Unexpectedly, Zoro has thick eyebrows and big eyes. And Sanji, who sticks to chivalry. They both also fell. Luffy was filled with sadness and cried, "Ooh. It's all because I, the captain, don't care enough about you. Only looking for your own pleasure. I forgot that you three are also normal good men. Ignoring your physical and psychological needs. It caused you to take a detour. If God gives me another chance, I definitely will. Probably, maybe, I should just continue to have my own fun." Three men squatting on the deck found Luffy coming out of the cabin. But don't know why, he deliberately ran to the three of them crying. He also said words that were incomprehensible. Zoro sad face _ Sanji sad face not. Usopp sad face not. The three of them made eye contact. Open the internal language channel. Usopp, is this idiot captain being stupid again? Sanji, he never made a fool of himself. Zoro, but I feel that he seems to be blaming himself and at the same time looking at us with pity. Sanji, Usopp, Sanji, when the green algae head said that, it seems like something is wrong. Usopp, Although I don't understand what he said, it's definitely not a good thing. Zoro. So, Mr. Shanji, the three of us will give that idiot captain a good beating first, there is nothing wrong with that. Usopp. Agreed. Then the three of them slowly waited for Luffy to slowly approach them. He immediately changed his target and gave Luffy a good beating. Mr. Point 9 was lying on the ground and was being tortured by the three of them, dying. After seeing Luffy appear, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp would stop torturing him. Instead, they diverted the target to hit their captain. I thought the savior had come. Mr. Point 9, internal strife coming. Mr. Point 9 struggled and shouted. I said everything. Please let me go. Stop torturing me with those weird things. Usopp frowned and said, the information you mentioned is of no use at all. Zoro said fiercely, that's right. You still have a criminal record. You also said before that you would say anything. In the end, he lied to me on purpose. To make me embarrassed. Sanji nodded aside. Mr. Point 9 begged with a sad face, I told you everything I know. Zoro asked, how many people are there in the Baroque working group you mentioned? Who is the boss? What is the purpose? Mr. Point 9 cried and hugged Zoro's thigh and said, I've said it several times, I really don't know. Sanji said with a dark face, Usopp, if you have any new tricks, try them on this king. Mr. Point 9 had a complete mental breakdown and knelt on the ground, pleading, why don't you just kill me? Don't use the XX Star series anymore. Luffy got up from the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Based on the conversation between them, knowing that it was Luffy, he thought wrongly. Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji didn't bend. Still a warm-blooded good man. But why are they torturing this Mr. Point 9 so much? Luffy asked curiously. This Mr. Point 9 is so powerful, can it offend three of you at the same time? Do you need to torture him like this? Sanji said, no, he didn't offend us. Luffy was puzzled. What about you? Zoro said matter-of-factly, torture for information. Didn't you intend to torture for information when you captured that woman? Luffy said, but, I already know who the boss of Baroque Works is. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp said in unison, what? You know, you didn't tell me earlier. Luffy answered innocently, you didn't ask either. Put your ears closer and I'll tell you secretly. Mr. Point 9 lying on the deck, watching the four of them whispering there. Completely stupid. You are sick. Your captain obviously already knows the information. He tortured me all morning and afternoon. You three are indeed pervert. Although on the Grand Line, ocean currents and wind directions keep changing randomly. Guided by the record pointer, it was easy to reach Whiskey Peak. Through the thick fog, a lively welcome came from the opposite side. Welcome, warm welcome, welcome everyone to Whiskey Peak. Long live the conqueror of the ocean. There are dense crowds of people on the coastline of the island. They held up various welcome signs. Some fired salutes and some played music. Most of them are waving various small pirate flags with skull symbols. The scene is really spectacular. Usopp looked at Whiskey Peak and said, they are welcoming us. Nami said, if we hadn't known the information in advance, we would have been ambushed. Sanji asked Zapu, has the old man been here before? Zapu crossed his arms and hugged his chest. Kaido, no, I was sailing on another channel in the Grand Line before, and I didn't encounter them. However, welcoming pirates to the island so warmly is abnormal in itself. Do you welcome pirates to rob? I just want to bully the pirates as recruiters. Kuina said, it's a pity, we already know that Whiskey Peak is a gathering place for bounty hunters. Speaking of which, if Zoro and I hadn't joined Luffy's pirate group by chance, we would probably have gathered here. Zoro put his hands behind his head and leaned against the main pole. Maybe, who knows? This Baroque working group has tried to recruit Kuina and me before. Kuina smiled and said, I just refused. Zoro, you want to capture them and exchange them for money. Regarding the dark history Kuina mentioned, Zoro continued without comment. But if we want to be the best swordsman in the world, we have to enter the Grand Line. What about that idiot Captain Luffy? Nami sneered and said, I'm probably trying to please that beauty slightly. Sanji said, I saw a lot of cute girls. This time at Whiskey Peak, I also want to find a beautiful woman to join our pirate ship. Usopp said, I don't think Luffy is so generous as to give you Sanchi. Luffy ran out angrily and shouted, who is talking bad about me? Seeing Nami with a bad look on her face, she immediately changed her face and said, it turns out to be Nami's wife. That's okay. Please continue. Nami ignored Luffy lazily, turned her head, and thought to herself, don't expect to come to my room tonight. Zoro saw Luffy flirting again and quickly stopped him. Captain Stupid, have arrived at Whiskey Peak, you mean? Seeing that Zoro was talking about business, Luffy flicked his wrist and said coldly, of course I will accept their hospitality by taking advantage of their tricks. Then knock down all those who resist us. Luffy, you promised me you wouldn't kill anyone from Whiskey Peak. Princess Nefeltari Vivi came out of the cabin and said to Luffy. Miss Wei Wei, those are either killers or bounty hunters, and we are pirates. Sanji first greeted Princess Wei Wei with gentlemanly etiquette, and at the same time pointed out the reality of the situation. The position has never been the same, and what our captain said was to knock down those who resisted us, not to kill them. We did not break our promise. Zoro interrupted their conversation and said, stop nagging, my sword can no longer hold its strength. Nami took out the weather stick designed for her by Usopp and said, let's make an agreement first that all the supplies we grab will be given to me for safekeeping. Luffy said to Nefeltari Vivi, Wei Wei, I'm sorry. You and Mr. Nine can only stay in my castle until the matter is over. After saying that, he knocked out Princess Wei Wei with a knife and put her into the castle. The difference is that Mr. Nine stayed in the basement, while Nefeltari Vivi stayed in the room specially designed by Luffy for Princess Wei Wei. The Straw Hat Pirates exist. Attack with all your strength. Target Whiskey Peak. A tall and mighty middle-aged man with various curls in his hair and a formal dress stood on the shore. When Luffy and the others arrived at the shore, they came forward to express condolences to the Straw Hat Pirates. Oh, I am Ikarim, the current mayor of Waiwangji Peak. Welcome to Whiskey Peak, fellow sea warriors. We extend a warm welcome to the sea warriors who dare to go to sea. I don't know. I don't have this honor either. How about entertaining you all? The Straw Hat crew looked at each other and said with a smile, of course we are willing to accept your hospitality. Mr. 8 Ikarim shouted loudly, well, everyone. Let the party begin. The banquet at Whiskey Peak was held from the moment the sun went down to when the moon hung high in the sky and the stars twinkled out. Usopp held two beautiful girls in his arms and was surrounded by a group of children. I met a goldfish as big as a mountain, and its poop turned into an island. The children looked at Usopp with admiration and said in unison, Captain Usopp is so awesome. Usopp wiped his nose, took another sip of wine and said, it's just a joke, no big deal. Next, I will tell you a story about the bravest warrior on the sea, the guardian of the sun god. Listen well. Usopp will tell the story of the previous liberation of the Corgi Kingdom, the Rurikra Kingdom and other countries. With exaggerated expressions and large movements, he told the legendary stories that he added. The original true story is very legendary, coupled with Usopp's depiction. The children and young ladies on the court were all attracted to Usopp. Islander A. Wow, this green hair is so awesome. Another one fell down. Islander B. He has knocked down more than 20 big men. Isn't there any one of us who can compete with him? Zoro raised his wine glass high and said with a smile, who else? Come and challenge me. A purple-haired beauty had her arms around Zoro. He pressed Zoro's right arm with great softness and said, brother, that's amazing. Zoro's face was a little red, not sure if it was because of the wine or the beauty. With a drunken breath, he said, I'm not a little brother, I'm the future world's greatest swordsman. The beauty covered her head and chuckled. This green-haired man is not only powerful, but also exudes the aura of a young boy. The powerful contrast really fascinated Kitajima Hayori. The other hand reached out erratically towards little Zoro. Then he whispered in Zoro's ear, I don't know about this great swordsman. Would you like to let Ikarim see the sword in my hand? Kitajima Hayo saw that Zoro seemed to have drunk too much, a little confused. So he took the opportunity to put Zoro's hand on his shoulder, and took him home amidst the whistles at the scene. Kuina is sitting with Kaya and Nami. Zapu sat on the bar behind them. Just like my old father. He looked at the girls with doting eyes. The bold Nami and Kuina also knocked down several people with wine. Kaya kept laughing beside her, but didn't drink. 3 cute girls with different styles are sitting there, forming a unique landscape. There was an endless stream of people who came to challenge their drinking capacity with impure intentions. Another bowl of rice. Another plate of meat. Another bottle of milk. Luffy has a glass of milk and a plate of meat. The unique way of eating is an eye-opener for the islanders of Whiskey Peak. Islander C. Oh my god. This guy in the straw hat has already eaten food for 30 people. Islander D. Both chefs are exhausted. Islander E. Wow, this blonde guy is amazing. Islander E. He actually wants to pick up more than 20 girls at once. Islander F. His love words are never repeated. Have you started learning to pick up girls since you were a child? Sanji held more than 20 cute girls in his arms. A bunch of lip marks on the face. Sanji smiled so hard that he couldn't even see his eyes. I hate it, Sanji, you are so bad and so messy with your hands. Haha, I'm not bad but you don't love me. It feels really good. You're so horny. Dark place. Mr. Point 8 Ikaram said. I have written a letter to report to the organization. I didn't get the whale meat though. But they tricked a group of pirates into coming to us. The weather is nice tonight and the cacti are beautiful. It is suitable to deal with them. Under the moonlight, the huge cactus reflected sparkling white light. It turns out that the so-called cactus are hillsides, and the thorns of the cactus are tombstones. Miss Monday didn't understand and asked Mr. 8 Ikaram, is it necessary to spend so much effort? Wouldn't it be better to just eliminate them at the port? Mr. Point 8 Ikaram said. Not to mention, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. It's probably in their hands now, so let's use a weapon to stop them. Miss Monday said with a dark face. I searched their pirate ship and couldn't find Mr. Point 9 or Mix Wednesday. Mr. Point 8 Ikaram opened the 2 wanted posters in his hand and showed them to Miss Monday. Miss Monday was shocked when she saw the wanted notice. What? A captain worth 40 million belly and a crew of 200 million belly. Mr. Point 8 Ikaram sneered. Now you know why I am so cautious, right? It's necessary to go to great lengths. Get them drunk, and then more than 100 named bounty hunters will take action at the same time to capture them alive. Marine prefers pirates captured alive, which can be used for public executions or public trials. Miss Monday then announced the action. Mr. Point 8 Ikaram nodded and said, notice to take action. Receive. A strange voice came from the air. Mr. Point 8 Ikaram and Miss Monday were shocked. The two looked towards the source of the sound, the roof under the house. A long-nosed man pointed a slingshot at them and said, you have been surrounded. Miss Monday, oops. It's the pirate worth 200 million. Mr. Point 8 Ikaram forced himself to calm down and said, don't be afraid, he is alone, there are 2 of us. What about us? Mr. Point 8 Ikaram and Miss Monday looked around and found that the 2 people were really surrounded. On the left are Kuina, Nami, Kaya. Behind them stood Zapu at the top of the tower. Standing on the right is Sanji with a bunch of red lip marks on his face. Standing in front was Luffy who was eating like a balloon. Usopp counted the heads and asked, no, where's Zoro? Sanji said, with green algae head strength, we don't need to worry about him at all. Kuina also said, I guess Zoro got lost again. Mr. Point 8 Ikaram and Miss Monday looked at each other and nodded. Seeing that the Straw Hat Pirates are so big, they actually dared to chat in front of them. Chance. Break out to the weak side. Saxophone shotgun. Mr. Point 8 Ikaram blew the saxophone in the direction of Nami. Throwing objects with great force. Miss Monday uprooted a tree and headed toward the United States. Seeing and hearing makes you happy. Shimotsuki Flow Frostfall. Shotgun bullets. They were all shot down by Kuina with her famous sword and the Deutschemanji. Shoulder shoot. Sanji performs a beautiful spinning kick in the air. Kicks Ikaram down. Must kill. Super Gunpowder Star. Miss Monday was also defeated by Usopp in a sneak attack. Mr. Point 8 Ikaram lay on the ground and looked at the sky. How is it possible? We have more than 100 pirate hunters here. Sanji looked at Mr. 8 Ikaram condescendingly and said, because you picked the wrong opponent. Mr. Point 8 Ikaram suddenly realized, That's right. We were deceived by those idiots Marine. You must all be wanted pirates. Marine, you even collected the wrong information on the pirates. Harmless pirate hunters. Nami knelt down and said to Mr. Ikaram, stop pretending, we know you are a member of the Baroque Working Society. We have long known that Whiskey Peak was the point of rejection for Baroque works. This is not an ordinary gathering place for pirate hunters. Your teammate Miss Wei Wei has already confessed everything. Mr. Ikaram said with a dark face, impossible. Wei Wei will never betray me. Nami sneered, what's impossible? That's the truth. After we tortured each other in turn, the two of them had already told everything. Your more than 100 pirate hunters are all tied up by Usopp. Mr. Ikaram's face turned from black to red and said, you pirates. What did you do to Princess Wei Wei? Nami said in surprise, Princess Wei Wei. I understand, no wonder that big pervert Luffy is so active. Haha, it's Luffy, the princess hunter in straw hat. Nami stood up and walked to Luffy. He pulled Luffy's ears and sneered, my big pervert captain, are you hiding something from me? It hurts, it hurts. Luffy pretended to be in pain and begged for mercy, while apologizing with a playful smile. Luffy said to the other crew members, sorry, I forgot to tell everyone. It was my fault, I apologize to everyone. It is indeed something an idiot captain can do. Seeing Luffy apologize to everyone as the captain. The rest of the people chose to forgive Luffy for this behavior. Then Luffy released Princess Wei Wei from the castle. Princess Nefeltari Vivi after emerging from the castle fruit. After scanning the surrounding area, the first thing I saw was Ikaram lying on the ground unable to move. He quickly ran over, hugged Ikaram's head and yelled viciously at Luffy, asshole Luffy. What happened to Ikaram? Princess Wei Wei, it turns out you're fine. People safe is good. Princess Wei Wei, just be fine. Ikaram felt relieved when he saw that Princess Nefeltari Vivi had not been abused. It's so lively. Didn't we too arrive late after seeing it? Ah ha ha ha. The president said that your secret was known to him. So send us to deal with you people. Everyone in the Straw Hats turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. On Whiskey Peak Boulevard, standing were two people dressed very fashionably. One is with black curly hair, wearing sunglasses, and a cold face. Wearing a black jacket with the number 5 written on it. It looks like a trendy boy who plays rock music when paired together. The other one has short blonde hair, wears a yellow hat and lemon slice pattern earrings, and is smiling. Wearing a small blue coat, he held a small yellow and blue striped umbrella in his hand. She is a beautiful girl who is very fashionably dressed. Ikaram sat up from the ground with difficulty and said desperately to Princess Wei Wei, they are Mr. .5 and Miss Valentine. Your Highness, I didn't expect that we were exposed. Princess Wei Wei, run quickly. I'll stop them. I have a bomb tied to my body and I can die with them. Town of Whiskey Peak. Ah, 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 the call of the black vulture. Accompanied by a piercing cry. Several people have fallen in the town of Whiskey Peak. They are the unlucky duo of Baroque Works. Members of the Cleaning Baroque Working Society. Mr. and Miss Black Friday. It's a vulture and haze. After they kill a member. Landed in a window again. In the bathroom, Kitajima Zori simply covered her attractive body with a towel. Pull out a long knife from the wall. Kitajima Hayori, it's you. The unlucky duo. Miss Black Friday holds up a clipboard. It says, Baroque Works doesn't need useless minions. Today is the day you die. Bei Dao Haori. Huh. I'm not a trash fish out there, I won't be caught easily. Mr. 13 uses a special Patain fighting weapon with a sword claw attached to the front. Rushed towards Kitajima Hayori. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. The light of the sword and the shadow of the sword. The sword claws and the long knife collided and sparks were produced. Kitajima Haori waved the long knife in his hand and fought back and forth with Mr. 13. Miss Black Friday Vulture, with a machine gun on its back. Crazy shooting. Biadao had already been attacked by them and began to fall into disadvantage. I started to feel a little exhausted. If I hadn't drank too much just now, I wouldn't be so passive now. Mr. 13 Hase's sword claws were swung at high speed. The white bath towel turned into pieces and fell into the air. In the face of life and death, Kitajima Haori couldn't care less now. There is no such thing as bath towels. And there were only Vulture and Haze on the other side. Pong, crisp sound. A long knife was knocked into the air by the sword's claws. The weapon was knocked away. Kitajima Haori could only lean against the wall. He kept dodging and wanted to go back to the house to find a second knife. Thud, thud, thud. The Black Friday Vulture kept shooting in the air with a machine gun on its back. Beidou Haori didn't dodge in time and got a bit of trouble on his body. Didn't you expect that I, Kitajima Haori, would be here today? If I had known, I should have eaten that handsome swordsman just now. Ah, miss. Black Friday is calling again. Usually represents the death announcement of an unlucky duo. Mr. 13 Haze raised his sword claw. He smiled evilly. Walking slowly towards Kitajima Haori step by step. Because this can increase the number of members of the Baroque working society. The fear before death. The unlucky duo likes this way to deal with their opponents. Call out. A sword flashed in the dark night. Crush M837R.13 Hace's sword claw into pieces. Cut miss. Black Friday's machine gun into several pieces. Hey, what do you two animals want to do? Mr. 13 and Miss Black Friday turned to look at the obstructionist. Kitajima Haori was also surprised to hear this familiar voice. It's Zoro. Zoro held the demon sword Murasama and looked at them with a smile. Mr. 13 and Miss came out with new weapons on Black Friday. Not planning to use it yet. I saw a flash of strange sword light. The new weapon also broke into several pieces. Mr. 13 and Miss Black Friday realized the strength of their opponents this time. Without saying a word, Mr. 13 climbed on Miss Black Friday's back, dropped several bombs and planned to fly away from the sky. See and hear the color. Open. One sword flow eagle wave. Zoro wields the demon sword. Use your knowledge and knowledge to cut only the detonation line of the bomb. Easily cut all the bombs in half. The bombs were not detonated. Kitajima Haori had too many surprises. He was surprised that a hero came to save him while he was in despair waiting to die. I'm surprised that this young boy with a youthful temperament is so strong. There were other surprises, but when it comes to the mouth, it becomes surprised. He said, "Are you not drunk?" Zoro smiled handsomely. How could a great swordsman be defeated by alcohol? Kitajima Haori thought of taking advantage of Zoro's drunk state. Things done to him. Now meet him in person. I also know that Zoro is pretending to be drunk. Kitajima Haori's face felt a little hot. I really want to find a way to put it in. Zoro took off his clothes. Throw it to Kitajima Haori. Zoro blushed and said, "You put on my clothes first." In fact, Zoro discovered the unlucky duo very early. I also wanted to see if the internal strife in this studio was an act. It turned out that Kitajima Zori was at a disadvantage. Zoro was going to help. But, when Mr. 13 smashed the bath towel into pieces with his sword claw, Zoro in the audience hesitated. After all, there are not many beauties who like to use swords. Such beauty before your eyes. Especially the fierce fight between Kitajima Haori and Mr. 13 later. Purple, white, pink. Zoro was dazzled by the shaking. Until Kitajima Zori was forced into a desperate situation. Zoro was awakened. Take action in time to save Kitajima Haori. He thought to himself, hey, it must have been that idiot Luffy. Infected him with his lecherous disease. I'm not feeling right now either. Obviously women will only affect the speed of the great swordsman's sword draw. Ah, sorry, I'm late. Alvida yawned, holding the mace on her shoulder. Came out from behind the house. Everyone is here, staying up so late. It's going to get ugly. Seeing everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates staring ahead and saying nothing. Alvida followed their gaze. See the main street of Whiskey Peak Town. Two fashionably dressed people, Mr. Point 5 and Miss Valentine. Mr. Point 5 said, "The president said that he knows your secret. So the president asked us to get rid of everyone in Whiskey Peak Town." Miss Valentine said, "When the president called us, I didn't believe it. Unexpectedly, a princess from the kingdom actually sneaked into our workplace." Mr. Point 5 and Miss Valentine talked a lot. Turns out there were people standing on the roof. No one ignored them. Nami asked Kuina secretly, Are these the high-level killers of that studio? They don't look very smart. Kuina nodded. Not very smart indeed. Kaya said timidly. But the town of Whiskey Peak is already our prisoner. With Luffy's character, I don't think he would give people to them. Sanji lit the cigarette and said, if it goes into Luffy's pocket, it belongs to him. How could Luffy let it out? There are so many cute little girls here, and I can't bear to see them killed by the killers of Baroque works. Alvida really wanted to join the discussion and build relationships. But Alvida was just sleeping on the new going merry. Have absolutely no idea what's going on. Feeling a little out of place. Miss Valentine saw that this group of people didn't take them seriously at all. Very angry. Urge your companions to take action quickly and deal with them so that you can call it a day and go home. Mr. Point 5 said with a stern look on his nose. Obviously everyone here, today is the first time you meet me. I still want to chat with you. Unfortunately, the time is wrong and the place is wrong. You are all going to die here today. Mr. Point 5 pops up a booger and flies towards Ikarim and Princess Pivi. It's just that accidents happen. Mr. 5's boogers were blown to a wrong angle by the wind. Fly to Alvida. Bang. Boom. There was a huge explosion. Mr. Point 5 said with an exaggerated expression, oops. I'm so sorry, I blew up the wrong person. Miss Valentine responded with a smile. That's right, they will all die anyway. In fact, Mr. Point 5 is intentional. Because the Straw Hat crew just ignored them, Mr. Point 5 and Miss Valentine. Makes Mr. Point 5 very unhappy. Mr. Point 5 walked up to Ikarim and stepped on Ikarim's hand with his foot. He smiled and said to Ikarim, I heard that you want to blow me up with a bomb. What a pity, I am a person with the ability to eat the explosive fruit. Every part of my body can explode. And I'm immune to any explosion damage. Do you know now how ridiculous your behavior is, Ikarim? Ikarim looked at Mr. 5 border Mr. 5 with a look of despair. I didn't expect that I couldn't even die. The enemy is too strong. Ikarim just prays. Those pirates of unknown origin can take Princess Wei away safely. Asshole. Alvida interrupted the conversation between Mr. 5 and Ikarim. Alvida had been sleeping just now and didn't know what happened. Before asking anyone about the situation, DBBF, I was hit by a booger. A booger. Alvida is a misophobic beauty who can't even stand dust. How could you accept this kind of thing? Does this curly black man think he is Luffy? You are so brave. You actually use disgusting boogers to attack such a beautiful me. Do you know who I am? The most beautiful woman in the East Blue, Alvida. Alvida rushed out from the smoke of the explosion holding a mace. Slippery fruit land paddling. Giant mace. Boom. A mace smashed Mr. 5 away. Then a huge explosion sounded from behind. It exploded several times in a row. Miss Valentine flew into the air with a small umbrella. Exclaimed Mr. 5, about to take action against Alvida. But was stopped by Luffy. Lovely lady, your opponent is me. Luffy was in second gear and moonwalking. Suddenly appeared in front of Miss Valentine. Miss Valentine's fruit ability is kilograms of fruit. Luffy is well aware of the troublesome aspects of this fruit. How could it be possible to give Miss Valentine a chance to take action? Armed colors. Rubber jet pistol. Coming soon. Speed beyond the reach of the eye. A merciless punch. Hit Miss Valentine in the abdomen. He beat Miss Valentine until she foamed at the mouth. Eyes rolled. It's like it's been spoiled. Miss Valentine rested her head on Luffy's shoulder. The whole person fainted in Luffy's arms. The whole process didn't even take 3 seconds. Miss Valentine was defeated by Luffy. See Luffy's performance. The other Straw Hats were amazed. Kuina sighed. This big pervert has become stronger again. Zapu also sighed. It's really an amazing speed of progress. Alvida saw Luffy defeat Miss Valentine so quickly. I know that I have also shown some strength. Alvida raised her mace and shouted to the other Straw Hat pirates. Don't take action, I will deal with this person myself. How dare you in me, Alvida? The #1 beauty in East Blue has a booger on her body. Unforgivable. Luffy carried Miss Valentine on his shoulders. Said, okay, but if you need help, remember to tell everyone. Take off your shoes and reveal your beautiful feet. Change the friction on the soles of your feet. Beautiful skating form. Alvida paddled toward the Mr. Point 5 as if she were on an ice skate. Alvida was also unequivocal, the heavy mace was in her hand. As light as a willow branch. Alvida holds a heavy mace in both hands. The arms dance like windmills. Under conditions of changing foot friction, the windmill turns into an electric spinner as it rotates. Cooperate with Alvida's strange power. Just the wind pressure caused by swinging the mace. They all caused cracks in the surrounding buildings. Stunned Straw Hat Crew people. Zapu stroked his golden braided beard. Are all young people today so good? Such a beautiful little girl can wield such a heavy mace and be so cruel. If Alvida learns hockey in the future, I think she will be even more powerful. Mr. Point 5 stood up from the rubble. Alvida is seen wielding a huge mace. It turned into that terrifying electric spinning top. Attack him. My scalp feels numb after watching Mr. 5. If you are hit by this thing, you will die or be disabled. Hateful. I'm looking for help from my companions. But it was discovered that Miss Valentine had been captured by Luffy. I suddenly felt anxious. He knew that he was in the Baroque working group. What will happen if the mission fails? Although he and Miss Valentine are both senior cadres. But if there is no reasonable explanation, the end is nowhere to be seen. Mr. Point 5 did not appear just now. At that time, the nostrils were turned to the sky, and there was a lot of arrogance. Because Mr. Point 5 knew that there was something wrong with the intelligence. As far as the strength shown by the enemy is concerned, Baroque Works was wrong in its judgment. He and Miss Valentine shouldn't just be sent. Right, there is still a chance, just tell the boss this information. The boss must know that the fault is not his fault with Mr. Point 5 and Miss Valentine. Mr. Point 5 recovered from its initial panic. Start thinking calmly about how to deal with Alvida. Mr. Point 5 uses both feet on one side to use the recoil of the explosion. Keep distancing yourself from Alvida. At the same time, he threw various explosives with both hands. But before he even got close to Alvida, he was taken into a whirlwind by her terrifying rotational force. Hateful. Mr. Point 5 took a sharp breath and sprayed it towards Alvida. Mysterious meaning, explosive breath. Powerful explosions are accompanied by breathing and continue to explode in the air. Full of special effects. But it's no use. Die to me. Mr. Point 5 was directly hit by Alvida's spinning mace. The whole person immediately transformed. Being sucked into that terrible Euro wind. The whole person was spinning in the air at high speed. I don't know where to fly to. Alvida was just holding her mace. While wiping sweat, I kept panting. His face was a little blue. In order to leave a good record in the first battle of the Straw Hat Pirates, Alvida finally summoned up all her strength. Ba bang bang. Pap pap pap. Pap pap pap. Zapu applauded first. Behind them are Nami and Kaya applauding. Then the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates started clapping. Kudos to Alvida for her performance. Ba bang bang. Strange slapping sounds were mixed in as well. Everyone looked over at the sound. It turns out that Luffy took advantage of Miss Valentine's coma. Luffy slapped her butt deliberately. Instead of applause. Everyone looked over when they saw their companions. Luffy smiled awkwardly, because I can't spare any time. Straw Hats, believe me, you are such a perverted captain. Luffy thought to himself, the sound is good. The feel is not bad either. Just let Miss Valentine wait, live in the castle and be an alternative wife. Jean Ikaram, this Alabasta Guard captain, they were all helpless. A senior cadre of the Baroque Working Society. Mr. Point 5 and Miss Valentine. In this way, he was easily solved by the Straw Hat Pirates. After Ikaram saw the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. At this moment, as the guard captain, he acted from his heart. Ikaram was already seriously injured. Break free from Princess Weiwei's hand. Forced to kneel in front of the Straw Hat crew. Ikaram, I'm here to beg you. Please escort Princess Weiwei back to Alabasta. Our country will reward you generously. Nefeltari Vivi. Ikaram, Your Highness, now is not the time to worry about their pirate identities. Nami said with a wicked smile, 1 billion belly. We will help. Actually, Nami knew there was Nefeltari Vivi. This beauty is as beautiful as herself. There is also the bonus of being a princess. Totally got Luffy's point. Big pervert Luffy will definitely help. Since I definitely want to help. Of course you have to choose to charge. Nami the lion opened his mouth. Jean Ikaram didn't know what to say. It's a pity to think of Princess Weiwei who has been taking care of her since childhood. Ikaram gritted his teeth and said, yes, but I am just the captain of the King's Guard. I can't afford that much money now. But the king will definitely be able to get it. Only you escort Princess Weiwei back to Alabasta. Nami showed a bright smile, made an okay gesture with his right hand and said, no problem. You don't dare to give it anyway. Zapu said, according to the original plan, it will start from today. Whiskey Peak belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates' sphere of influence. Quote. 530. The new Going Merry spent 3 days trimming at Whiskey Peak. Mainly to solve the Whiskey Peak ownership issue. The residents here must know. Whiskey Peak has changed owners. So it took some time. The Straw Hat Pirates consider continuing to sail on the Grand Line. I feel the need to choose a spokesperson at Whiskey Peak. Manage this place for the Straw Hat Pirates. The original plan was to have Mr. Point 9 temporarily act as the mayor of Whiskey Peak. Later, Zoro recommended his ordinary friend Kitajima Haori. Luffy saw the way Kitajima Haori looked at Zoro. I know deeply that the relationship between the two of them is anything but ordinary. Especially Kitajima Haori wearing Zoro's clothes. So Luffy obeyed Zoro's wishes. Let Kitajima Haori be the mayor of Whiskey Peak. In celebration of Whiskey Peak, officially became one of the strongholds of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy decided to continue unfinished. The Straw Hat Pirates team building marriage. Eat and drink, sing and dance, counting stars, look at the moon. Nami is busy collecting protection money. Kaya takes away all the books from Whiskey Peak. Usopp built his statue directly on Whiskey Peak. Sanji was busy hugging him from left to right. The new mayor, Kitajima Haori, is busy eating little Zoro. Everyone is very busy. Luffy is captain. It's even busier these days. To make Whiskey Peak really included in the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy sacrifices his small self to fulfill his big self. And the lovely girls of Whiskey Peak, talking by candlelight at night, understand each other deeply, in order to let them know the strength of the new boss. Luffy went out of his way to be in front of them. Demonstrate Rubber Fruit's abilities. Rubber machine gun. Rubber screw gun. Dip, dip, dip. Congratulations to host for marrying his wife and successfully getting pregnant, your power +1. Congratulations to host for marrying his wife and successfully getting pregnant, your physique is +1. Congratulations to host for marrying his wife and successfully getting pregnant, your speed +1. Congratulations to host for marrying his wife and successfully getting pregnant, your defense +1. Congratulations to host for marrying his wife and successfully getting pregnant, your charm +1. +1, +1. There is no other way, except that Zoro got the new mayor Kitajima Haori. Can really share the captain's worries. The fragrant custard is of no use. Make those little girls excited. It's time to really let him do his best. He had a nosebleed and fainted. There is no choice but to rely on Luffy, a responsible captain. Reluctantly finishing for Sanji. Can't let the Whiskey Peak people do that. I feel like the new boss, Luffy, favors one over the other. Luffy uses his special rubber tongue. The little girls who successfully convinced Sleep Whiskey Peak gained final dominance over Whiskey Peak. Serious statement from Luffy. Definitely not hiding in the window. Peep a peek at the interaction between Sanji and the little girl. This is a good captain. Worried about the health of crew member Sanji. Similarly, Luffy also cares about Zoro in this way. Hey, Zoro is really stupid. The new mayor, Miss Haori Kitajima, was taking the initiative throughout the entire process. After 3 days of non-stop exercise, Luffy finally got busy and took a break in the hot springs at Whiskey Peak. Eliminate fatigue. Hey, the hot springs at Whiskey Peak are quite comfortable. It's just a little crowded. It would be nice if it was bigger, Luffy said while looking at the other girls soaking in the hot spring. After complaining, Luffy checked the results of his hard work these days. Luffy. System, open the properties panel. Dip, dip, dip. Name, Luffy. Physique, 30. Strength, 25. Agility, 35. Defense, 25. Charm, 30 plus 10. Title, Princess Hunter. First level, skill list folding, work. Entering second gear, host's original agility value increases by 10 times. Second gear, skill list folded, omitted. Hockey, armed color D level. Information color D level. Conquerorus D level. Devil fruit ability. Rubber fruit development level B level not awakened. Castle fruit development level C level not awakened. Menman fruit development level C level not awakened. Physical arts level A. Swordsmanship level E. Marine 6 styles. Shaving level C. Iron body level C. Paper arts level D. Moonwalk level D. Tempest kick level C. Finger pistol grade C. Luffy looked at his properties panel. Check your current strength level. It feels okay. Judging from the personal panel properties. Judging from the current strength, I want to fight Shichibukai Sir Crocodile. Somewhat difficult. Hey, we still have to work hard. Otherwise, it will be difficult to increase your strength. We need to work harder to take down Miss Valentine. What if Princess Nefeltari Vivi, a beauty of this level, gets pregnant? The rewards will be generous. There is still a long way to go. Come on, Luffy. Oh my god. After Nami's recording pointer records the magnetic field of the next island. The mayor of Whiskey Peak and all the cute girls are reluctant to leave. The new going merry starts again. Departed Whiskey Peak Island. Head to the next island. Prehistoric Island Little Garden. New going merry on. Nefeltari Vivi looked at the restless sea with sadness. Nami walked up and stretched. The mountain peaks tremble. I don't know if Nami did it on purpose or unintentionally. But from this perspective, Nami looks plumper than Princess Vivi. Nami squinted her eyes, enjoying the slightly salty fresh sea breeze. Asked, with your brows furrowed so tightly, are you worried about Ikaram? Don't worry, Kokukaram was seriously injured kicked by Koyoshida. But Miss Kaya, Ikaram has been dispensed. Nefeltari Vivi Kaido. I just went to see Ikaram lying in the medical room and he was in good condition. I'm not worried about Ikaram's situation. I'm worried about my home country, Alabasta. Nami said confidently. Don't worry, don't look at their unreliable appearance. They are very strong. They saved many countries in the entire eastern Blue Ocean. Nefeltari Vivi held her hands on the railing and said, it's different. The eastern Blue Sea is the weakest among the 4 seas. Not to mention that Alabasta is a country in the Grand Line. Alabasta is the superpower in the Grand Line. Bigger than many countries in the world. The capital Albana alone has a standing army of 600,000 people. Nami, do you have such a big country in the eastern Blue Sea? Nefeltari Vivi looked at Nami and said. Nami smiled awkwardly. He replied, there is indeed no such a big country. But Luffy will be in the Blue Sea of the East, in the country he saved. All united into an alliance. If you count this, then it must be bigger than your home country of Alabasta. Whether its area, military strength, or economic strength. Nefeltari Vivi was a little surprised. Vivi didn't think about the lecherous captain who looked like a fool. He actually did such an amazing thing. Nami was also afraid that Nefeltari Vivi was not surprised enough. Then he said, because of the actions of that idiot captain. Attracted the attention of the Revolutionary Army, and later cooperated to liberate several countries. Because of this, I was targeted by the Marines from the entire eastern Blue Ocean and the Marines from the headquarters. Hence the rush into the Grand Line. If Marine hadn't been chasing us. Nami was lying on the railing. It even shows that Nami has a huge heart. I'm sure of it. Act like Luffy. 80% of the countries in the eastern Blue Ocean will be included in his pocket. Nefeltari Vivi listened to Nami's words, feeling very curious. As a powerful pirate group, don't rob your family or your home, or rule a certain area. Instead, he went everywhere to save and restore the country. What's the point? Nefeltari Vivi asked Nami this question. Nami listened to Nefeltari Vivi's doubts. He threw his head back and laughed. I thought you knew, Princess Vivi. Didn't that big pervert Luffy tell you? Nefeltari Vivi asked in confusion. What do I know? Nami said. You really don't know what Luffy's nickname is. Isn't it Straw Hat Luffy? Nami looked at Princess Nefeltari Vivi with evil intentions. Wrong. It's the Princess Hunter. And Princess Vivi, you are the princess. I guess Princess Vivi will be eaten up by him sooner or later. Nefeltari Vivi's face was slightly red. I thought to myself, it has been eaten up long ago. Just after hearing what Nami said about Luffy's record, Nefeltari Vivi still smiled bitterly. Nami doesn't understand. Nefeltari Vivi said, Mr. Luffy is really awesome. According to your strength and legendary story. If it's an ordinary country, an ordinary rebellion, Luffy can really help me. But what I encountered this time was a desperate enemy. Who? Shichibukai Sir Crocodile, the great legal pirate of world government. Nami's face turned pale when he heard Shichibukai. Nami probably still knows how scary Shichibukai is. Because of Nami's previous nightmare of seeing a dragon. It is one of the Shichibukai Kaishia Jinbei, a former subordinate. Just one subordinate ruled the Kanam Islands, including so many islands, large and small. At this moment, Nami was a little unsure. Can Luffy and the others really defeat Shichibukai? That's Shichibukai. At this time Kuina came over. He smiled and said, don't be scared by Shichibukai's name and lose courage. Shichibukai are human beings too. Nami, haven't you seen Shichibukai? I met Shichibukai. When? Sea restaurant, even though you stole Luffy's Going Merry at the time. Didn't watch that big showdown. The opponent Zoro challenged was Shichibukai. Princess Nefeltari Vivi was not the only one shocked. Even Nami doubted her own memory. Is that green algae head so powerful? Kuina continued. Since Luffy decided to help you, he must have his own ideas. All we have to do is believe in him. 3.3. Nami nodded. Princess Nefeltari Vivi remained silent. From the bottom of her heart, she is kind-hearted and does not want Straw Hat Crew people get involved in something that has nothing to do with them this time. The opponent is Shichibukai. If the Straw Hat Crew encounters them, they will most likely be destroyed. And all of this has nothing to do with them. This is the so-called billion-dollar transaction. It's also just a matter of getting the Straw Hat Crew harness from the Nefeltari Vivi princess. Back to Alabasta. Because Nefeltari Vivi already knows all the truth. Nefeltari Vivi thinks, as long as she tells the truth, bring Sir Crocodile's conspiracy into the light of day, Alabasta's war will stop. The leader of the rebel army. In fact, she is the childhood sweetheart of Princess Nefeltari Vivi. Kosa has been infatuated with Princess Nefeltari Vivi since she was a child. King of Alabasta, Nefeltari Vivi's father. As long as she, Princess Nefeltari Vivi, is willing to be the communication bridge between the two of them, things will be solved. But she is smart and smart. I also know that things cannot be so optimistic. Sir Crocodile just needs to kill her. There is no way to stop the war. She was weak and helpless, and eager to get help from Luffy and the others. Inside the heart of Princess Nefeltari Vivi, the kind princess and the helpless princess, always quarreling with each other. Let Nefeltari Vivi make up her mind. I was very confused inside. At this time, there was a loud voice, interrupting Princess Nefeltari Vivi's tangled thoughts. Watchtower uploaded Usopp's voice. Look, we're here. Prehistoric Island Little Garden. Those weird climates in the Grand Line. Ordinary people cannot adapt. How many pirate marines are buried in this channel? But it's also because of these weird climates. All kinds of things are possible on the Grand Line. For example, this island still looks like it did in ancient times. That's why it's called Prehistoric Island. There are various ancient creatures inside. For example, dinosaurs and other large beasts. There are also ancient plants. Ancient insects. Because they are ancient biological plants, they are very huge. Just like the rumored back garden of the Island of the Giants. Therefore it is also called Little Garden. Pong, boom, boom ping, boom pong, bang, bang, bang. There are two huge iron horns on its head, wearing the fur of an unknown animal. He held a giant axe in one hand and a huge shield in the other. Brigi Red Ogre, one of the captains of the giant pirates. Brigi Red Ogre raises his giant axe above his head. Shouted loudly, Dory, watch your move. You will definitely lose today. The other side, he wears a huge Roman-style helmet on his head. Wearing the armor of a Roman warrior. He holds a huge sword in his right hand and a round shield in his left hand. He has a long beard. Dory Blue Ogre. He is also one of the captains of the giant pirates. Dory Blue Ogre heard Brigi Red Ogre's words. There was a sudden burst of laughter. Swing the giant sword forward and strike with a slash. Ha 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 ha. Brigi Red Ogre. He's not afraid to laugh to death. For 100 years, you have said this every day. Don't you feel ashamed? Did you beat me that time? Boom, boom. The collision of giant swords and giant axes. Armament hockey collides with the armed color overlord. With a loud bang, stir up countless waves of anger. Brigi Red Ogre's face turned red with anger at Dory Blue Ogre's words. Brigi Red Ogre is the most agitated person. I saw him kicking his feet and wielding the giant axe. Rushing towards Dory Blue Ogre. Dory Blue Ogre's huge body suddenly dwarfed. The head wearing a Roman helmet bowed its head slightly. Skillfully avoid Brigi Red Ogre's axe. Use your round shield to block with your backhand. Swinging the giant sword with his left hand, he slashed forward. Blue Ogre's sword comes. The cyan slash kept rushing forward. Quickly slash at the Brigi Red Ogre. Brigi Red Ogre is fearless. That huge body is very flexible and can only rotate. He swung the huge axe in his hand. Red Ogre splits the mountain. The red slashes also kept moving forward. Take on the Dory Blue Ogre with bravado. Boom boom boom. Kai. Huge shock wave. It broke the surrounding trees. The strong hurricane swept up the remains of many trees. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. After a long time. It's a tie again. Brigi Red Ogre cursed and dragged his giant axe away from the duel location. This Brigi Red Ogre is getting stronger again. I thought I won today. Dory Blue Ogre also cursed and dragged his giant sword away from the duel location. Huge trees from ancient times. The lush branches and leaves covered half of the sky. Surrounded by these huge trees from ancient times. Two huge wooden houses, looking across the river. The huge log cabin is not new. Some parts of these two huge wooden houses are new, and some parts are very old. There are even new branches growing on some tree trunks. The green twigs show vitality. These two huge wooden houses are the habitat of Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre. Every time they dueled they were tied. They will come back here to rest for a while. Eat some food to replenish your energy. Then the duel ensues. Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre are good friends. But that was before. The two of them have been dueling for 100 years. By the way, why did you fight in the first place? I have long forgotten. All I know is that I made a vow to the god of war. So as a great warrior, they must separate the winners and losers. But it hasn't always been so deserted. Recently, a little girl came and kept bringing various drinks to Dory Blue Ogre. Brigi Red Ogre gritted his teeth in envy. There was only a strange man with the number 3 on his head next to him. Just nagging, not like the cute girl over there. It is said that the two of them are also good friends and are now dueling. Bet on Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre respectively. The strange man with the number 3 on his head is none other than Mr. 3. He spent 3 months planning it. Gained the trust of Brigi Red Ogre. Let Miss Golden Week gain the trust of Dory Blue Ogre. Just for this day, there was no need to be in such a hurry. Because a few days ago, Mr. Point 5 was seriously injured. Run to him, Mr. 3. Doesn't this idiot Mr. Point 5 Mr. 5 not know that Mr. Point 3 Gardino hates idiots like him the most? If not for a new notification from above, ask him and Miss Golden Week to eradicate that strange straw hat pirates. He needed Mr. Point 5 Mr. 5's combat power, and he had already written a report to boss. Let the boss tell Mr. Point 5 Mr. 5 to get out. Bang, bang, boom. A huge explosion suddenly sounded. Brigi Red Ogre suddenly vomited blood from his mouth. Liquor. There's something wrong with the wine. Mr. Point 3 Gardino drank black tea and said elegantly, I'm not a fool to know that there is something wrong with wine. Brigi Red Ogre struggles to pick up the giant axe next to him. Useless. Speaking of which, the giant's body is really terrifying. Even with so many explosives, I can kill you. This amount of explosives can destroy a small island. Brigi Red Ogre stared at those huge eyes. The puzzled Mr. Point 3 said, what are you pretending? I don't understand. Dory Blue Ogre stared at those huge eyes and asked Miss Golden Week in confusion, why? I don't understand. Because the wine is separated by a river, Brigi Red Ogre suddenly explodes. Dory Blue Ogre stood up to see what was going on. Then he found that his hands were weak and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He knew instantly. Is there something wrong with the wine? Little girl, have you been poisoned? The petite Miss Golden Week nodded to Dory while drawing. Why, Miss Golden Week said, because Brigitte Red Ogre asked me to do this, and I really want to reconcile with my friend on the opposite side. Mr. Point 3 Galdino said, actually, I didn't want to. It was Dory Blue Ogre who threatened my friend, so I had no choice but to do this. Dory Blue Ogre, shouted Brigitte Red Ogre. Brigitte Red Ogre, shouted Dory Blue Ogre. Although the warriors of the giants are simple, but such a clumsy lie. There's no way to fool Brigitte Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre, both of them. Dory Blue Ogre looked at Miss Golden Week with complex eyes of pain, unwillingness, hatred, and anger. He shouted loudly, stop lying. East, why do you, little girl, do this? Brigitte Red Ogre yelled, despicable existence. You have insulted the oath of the great god of war. I'm going to kill you. The giant axe and giant sword are just raised high in the air, and there is no way to swing them down. Because Mr. Point 3 Gardino uses the ability of the candle fruit. Wrap the wax liquid around parts of their bodies. Controlled Brigitte Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre. Of course I can't do it normally. But now both of them suffered serious internal injuries. Mr. Point 3 Galdino raised his eyes. Said, actually, I don't want to use such a clumsy trick. This does not fit in with my behavioral aesthetic of Mr. Point 3 Gardino. If I could, I would lay the perfect trap. When you jump in, you still don't know. It's a pity that I don't have enough time. Now I can only change my method. Brigitte Red Ogre's bearded face turned red. Do you think you can control a giant warrior like this? Brigitte Red Ogre struggled with serious injuries, but there were actually signs of breaking free from the candle. Miss Golden Week quickly used different colors of paint to paint on Brigitte Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre. Now the two of them were completely unable to move. Mr. Point 3 Galdino held up the black teacup and said, nice job. Miss Golden Week. Miss Golden Week asked Mr. Point 3 Gardino, now that we have the two of them under control, when will we go capture the Straw Hat crew? Rescue Miss Valentine. Mr. Point 5, who had recovered from his injuries, came out and asked Mr. Point 3 Gardino the same question. Mr. Point 3 Gardino smelled the aroma of the cup of black tea in his hand. He said elegantly and relaxedly, no hurry, no rush. Brgy Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre are old pirates worth 200 million. Now that I've caught him, I can exchange money for marine later. As for the Straw Hat crew, they are also pirates worth 240 million. We need to be careful. The captain offered a bounty of 40 million belly, but the crew offered a bounty of 200 million berry. It's weird no matter how you look at it. Maybe that Usopp with a bounty of 200 million is the real captain. Mr. Point 5 said, Marine's bounty on the Straw Hat Pirates is wrong. Mr. Point 3 Galdino looked up at Mr. Point 5 and said, oh. How do you say that? Tell me the information you know. Mr. Point 5 Mr. 5 said, do you know which one of them defeated me? Alvida, an East Blue female pirate with a bounty of 5 million belly. Mr. Point 3 Galdino was a little surprised. With your strength, how is this possible? Also, I saw red-footed Zepp on the Straw Hat Pirates who previously offered a bounty of 60 million Baileys. He didn't take action at that time. Miss Valentine was even captured in one move by their captain. Their captain is suspected of using Marine 6 Styles moonwalk. Mr. Point 3 Gardino put away his relaxed expression and nodded. Mr. Point 5, the information you provided is very useful. So, the bounty offered by the Straw Hat Pirates exceeds 305 million. It's really incredible that the weakest Eastern Blue Sea actually. There is this kind of pirate with a bounty on his head. You really need to think carefully about how you deal with the Straw Hat crew. Brigitte Red Ogre roared from the side, bah! You despicable bugs. Dory Blue Ogre turned away and said loudly, humph. The god of war will protect his loyal warriors. Dory Blue Ogre knows why Brigitte Red Ogre roars. In addition to being angry, there is also covert movement coming this way. Aha ha ha, aha ha ha, aha ha ha. Strange laughter echoed in the forest of Little Garden. Mr. Point 3 Galdino frowned. I thought, what's going on? Prehistoric Island Little Garden is so big. The trees and animals inside are so big. How can ordinary people who dare to go to the island not get lost? Who is coming straight here? The people who came were none other than the Straw Hat crew. Don't ask why they come straight here. As Mr. Point 3 said, Prehistoric Island is so big. In fact, Luffy didn't know they were here either. The reason why I came straight here. It's because the animals here come looking for Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre. I want to make trouble for Straw Hat crew. Lure them to find the strongest being on Prehistoric Island. No way. These dinosaurs were tortured crazy by Luffy and the others. This group of people came up and beat up different dinosaurs without saying a word. Each crew member then mounts a dinosaur. Forget it. The one in the straw hat actually wanted to eat dinosaurs. Next to him was the blonde man with curly eyebrows and a blonde braided beard. They even started discussing how to cook the dinosaur. Because they have never cooked with dinosaur meat before. Captain's proposal. A really good subject for chefs. Why not catch a few more and try different cooking methods? Such a cruel topic. How could the dinosaurs hear this? No way. The dinosaurs could only run as hard as they could. They know that there are two incredible beings here on Prehistoric Island. So the dinosaur planned to lure Luffy and the others here. Let them kill each other. Luffy. Ahahaha. Sanji. Ahahaha. Zoro. Ahahaha. Kaya also imitated Luffy. Ahahaha. Nami complained. Forget about these three idiots. Miss Kaya, why do you follow suit? Isn't it embarrassing? Seeing Luffy shouting, it felt so interesting, I wanted to give it a try. Huh, is that so, Usopp? Zoro asked, seeing Usopp's surprised expression. Is it the enemy? Usopp, I saw two people as big as mountains. Kaya, who is knowledgeable, said, that must be the giant race. Kaya sits on a dinosaur and experiences unprecedented happiness. There are always so many happy things just from following Luffy's adventures. Zoro said, giants, Luffy exclaimed. Giants, I remember, I know who they are. Move forward. I'm taking the first step. Rubber raised high. Luffy threw the dinosaur under him in the direction of the giant that Usopp said. Rubber jump. Luffy stretched out his hand again, pulled the dinosaur, and jumped up. Aha ha ha. Boom, boom. Luffy and the giant dinosaur fell from the sky. Overwhelming and lots of huge trees. Stir up a pile of dust. Easy's. Luffy kept coughing. The dinosaur under his butt was so frightened that he even forgot to cough. Wait for the dust to disappear. Only then did Luffy see Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre whose limbs were covered with candles. Hey, are you the captains of the giant pirates, Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre? Brigi Red Ogre stared at Luffy with wide eyes and a surprised look on his face, without saying a word. Dory Blue Ogre nodded. From the looks of you, they should be Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre. I wonder how you got covered in candles. Okay, I get it now. Was it caused by Mr. Point 3 Gardino? Where are they? Brigi Red Ogre looked like he had seen a ghost. Said, don't you know where they are? Luffy tilted his head and said, how do I know where they are? It's because I don't know that I'm asking you. Dory Blue Ogre looked at Luffy speechlessly and said, they are right under the butt of the dinosaur you are sitting on. Luffy's face was full of surprise. I seem to have seen this plot somewhere. Dory Blue Ogre asked, are you sure you didn't mean it? Brigi Red Ogre also followed Dory Blue Ogre and asked the man in the straw hat. Are you sure you didn't mean it? Luffy scratched his head and said, I really didn't mean it. However, I did come to see these people. Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre frowned when they heard that Luffy came to see these bad guys. He thought to himself, it turns out they know each other, are they accomplices? Luffy saw the expressions on Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre and knew they had misunderstood. He quickly waved his hands and said, you have misunderstood. They and I are enemies. Only then did Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre breathe a sigh of relief. But he didn't let his guard down. Mr. Point 3 Gardino has not revealed his true colors before. The two of them also regarded Mr. Point 3 Gardino and Miss Golden Week as friends, so they fell into the trap of Mr. Point 3 Gardino. Luffy jumped off the dinosaur's back. The dinosaur let out a very human sigh of relief. See its back as Luffy leaves. Finally got rid of this strange man. He ran away without a trace. Luffy walked up to the dinosaur and dropped from the sky. The edge of the crater that was smashed out with the dinosaur's big ass. Sure enough, I found Mr. Point 3 Gardino, Mr. Point 5 Mr. 5 and a cute kid Miss Golden Week. The big butt of the dinosaur fell from the sky because it was in a hurry. Mr. Point 3 Gardino had no time to use wax fruit, forming a strong defensive candle house. So the three of them were directly hit and seriously injured. Mr. Point 3 Gardino said to himself that he was very smart and always looked down on others. As a result, I met a big fool like Luffy. He was killed before he could take action. And he didn't even see the person who killed them before he fainted. How can one use the word tragic to describe it? Luffy hadn't admired the three of them for long. Zoro, Usopp and their group also arrived one after another. The sharp-eyed Usopp quickly discovered the three people in the pit. Usopp said, "Luffy, is that the bomb-throwing Mr. Point 5 we met at Whiskey Peak before?" Others were prompted by Usopp and also focused on the big hole. Nefeltari Vivi said, "It is Mr. Point 5, and the other two seem to be Mr. Point 3 and Miss Golden Week." After careful observation, the former Mr. 8 Ikaram also said, "It is indeed the Golden Week of Mr. Point 3 and Miss." Ikaram sat on the back of the dinosaur, looked at Luffy and sighed, "This is a powerful person." In just a few days, he killed several senior cadres of the Baroque working group. This person must be the nemesis of Baroque works. Kaya looked at Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre lying on the ground and exclaimed, "Is this a giant? It's really big." Nami also exclaimed, "Wow. This is also the first time I have seen the legendary giants. They are really tall." Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre also noticed Kaya and Nami being complimented by these two ridiculously beautiful beauties. They also blushed all the time. Being cautious, they had been eavesdropping on the conversations of Luffy's companions. Only then was it confirmed that Luffy and his group were not with the Baroque working group. Kuina and Zoro focus on Dory Blue Ogre's giant sword. Kuina asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Giant, are you also a swordsman?" Dory Blue Ogre, "Ha ha ha, don't be so polite, just call me Dory Blue Ogre, your captain is still our savior." "Yes, I have practiced swordsmanship for more than 100 years. I am a powerful swordsman." More than 100 years of swordsmanship. After listening, Kuina and Zoro looked at Dory Blue Ogre with admiring eyes. Seeing the expressions of Kuina and Zoro, Dory Blue Ogre looked at Brigi Red Ogre with a proud expression and provocative eyes. "Did you see, Lousy is more popular than you, whether it is the previous Miss Golden Week or the two swordsmen now." Brigi Red Ogre was so angry that he gritted his teeth and vowed to throw away his axe later. "Isn't it just practicing swordsmanship? Who can't?" Usopp exclaimed. Dory Blue Ogre, "Wow, I know you guys. I heard your stories when I was a kid." Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre were the strongest sea warriors 100 years ago. Pipe exclamation mark quote. "I didn't expect to see you two idols today. I have wanted to be like you since I was a child, a great sea warrior." Hear Usopp's words. Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre's favorability towards Usopp keeps rising. Who doesn't want to be worshipped as an idol, and who doesn't want to have little fans? Brigi Red Ogre burst out laughing. The loud and hearty laughter made the pterosaurs and birds in the forest fly up. Said, "Really, I didn't expect 100 years to pass. It's really surprising that there are still people who remember the story of the two of us and regard us as idols. Usopp, how come you are fixed to the ground by the wax liquid? There are not many people in the sea who can hit you too, right?" Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre heard Usopp's question. I was very embarrassed for a moment and my face turned a little red. Oops, it was a miscalculation, and I actually caused embarrassment among my little fans. I feel even more disgusted with Mr. 3. So Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre told Usopp the story honestly. Usopp was very angry after hearing this, and then took out his slingshot and used a gunpowder star to fuse the candles on the two giants, making them free from the shackles of the candles. The beautiful and kind-hearted Kaya heard Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre say that they were internally injured by Mr. Point 3 using explosives and poison because of their carelessness. He quickly took out the medicine made from the medicinal fruit and healed the two of them. However, because Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre were so huge, Kaya's stock of medicines was all used up in one go. Brigitte Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre break free from those candles. I moved my hands and feet and felt that my body was very relaxed. I know this because Wei Ya uses a specially formulated drug with an increased dosage of crystals. Healed both of them. He was injured by Mr. Point 3 using explosives and poison before. Even the two of them have been dueling for 100 years, and their hidden wounds, big and small, have been cured. This moved Brigitte Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre to tears. This time the Straw Hat crew can't be punished. What's the situation? Usopp quickly went up and asked, "What's wrong? Did we do something wrong?" Kaya also asked with concern, "Is the wound still hurting?" Then Brigitte Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre wiped away their tears. Kneel down to Luffy, said, "Actually, we both made an oath to the god of war before. If someone knocks down Mr. Point 3 and Golden Week, rescues us, and at the same time makes us convinced, then the two of us are willing to put aside our pride, surrender to him, and become his subordinates. Now, Captain Straw Hat Luffy, will you accept the allegiance of Brigitte Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre?" Brigitte Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre's sudden allegiance made Luffy very happy. "Of course you are welcome. Get up and speak. Get up and speak." Luffy also wants to imitate some kings and personally support those who are loyal to him. This will show that Luffy is thirsty for talents and is a good leader to follow. The problem is that there is no way in reality. Blue Ogre and Red Ogre are giants, as big as hills, and Luffy's height cannot reach them. Luffy shouted, "Come on. Let's start the party." Zapu touched his golden braided beard and said, "Are you really going to eat dinosaur food?" Sanjishi also said, "Challenging unknown ingredients is the basic quality of a chef." Brigitte Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre burst out laughing. "We have been on Taiku Island for more than 100 years. We know what delicious food there is. Let's take you there. There are many delicacies that can only be found on Prehistoric Island." Zapu said in surprise, "That's right when you think about it, Brat Sanji. I remember I encountered some strange ingredients in Grand Line before. Prehistoric Island, this special environment in the ancient times, must have all kinds of delicious and undiscovered ingredients that we don't know about. My chef's soul never stops burning just thinking about so many unknown delicacies on the Grand Line. It looks like today will be a different kind of banquet." Zapu, Sanji, Zoro, and Kuina followed Brigitte Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre to Prehistoric Island to find the delicious food in their mouths. Stop by to hunt some dinosaurs and other ancient beasts. Kaya and Nami, Princess Vivi, and Ikaram. Then prepare some utensils on site for the banquet. Luffy captured Mr. Point 3, Mr. Point 5, and Miss Golden Wednesday. Imprisoned in the Castle Fruit. The old rules are that Mr. Point 3 and Mr. Point 5 are sent to underground prisons. For example, Miss Golden Week is locked in the same room as Miss Valentine. Originally, it was very troublesome to deal with these power users. But the seawater pool designed by the Queen of Hearts last time for the opponent's ability user is very useful. Soaking Mr. Point 3 and Mr. 5 in the seawater, Luffy closed the prison door. Just then Mr. Point 3 Gardino and Mr. Point 5 Mr. 5 woke up. Mr. Point 3 Gardino asked feebly through the iron bars, under the influence of the seawater, "Who are you? Do you know who you're arresting? Catch us and you'll be in big trouble." Mr. Point 5 Mr. 5, Mr. Point 3, he is the Straw Hat Luffy. Mr. Point 3 Gardino was shocked. He was captured by the target. Before Mr. Point 3 could even read the reward notice, he was knocked unconscious by Luffy. So before Mr. Point 3, I really didn't know what Straw Hat Luffy looked like. Of course I know who you are. Senior cadres in the Baroque working group, and I also know what your real names are. And who is your boss behind the scenes? I just love causing big trouble, ha ha ha. And you should thank me. Baroque Working Society failed its mission, what will be the consequences? You should know very well. It's not me who has to worry about your boss behind the scenes, it's you. Now you'd better pray that the winner is me, not your boss. Luffy originally planned to leave, but he was so arrogant when he saw that Mr. Point 3 was captured. Deliberately irritating the two of them with words. Seeing the two of them dejected, Luffy happily left the underground prison of the Castle Fruit. Go to the room where Miss Valentine and Miss Golden Week are locked. The living room conditions are pretty good. Of course it can't compare to the customized rooms of the Straw Hat Pirates crew. Miss Golden Week has no special abilities. Just handcuffs. Stop the test. Her feet were connected to iron balls with iron chains to limit her movement speed. Miss Valentine is a person with the ability to eat a kilogram fruit. So it's also necessary to soak in a seawater pool. Before Miss Golden Week was not caught, Miss Valentine was alone in this room and soaked in the seawater for several days. Luffy delivers meals every day. I would also come over from time to time to admire Miss Valentine's figure in the sea. Ask Miss Valentine if he wants to surrender and give birth to Luffy's child. Although Miss Valentine has always refused, Luffy is always happy to do it and asks her every day. But today Luffy has a new customer, Miss Golden Week. Miss Golden Week looks very young, but in fact she is 1 or 2 years older than Princess Vivi and Luffy. She is a legal Lolita. Luffy asked Miss Golden Week with a smile. What's your name? Miss Golden Week replied expressionlessly. I tell you, what are the benefits of me? Luffy, let me think about it. It's impossible to let you out, but I can give you some preferential treatment, such as food. Miss Golden Week, I want a paintbrush. Luffy, that won't work. I know you can use brushes and paints to create psychological suggestions. Miss Golden Week, what about taking off the chains on your hands? Luffy, no, it's just a name, and you can only get the benefits of matching. Luffy, unless you're willing to give me a baby. Miss Golden Week, can you let me go if I give you a baby? Luffy, of course, only if you are willing, Zhao Zhao Hao, to have a child with me. Luffy, from now on you are my wife and one of my own. Luffy, of course I will let you go. Miss Golden Week, even if I give birth to a child for you, it doesn't mean that I am your own person. Luffy smiled evilly and said, hey, you still want to go back? Miss Golden Week nodded. The boss is very good to me. Luffy remembered that in the original pirate world, Miss Golden Week did know that after his boss and other colleagues were arrested, he chose to rescue them. She is a kind girl. In this way, Luffy wants to get Miss Golden Week even more. Luffy, you have failed your mission. Your boss will soon send Mr. Point 2 or Mr. Point 1 to hunt you down. Luffy, you want to go back? Miss Golden Week was silent for a moment. I need time to think about your words. Luffy nodded. No problem, you have plenty of time to think. But if you cooperate, I will give you some preferential treatment. Then Luffy was about to leave and close the door. Miss Golden Week, wait a minute. Miss Golden Week, my name is Mariano. Miss Golden Week Mariano, I can have a baby with you, but can you let go of Mr. Point 3 and Mr. 5? Miss Golden Week did not ask Luffy to release Miss Valentine because she knew that Luffy would not agree. Luffy smiled evilly and said, of course, but in this case, I won't let you go. Miss Valentine, Miss Golden Week, don't listen to him. The pirate's words are not trustworthy. Miss Golden Week said expressionlessly, Miss Valentine, we have been captured. Even if this pirate wants to use force, what can we do? They are pirates, they can do it. Miss Golden Week Mariano's words. Miss Valentine fell into silence. Yes, they have been captured. There is no power of choice at all. Miss Valentine bit his lower lip. Miss Golden Week, what should I do if the pirate behind him goes back on his word? You are like being wasted by a pig. You can't trust what a pirate says. As pirate hunters, we know best, don't we? Miss. During the Golden Week, he still maintained a calm expression. Said, try Luo. The worst that can happen is that he breaks his promise. If this Straw Hat pirate breaks his promise, it means we can't believe a word of what he says next. If he doesn't break his promise, then at least Mr. Point 3 and Mr. 5 can be rescued. They will bring the boss to rescue us. Luffy didn't take Mariano's words seriously at all. Instead, he deliberately asked Mariano, is it appropriate to say these words in front of me? So you plan to ask Mr. Point 3 and Mr. Point 5 to find reinforcements to rescue you? I think you trusted the wrong person. Miss Golden Week Mariano, these words were originally meant for you. And I believe them. Miss Valentine, who has always been cold-blooded, listened to Miss Golden Week. Some were moved by Miss Golden Week. Miss Valentine said to Miss Golden Week with red eyes, Miss Golden Week, then you shouldn't agree to him. We can just wait here for boss to rescue us. Luffy ignored Miss Valentine and walked up to Miss Golden Week. He asked her with a serious expression, Marianu, you mean you are willing to give birth to a child for me? Miss Golden Week. Marianu nodded. He said with an indifferent expression, I said, it's just my position, I don't have any extra choice. And I heard Mr. Point 3 say that this kind of thing is not a big deal. The only condition is that you must release Mr. Point 5 and Mr. Point 3. Luffy nodded and said, no problem. I can satisfy you with this condition. Luffy, then let's get started. Marianu, now. Luffy nodded again. Marianu, here. Luffy nodded again. Marianu, Nary summation O_O. Marianu was a little confused. She didn't expect Luffy to be so impatient. She didn't prepare herself mentally for being watched. Marianu's calmness just now disappeared and she said loudly, cannot be here. Luffy, the conditions you just met did not include this. Miss Valentine next to her was also unwilling, she didn't want to watch the live broadcast. Miss Valentine, how could you do this? Luffy ignored Miss Valentine's opinion. The sound of rough tearing of cloth. Marianu had no strength to stop Luffy's behavior. Although Marianu is usually calm. And we have done enough psychological construction on this matter. Only then did he agree to Luffy's request. But things came to an end. Marianu still couldn't control herself. Get scared. After all, this is the first time I have encountered this kind of thing. She was a little unsure. I hope Mr. Point 3 didn't lie to him. I can only close my eyes tightly. Tears of grievance and unwillingness flowed from the corners of his eyes. It's a pity that Luffy doesn't intend to let Marianu go like this. Luffy, Marianu, please open your eyes and look at me, otherwise the agreement between Marianu and I will be invalid. Marianu said with tears in her eyes, you bully people. Luffy smiled and said, next, Marianu, you will know what it means to bully you. Don't worry, I will be gentle at first. Miss Valentine wanted to cover his eyes. But he had no strength because of the sea water. So he quickly closed his eyes. But those sounds kept reaching Miss Valentine's ears. Miss Valentine heard this. Luffy is no longer the clumsy Luffy from Windmill Town. The battle-hardened Luffy. Miss Marianu is completely powerless during Golden Week. It didn't take long to completely collapse. But they were both happy. Sorry Miss Valentine. Listen to the live broadcast of Miss Valentine right here. After all, I couldn't help but quietly opened a gap. I want to see the unknown world. Miss Valentine. Is this what it looks like? Miss Valentine. No big deal. Luffy. Rubber blaster. Miss Valentine. Luffy. Rubber machine gun. Miss Golden Week. It's different from what Mr. Point 3 said. Luffy. Giant rubber gun. Miss Golden Week cried and said, asshole Mr. Point 3 lied to me. Mr. Point 3 Gardino in the underground prison sneezed. Mr. Point 3 Galdino, who is talking bad about me? Is it the Straw Hat Luffy just now? MDBCDISS. Valentine. Sigma 4. Miss Valentine. What? You can actually become so big. Luffy. Hockey. Armed color coverage. Miss Valentine. 0. Miss Valentine. Are there so many tricks? Luffy. Rubber screw gun. Miss Valentine. 0.0. Miss Valentine. What is this his devil fruit ability? Miss Valentine. A. Miss Valentine. That's outrageous. There is such an evil devil fruit. Miss Valentine yelled. Luffy, stop it. Miss Valentine. Miss Golden Week makes you roll your eyes. Luffy blushed and touched his nose. Looking at Miss Golden Week Marianu who has fainted. I also felt that what I did was wrong. You shouldn't be so harsh on a little girl. Obviously I wasn't like this before. Big Sister Makino said that I am very gentle towards girls. Hey, is it because Miss Valentine is watching? Guess so. Later I found Miss Valentine peeking. I don't know why I suddenly became excited. It's a little bit careless to start with. Luffy felt that what he did was indeed a bit excessive. The more Luffy thought about it, the more guilty he became. Secretly thought, I have to compensate Marianu well. So after Luffy calmed down, he picked up the petite Marianu in a princess hug and walked directly to the door. Miss Valentine suddenly became anxious when he saw Luffy's move. Afraid that Luffy would be detrimental to Miss Golden Week, he shouted loudly with a little cry, "Asshole Luffy, what else do you want to do? Where do you plan to take Miss Golden Week?" "Luffy, I took her to rinse her. She is fine, don't worry, I will take good care of her." After saying that, Luffy closed the door. "Leave this room." Witness the whole process. Miss Valentine bit his lower lip, feeling a little frightened. "It's too scary. Even if I die, I won't agree to Luffy's request." Luffy helped the unconscious Marianu wash up, put on brand new clothes again, then gently place her in another room. Just came out of the castle fruit. At this time, Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre walked back to their habitat while carrying huge prey on their backs. Zep standing on the shoulders of Brigi Red Ogre. Not knowing what to say to Brigi Red Ogre, Dory Blue Ogre wiped the corners of his mouth from time to time, as if he would drool if he didn't wipe it. Zoro and Kuina, standing on Dory Blue Ogre's shoulders, have been discussing swordsmanship with Dory Blue Ogre. When the discussion got heated, they managed to make gestures with their hands. It can be vaguely heard. Dory Blue Ogre for Zoro and Kuina. Explain the use of swordsmanship. If you use these techniques, your swordsmanship cuts will be more powerful. If you use those techniques, your swordsmanship cuts will be faster. Dory Blue Ogre also told Zoro and Kuina. And haki is not just a simple covering on the sword, which is the ordinary usage. Armament haki can be mobile. Kuina. Armament haki flows. Dory Blue Ogre. Yeah, that's an advanced usage. Gathered together, it feels like wind or water. Dory Blue Ogre then made gestures with his hands and said to Zoro and Kuina, it should not just cover the surface of the body, but should flow like wind or water. It can also be attached to weapons to increase attack power. Even stronger ones can swing haki out and attack the enemy from a distance. Zoro asked, is this technique difficult to master? Dory Blue Ogre. Isn't it hard to look at people? Brigi Red Ogre and I learned it in 3 days. But it took me a year to master the advanced technique of attacking haki from a distance. It will take 3 years until you can use it proficiently. Dory Blue Ogre touched his head and smiled. I'll let you see the advanced technique of using haki to attack from a distance another day. Brigi Red Ogre and I both use this technique, and we giants don't have secret techniques that are passed down by word of mouth. But you should lay a solid foundation now and master the basic skill of armed color covering first. Mr. Zapu is a good teacher. He can actually help you master the concept of haki in such a short period of time. Brigi Red Ogre. Ha ha ha. I care more about being the world's best chef than Mr. Zapu's status as a teacher. Mr. Zapu only uses words to describe the delicacies he is waiting to make. My stomach is already growling and my saliva is almost flowing. I can't wait. Zapu stroked his golden braided beard and said with a smile, it's not as exaggerated as you said. I will ask you to help me later. I have no experience in dealing with these ancient creatures. Brigi Red Ogre. No problem, I will tell us how the giants cook these foods. Hey, it's Mr. Zapu, the best chef in the world. Don't laugh at me, who is not good at cooking. Zapu laughed and said, Brgy, you are so humble. I am also surprised. Mr. Brigi, under your rugged appearance, you actually have superb cooking skills. Dory Blue Ogre couldn't see Brigi Red Ogre being praised, so he interjected, we start quickly, don't dawdle, my cooking skills are as good as Brigi Red Ogre. Brigi Red Ogre said unhappily, humph. How about we compete again? Dory Blue Ogre, it's a competition. How can you beat me like that? I can do everything you can. Yes, on prehistoric island for 100 years. Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre battle it out. No less than 1,000 competition methods have been changed. Various competitions. Guess the game. Both parties cannot use knowledge. Cooking, embroidery, painting, musical instruments. Sprint, swim, sing and dance. Before you know it, Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre. From two rough giants who only know how to be reckless. Become two versatile literary giants. He is a super giant who has truly achieved all-round talents in both civil and military affairs. If only the two of them could return to the land of giants. It will surely shock their citizens. Although the results of the 1000 competitions were all tied, I really can't think of any tricks to try later. Back to the most primitive method. Just use hard power to force PK. Zapu smoothed things over. Let me make a fool of myself this time to Mr. Dory and Mr. Brigi. To celebrate your official joining the Straw Hat Pirates, Captain Luffy will definitely entertain you with the best wine and the best dishes. Brigi Red Ogre. Fine wine. Ha ha ha. I like it. Dory Blue Ogre. You can also wash away the bad memories of being poisoned and explosives in bad wine by them before. Usopp. Two giant idols. Our Straw Hat Pirates banquet also has a special dance. Under Usopp's funny dance, Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre laugh all the time. Zapu also showed off his amazing cooking skills. Especially the scene where he uses armament hockey to cut dinosaur meat is a joy to watch every time. Shangjishi is a soup made from various strange ancient plants and the bones of ancient beasts. Since the soup to be cooked is too big, Brigi Red Ogre is needed to help stir it. Dory Blue Ogre is helping Zapu. The aroma of the soup stock was so strong that it attracted many other animals. To Dory Blue Ogre, these beasts are tomorrow's food. Or the kind that throws itself into a trap. Dory Blue Ogre's ferocious performance made the dinosaurs that used to be Luffy's mounts tremble. Afraid of angering them, become part of that pot of soup. Become the piece of meat being cooked on the big iron plate. Here, thank you for your hard work. Sanji is specially prepared and many large plates are put with stock and some meat pieces. Give it to these dinosaurs to eat. This is the gentle side of the lustful Sanji. After all, these dinosaurs have been carrying them around today. It's to give them some comfort. Brigi Red Ogre. It's so delicious. The world's best chef, he truly deserves his reputation. Dory Blue Ogre. We are going to sail on the Grand Line anyway, so let's just visit the Kingdom of Giants. I want our group of children to experience the delicious food of the world's best chef. Zapu laughed loudly. You have to ask our captain about this. Luffy wolfed down his food and said, okay, we'll go take a look then. Brigi Red Ogre. I haven't felt so full in a long time. Dory Blue Ogre burped. Yeah, I haven't been so full for a long time. Brigi Red Ogre. I didn't dare to eat it before, but then I found out that Captain Luffy can eat it so much, so I started eating it boldly. Dory Blue Ogre blushed and said, me too. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere is very harmonious. This banquet was held from the time the sun went down to the time the moon rose. The next day, fortunately, the new Going Merry ship is very large. Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre successfully boarded the new Going Merry. But you can only stay on the deck. Rocky Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre didn't mind. They had been used to eating and sleeping in the open for the past 100 years. Going Merry sailed forward under the guidance of the record pointer. A super big goldfish suddenly appeared in front of me. Usopp exclaimed, what is this? There are such huge goldfish. Zapu frowned and said, this is the island-eating goldfish on the Grand Line. It's terrible to encounter something like this. Zoro tied a turban on his head and said loudly, Luffy. Let's get ready to fight. Ha ha ha. Wait, don't be nervous, everyone. Two huge bodies stood up from the deck. Then Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre looked at each other and smiled. Everyone, watch out. It's not about covering hockey, it's about flowing. This is what only the strong can master, flowing hockey and attaching it to Wu. Then swing hockey out and attack the enemy from a distance. Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre, Hakoku. Hakoku. Brigi Red Ogre's giant axe is flowingly entangled with black armament hockey. Dory Blue Ogre's great sword is also entangled with hockey like Loki Red Ogre's great axe. In order to let the members of the Straw Hat Pirates see clearly, the Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre are deliberately slow in action. The giant sword and giant axe entwined by the armed overlord collided with each other. Forms an extremely powerful armament hockey slash. Just one hit. It destroyed several island-eating goldfish as big as Prehistoric Island. The entire sea level in front of the new Going Merry. The combined attack of Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre opened up an open and wide sea channel. Brigi Red Ogre. Ha ha ha. As expected, I regained my strength after eating enough. Dory Blue Ogre. Ha ha ha. It's just that the weapon has been used for 100 years and is a bit unbearable. The weapons of Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre were broken due to excessive force after using combined attack. To be honest, the Straw Hat Pirates never thought that the strength of these two people was so terrifying. Zapu, Zoro, mouth, Kuina, mouth, Sanji, mouth, Ikaram sad face 000, Princess Nefeltari Vivi sad face 000, Nami sad face 000, Usopp sad face _0. Usopp's teeth kept chattering, and he grabbed Sanji's shoulders with both hands. Keep shaking the Songis, pointing to the empty sea ahead. Sanji, did you see it? Where's the goldfish? Where's such a big goldfish? Who saw what was in front just now? Usopp. Ababa baba. Sanji nodded like a puppet. Ha 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 ha. Luffy's hearty laughter came from the cabin. Luffy, the two giant uncles are so strong. With teammates like you, as a captain, I feel very relieved. Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre blushed when Luffy praised them. Mumu Nana said a little embarrassedly, it's a pity that our weapons are broken. It will be impossible to use this trick Hakoku in the future. Nami looked up at the two giants and said with a smile, weapons. Aren't they just two weapons? Don't worry, buy it. Buy it. Brigi Red Ogre was a little embarrassed. Weapons for giants like us can only be customized and are very expensive. Nami, we can spend a lot of money to build good weapons. Dory Blue Ogre, we've been fighting for 100 years and have no money. Nami, I have money. I'll lend it to you. I won't count your interest. I'll just deduct it from your income in the future. Nami, when we get to the next island, we'll find a blacksmith to make weapons. Nami's performance made Zoro a little annoyed. Zoro remembered that he wanted to buy a good weapon before, but Nami was not as generous as today. He seems to feel Zoro's resentment. Nami turned to Zoro and said, if you are this strong in the future, I will also be so generous and buy you equipment. Nami touched his proud bear and said, oh, I finally feel relieved. I have been messing around with that idiot Luffy all day long, and I always feel that sooner or later I will die. Ikaram secretly whispered into Princess Weiwei's ear, if we can win over these two giants, I think Alabasta can be saved. Even against Shichibukai's Sir Crocodile. Princess Nefeltari Vivi smiled bitterly and said, I thought too, but it's impossible, if Luffy hadn't saved them both during class. At the same time, due to their oaths to the god of war, these two giants joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Otherwise, as the captains of the giant pirates, it would be impossible for them to stoop to being inferior to others. Princess Nefeltari Vivi frowned and looked at the cheerful Luffy. And I don't want to get them involved in a war that has nothing to do with them. Ikaram was a little anxious. Princess Vivi, we need their power. Princess Nefeltari Vivi smiled bitterly. I will consider it, and I know what the Straw Hat captain wants. Ikaram doesn't know. That Straw Hat Luffy pirate. I want Princess Vivi, the national treasure of Alabasta. The new golden melee, with the help of two giants. Get through this near-miss storm. Then sail forward. After a long time, Usopp made another discovery on the watchtower. He quickly raised his voice and loudly informed the other crew members. Spotted a small boat ahead. There was only one little girl in the boat. Sanji made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted, Usopp, how is that little girl? Is she cute? Usopp yelled at Sanji. How could I possibly see whether she looks cute or not? But things don't look good. Nami thought for a moment and then said, Zoro, put the lifeline on the hook and throw it over to pull the boat over. Zoro frowned and said, there is a girl in the boat that suddenly appeared. Don't you think it's strange? Nami chuckled and said, with the combat power of our current pirate ships, do we need to be so cautious? Zoro nodded, he was indeed worrying too much. Then use the hook inside. Hook the boat on the opposite side. Pull that ship closer to the new Going Merry. Zoro took a look and saw that she was really a little girl, very petite. It feels as petite as the previous Miss Golden Week. The situation is indeed not very good. The little girl has no fresh water and food on the boat. Judging from her signs, it was estimated that she had been dehydrated for almost half a day. Zoro picked her up and climbed onto the new Going Merry along the lifeline. Nami came over and asked Zoro for details. Sanji also came over to see what the little girl in Zoro's arms looked like. Sanji, what a cute little girl. She's my type, Nami said angrily. Why didn't the girl say that when you saw her? Zoro, now is not the time to talk about this. This girl is not in a good condition. Miss Kaya needs to come out and see her. Nami, then send it to the infirmary quickly and let Miss Kaya take a look. Infirmary. After a simple diagnosis by Kaya, it was determined that the little girl was suffering from dehydration. After adding an appropriate amount of normal saline and minerals, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. It was a bit scary to see new faces such as Zoro, Nami and Kaya. Kaya smiled slightly. Don't be nervous, we don't mean any harm. It was the swordsman next to you who saved you. Can you tell us your name? The little girl saw the angelic version of Kaya's smile. Nami standing next to her is also very beautiful. Zoro on the other side has a serious expression, but he is also full of righteousness. Doesn't feel like a bad guy. Then she said timidly, my name is Abisi. Nami smiled and said to Abis, Abis. It's a very cute name. Zoro stepped forward and told her how he discovered Abis and how he brought Abis to the pirate ship. Abis was a little scared. Is this a pirate ship? Nami said, I realized we wouldn't treat you like this. Which island are you a resident of? Wait until we send you back. Usopp pulled the warning buzzer of his own design again. A shrill chirp. D. Usopp looked ahead from the observation tower. Everyone, there is a marine warship ahead, coming towards us. Usopp adjusted his special telescope again. No, it's several marine warships. These warships are targeting us. Quick, turn left. Zapu quickly turned left. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The cannonball hit the sea level and stirred up a lot of waves. The sudden shelling caused Princess Nefeltari Vivi and Ikaram to run out of the cabin and walk to the electrical panel. Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre who were sleeping on the deck were also awakened. The giant sword and axe were broken, but they still had their shields. Zoro also frowned and said, what's going on? I'll call Luffy out. When I heard Usopp shouting, marine warships surrounded him. Abis's face turned a little pale. The sound of shelling continued from behind. Abis even burst into tears. Kaya quickly comforted her. It's okay, don't be afraid. Kaya's gentleness broke down Abis's last line of defense. Abis cried and shouted, they are here to catch me. Woohoo. As soon as these words came out, both Nami and Kaya were surprised. The two looked at each other and exchanged glances. Kaya then asked Abis gently, do they mean marine? Abis nodded. Kaya asked again, you are a little girl and you are not a pirate. Why are they chasing you? Abis said unhappily, I'm no longer small, I've already grown. 17 years old. Nami and Kaya looked in disbelief. Abis was a little angry when she saw Nami and Kaya's expressions. Pouting. Why are they chasing me? I can't say. Kaya asked. Why? Abis shook her head and insisted not to say anything. Nami said to Kaya, it may be some kind of treasure, so she is afraid that we can spy on her treasure. On deck, Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre used their huge shields to block all the cannonballs from the opposing marine warship. Brigi Red Ogre, if I still have my axe, I'll let them know how powerful I am. Dory Blue Ogre, look out, the bomb is coming again. At this time, Luffy was pulled out of the castle fruit by Zoro. Zapu asked, Luffy, should we retreat directly now or? Luffy is doing cheerful sports with Miss Golden Week. Yes, right in front of Miss Valentine. The result is this group of inexplicable marines. Going Merry who came and bombarded him for no reason. Let Zoro come and interrupt his after-meal exercise. Now that I'm so angry, I don't want to choose to retreat directly. Luffy shouted to Usopp in the watchtower, how many warships are there on the other side? Usopp Kaido, about 13 ships. Judging from the flags and ship markings, they are the 8th Marine Branch Admiral's fleet. Please give me flowers. Luffy was overjoyed and shouted, okay, Usopp, now I even know where the other side is coming from. Usopp said, they painted it on the side of the boat. It's hard not to figure it out. Luffy laughed, then touched his chin and thought. One time. 13 ships, Marine Branch 8. No problem, no rush. Luffy said to Zapu. Uncle Zapu, don't worry about anything, just drive the boat aboard. Then he said to Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre, please help the two giant uncles to deal with the cannonballs. When we rush to the front to take over the battle, you can fight the pain on the front peak. Bitter. Quote. Brigi Red Ogre said, it's no problem. It's really frustrating for me to keep blocking. Luffy. Big rubber balloon. Seeing Luffy, he chose to go ahead. Zoro and Kuina also drew their weapons. Sanji quickly climbed up the watchtower to replace Usopp. Have Usopp go to the shelling room and return fire. The opposite warship shelled. Bang, bang, bang. The two giants blocked with their shields. Pong, pong, pong. Usopp fired back with artillery fire. Boom. Luffy fires back the cannonball with rubber fruit. Boom, boom. A Going Merry was able to outshine the 13 Marine warships on the opposite side. Captain Marine saluted Nelson Roy and said, Admiral Nelson Roy, the pirate ship opposite is rushing towards you. The extremely obese Nelson Roy sat on a huge chair with a belly bigger than 10 months of pregnancy. He said with a dark face, a pirate ship, what are you afraid of? We have 13 Marine warships. What if Marine is afraid of pirates? Whoever stops me from getting the 1,000-year dragon's dragon bone, I will kill him. When I use the dragon bone of the 1,000-year dragon to make the elixir, I will finish my share. The rest will be given to the 5 elders. I, Nelson Roy, will become the Marine Marshal in minutes. Nelson Roy slammed the table and loudly lectured the sailors, you idiots. Why don't you do anything for me? Destroy the pirates. Capture Abyss. Yes, Admiral Marine, let's go fight now. Nelson Roy yelled again. Eric, where are you going? Eric stood aside, polishing his nails, and said with a relaxed expression, I have been here all the time, is it time for me to take action? Nelson Roy, yes, go ahead. When have I ever wronged you in terms of compensation? Eric wore sunglasses and smiled sinisterly. Except for Abyss, I'll kill everyone else, no problem. The obese Nelson Roy laughed and said, no problem. A group of pirates, it is not a pity to die, I will bear all the consequences. At the helm of Zapu, Luffy was escorted by Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre. The new Going Merry rushed into the encirclement of Marine warships intact. Luffy shouted, you have been surrounded by my Straw Hat Luffy pirates. Surrender quickly. The sailors on the 13 Marine warships on the opposite side were laughed out loud by Luffy's words, and the laughter on the other side could be heard across the sea level. Ikarim quickly came out to stop Luffy and said, the main force of Marine Detachment 8 is on the other side. You are too reckless. Luffy pushed Ikarim away and shouted loudly, I am the captain. And we are pirates, the freest people on the sea. Combatants, charge forward with me. Yes. Luffy rushed forward head first. Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre also laughed and rushed behind with giant shields raised. Zoro, Kuina, and Sanji followed closely behind. Princess Nefeltari Vivi also took her weapons and rushed forward. Ikarim. Ikarim had no choice but to rush forward to protect Princess Vivi. The battle was very intense for a while. The Straw Hat Pirates are many masters. The 8th Marine Branch has more people and more warships. For a while, the fights continued. Call out. A gust of wind blew past. Eric appears on the deck of Going Merry. Eric. Stupid pirates, the combatants have all run out, now I can slowly find Abyss. Eric opened a door and found the beautiful Nami changing clothes. Nami also saw Eric and exclaimed, ah, Eric. Oh, there is such a beautiful woman. Do not kill me. Nami's eyes were red and she covered her graceful figure with her clothes. Eric drooled and said, don't worry, beauty, as long as you tell me where Abyss is, I won't kill you. Nami shivered and said, what are you doing with Abyss? Eric smiled. You are going to be my woman anyway, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. Abyss knows about the legendary Millennium Dragon. The dragon bones of the 1,000-year dragon can make elixir of death. Nelson Roy, that idiot thought I would hand Abyss over to him. When I get the elixir, I can make friends with the 4 emperors, the 5-star elder. I'll have whatever I want when the time comes. Ha 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 ha. Eric laughed wildly, seeming to be imagining a bright future. Chapter 91. So this is it, the 1,000-year dragon, the elixir of death. It's indeed a tempting thing. I didn't expect that a little girl randomly picked up at sea could hide such a big secret. Nami sat on the ground and muttered to himself. Eric grinned and said, "Okay, lovely little girl, first tell me where Abyss is hiding on this ship. When I find Abyss, I will let you, little girl, experience real happiness." Nami said with tears in her big eyes, "Really? In fact, I was also kidnapped by the pirates on this ship. I am not the same group as them. The Abyss you mentioned is hiding behind that door." Eric looked at the door Nami pointed to. Having been a marine mercenary for many years, he still has the due caution. I won't forget Nami because of her stunning beauty. Eric. Sickle Flurry. The wooden door Nami pointed to was easily destroyed by Eric's sickle fruit ability. Ah! Nami screamed when she saw Eric destroying the wooden door with his devil fruit ability. Nami nodded shyly, touched her chest with lingering fear, and said in a coquettish voice, "I was scared to death just now." "Brother, your ability is really amazing." The shy voice coupled with Nami's cute face and proud figure. Eric had an inexplicable desire to show off in front of this beauty. It seems to be to get more praise from Nami. Eric proudly told Nami the effect of his ability. "Beautiful little kitten, I am a person with abilities who ate the sickle fruit. It's very impressive. I've never seen it before. You're such a capable little girl." Nami nodded shyly. Eric became more enthusiastic. "Brother, my abilities are more than what you see. I wielded the wind blade, which was powerful enough to cut through the rocks easily. The number of wind blades is related to the speed of my hand swing. The faster the speed, the more wind blades. The wind blade does not have the color of. No matter how strong the opponent's eyes are, he can barely see the deformation of the air, and can kill people invisible." Look at Nami's adoring eyes. It made Eric want to catch Abyss quickly. Then carefully experience the taste of this beauty in front of you. The fragments of the wooden door broken by Eric fell to the ground. There is no wooden door to block it. Abyss tied to a chair. Sure enough, he appeared in the room. Nami, who looked helpless, didn't lie. Only now did Eric let down his guard. There was no doubt in his mind that he walked into the room. After checking, even though she was unconscious, it turned out to be Abyss herself. At this time, my heart was calm. Eric laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, everything is under my control." He didn't wait for Eric to finish laughing. Yeah. It was still the same voice, but instead of shyness, there was only cold disgust. Eric was shocked, turning to look at Nami outside the door. At this time, Nami was not as scared and charming as before. Those cold eyes were full of disgust. Looking at Eric was like looking at a dead person. Nami said with a cold face, "Daddy Zapu still won't take action. This person has no value anymore." "Haha, wasn't I waiting behind the door for you to say something, Nami?" Eric realized something was wrong at this time. As a marine mercenary for many years, he had to react quickly, and the sickle wind immediately accumulated in his palm. "Young man, your reaction is very good, but it's a pity that you misjudged your opponent. Secondly, you messed with the last woman on this ship." The voice came from behind Eric. "Not this cute girl in front of me." Eric couldn't care less about being surprised at this time. Without turning his head, he suddenly threw the sickle wind blade behind him. Sickle wind blade. It's a pity that I felt lonely. There was nothing behind Eric. Devil wind legs hellfire. Eric had no way of seeing the enemy appear there. Decisively release the defensive devil fruit ability. Sickle tornado. Focus on yourself. A tornado appeared that swirled around him. Unfortunately, it still has no effect. He was attacked by an unknown enemy at a speed that his eyes could not catch. Continuous kicks. First he kicked the tornado away. Then he kicked him directly in the abdomen. Eric screamed in pain. Ah! Powerful kicking skills coupled with the fire wrapped around Haki. Let Eric burn directly into a torch in midair. Eric struggled desperately, and finally turned into ashes and fell into the sea in vain. Zapu made an elegant spin and landed easily. The burning foot quickly kicked the fire several times in the air, quickly extinguishing the fire. Zapu said with a reproachful tone, "Nami, don't take such a risk next time." Nami stuck out her tongue and said coquettishly, "Isn't it because Father Zapu is here that I am so bold? You can't do it even if I'm here. What if someone is better?" Zapu said with a glare. Nami said coquettishly. Okay, I won't be so reckless next time. But now we know what Abisi's secret is. 1,000-year-old dragon, elixir of life. I don't know if Luffy knows anything, but as a woman, I am tempted. Zapu said calmly. Although there are all kinds of wonderful things on the Grand Line, not all rumors are true. At least I didn't take the elixir. Nami said mischievously. Hee hee. Dad Zapu, of course you have to give it a try when you go out on an adventure. Even if you get nothing, it is still a gain. Jep said. In the end, it depends on Captain Luffy's opinion. Nami rolled her eyes and looked at Abis. He thought to himself, I don't know what Luffy's character is yet. He will definitely be attracted to such a cute little girl. The other side, the 8th Marine Branch led by Admiral Nelson Roy, marine warships and the main force of the Straw Hat Luffy pirates fought a desperate duel. In the sea breeze, the waves in the sea rose and fell, and white waves slapped on the ship. A seemingly peaceful scene, but it couldn't cover up the noisy bombardment of artillery fire. Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre hold shields against the cannonball. Rampage. Armament hockey wraps around the shield. One impact, like a bowling ball, scattered all the sailors and fell into the sea. Usopp even sat directly on Brigi Red Ogre's shoulders. Throw away flame stars and fuel stars without any scruples. Powerful fire surrounded the warship. The Marines were again hampered by Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre. There was no way to put out the fire. I can only watch as warships are set on fire by Usopp. The newly acquired Yukizuki and 3rd-generation Kidetsu were wielded by Zoro. With the demon sword Murasama given to him by Luffy. One person clears a warship. Kuina's right hand is Taichimanji, and her left hand is Zangetsu. He skillfully uses his sense of color and his elegant posture to dance among the sailors. Now she is trying the concept of Dory Blue Ogre armament hockey, but the flowing hockey is really difficult to master and she has never been able to get the hang of it. On the contrary, the more I use it, the more proficient I become. I don't know if it's because Princess Vivi is behind me. Sanji's performance was amazing. He was seen using his hands as feet, supporting himself on the deck of the marine warship. Both feet are spread out in midair like a horse. The whole person was walking upside down and spinning. Devil Wind Double Demon Hellfire. Sanji's powerful spin, combined with the hellfire of his feet. A powerful whirlwind of flames formed on the entire warship, continuously flying the naval soldiers into the sky. The fire on his feet continued to consume all the oxygen in the air. A suffocation zone was drawn out by Sanji alone. The other sailors completely lost their fighting spirit. Luffy was even more ferocious, driving in 2nd gear. Use Marine 6 styles to hammer the Marines of the 8th Marine Branch. Beat the Marine with the Marine Heritage skill. Killing people also kills the heart. It refers to people like Luffy. Nelson Roy's fat body kept shaking with anger. All sailors, come to Lousy. This is an order. The other side has fewer people. We have more people. They're so tired that they're exhausted. I have notified the Marines from other Marine branches to come over. Persistence is our victory. Helpless, the first level of officialdom crushes people to death. The sailors really obeyed the order and rushed forward. If Dory Blue Ogre and Brigi Red Ogre hadn't joined the Straw Hat Pirates this time. This kind of human sea tactic will really consume you to the point of exhaustion. Shave, moonwalk, call out. Luffy stepped on the air in the sky. Utilize 2nd gear and shave for high-speed movement. Sneak up to Nelson Roy, a fat pig. Nelson Roy was still there using the phone bug, constantly giving various orders. Luffy silently approached from behind using the shaving technique at high speed. Suddenly, Nelson Roy stopped giving orders. The fat head suddenly looked around. So quiet, although Nelson Roy didn't like his men to disturb him casually. But Nelson Roy has set up heavy protection for himself. It can't be this quiet. Problem occurs. Nelson Roy pulled a pistol from his pocket. Sweat flowed from his forehead. Nelson Roy leaned against the wall and held a gun in one hand. Looking left and right, there was nothing but the sound of his nervous breathing. It was quiet. The quieter it started, the faster he sweated. Because Nelson Roy knew that the security personnel he had set up before had been killed quietly. Boom. Nelson Roy kicked open the door, but there was no one outside. Where are the people? Nelson Roy muttered with some confusion. Suddenly it was like a bolt of lightning striking his heart. The heart is like a god. Nelson Roy raised his head suddenly. First, I saw the smiling face. Hi, good afternoon. Luffy greeted Nelson Roy with a smile. Nelson Roy was so frightened that he dropped the gun in his hand. Now Nelson Roy knew why there was so much silence. Why have those personal guards disappeared? The entire ceiling. The sailors were hanging upside down one by one, swinging around. These are all familiar faces to Nelson Roy. He is the personal escort of the sailors. The 8th branch is the best equipped elite force. He is also the most trusted. People, and Luffy was right in the middle, smiling at him. That was obviously a sunny smile. But what Nelson Roy felt was, it can completely freeze his body and mind. An icy cold chill. Someone. Nelson Roy rolled and crawled, his fat body like a ball of meat. Because I was so scared, the urine in my pants couldn't stop flowing all over the floor. Luffy put away his smile and said to him coldly, "Stop shouting, no one will come. If you cooperate well, I might let you go. Quickly give the order to stop the attack." Nelson Roy said fiercely, "Don't even think about it. Evil pirates, I have already notified other branches, you can't escape." Luffy picked his nostrils with his fingers and flicked the boogers onto Nelson Roy. He said indifferently, "You are obviously more evil than me, why do you always put on the face of a messenger of justice? Forget it, since you don't cooperate, I'm blackmailing you." After saying that, he punched Nelson Roy unconscious. "Roll up his fat body. Take it back to the battlefield." As Nelson Roy said, the Straw Hat Pirates have fewer people, but they have more people. Only 3 of the 13 warships were left at this time. Question. Luffy and his group have strength except for the 2 giants. Everyone else was starting to run out of energy. If the weapons were still there, our world would be ours now. Bridgie Red Ogre raised his shield and spat at Dory Blue Ogre. Dory Blue Ogre said, "What are you afraid of? The 2 of us are leaving, and they can't stop us. At most we will be injured." Bridgie Red Ogre said, "Hey, isn't this unwillingness? Marine on the other side, please stop quickly and see if I have your admiral in my hands." The already exhausted sailor looked up and saw Luffy carrying Admiral Nelson Roy like a dead pig. There was a sudden commotion. "Start to use rat-proof weapons." A certain captain cursed bitterly. "This disgusting fat pig has more trouble than success." Another captain. "What to do?" A certain captain. "What can we do? If Nelson Roy, a fat pig, dies because of our attack, we won't be able to eat and walk around. We can only withdraw." Luffy lets his teammates swagger onto the new Going Merry. He held the fat pig Nelson Roy in front of Marine and threatened the Marine. "Wait until Zapu drives the new Going Merry to a safe distance." Rubber, hi. Luffy threw Nelson Roy back to Marine. The sailors were in a hurry. Admiral. Luffy himself used second gear and moonwalk in the air, walking back to the new Going Merry. Bridgie Red Ogre was still shouting on the deck, "This fight was really good." Zoro and Kuina had gathered there to discuss their experience using Haki. Nami saw Luffy walking back from the sky. He quickly waved to him to come down quickly. "What's the matter, wife Nami?" Luffy appeared in front of Nami with a, "Whoops." Nami didn't say anything and directly took Luffy to Abyss's place. Luffy listened to what Nami said about Abyss along the way. Although Nami mentioned Abyss, awakens Luffy's sleeping memory, Luffy immediately knows the general idea. But Nami said that Abyss is already 17 years old, when she was a legal Lolita. Luffy's mind started to get excited. Wow, it is indeed Abyss, and she is very petite. Luffy originally thought Miss Golden Week was petite enough. Unexpectedly, Abyss was even more petite. She just used her lowly figure to force herself to say that she is 17 years old. Luffy asked curiously, "Are you really 17 years old?" Abyss said angrily, "I'm 17 years old." Luffy asked again, "Why do you feel undeveloped?" Abyss heard Luffy speak so straightforwardly, rushing forward and trying to catch Luffy with his teeth. "It's a pity that he is too small." Luffy held his head down. "Luffy cannot be touched alive or dead." Abyss said angrily, "Because I ate the whispering fruit. Then I never grew up." Luffy remembered, it was the whispering fruit. Abyss was able to talk to the Millennium Dragon because she ate the whispering fruit. Luffy nodded and said, now I know your situation. Admiral Nelson Roy will not let you go. Abyss was silent. Luffy grinned and secretly whispered in Abyss's ear, actually, you want to protect the Millennium Dragon, Master Long, right? Abyss looked at Luffy in surprise. She obviously didn't say anything. Luffy reported the pros and cons to Abyss and analyzed the situation. Then he said in Abyss's ear like a devil, your only choice now is to ask me to protect you. The conditions are very simple. Give me a baby. Abyss thought and struggled for a long time. Discovered that she actually had no choice. He could only nod his head with red eyes. Luffy picked up Abyss and took her into the castle fruit. Who doesn't love a legal loli? So cute, little Abyss. It should taste good too. Nelson Roy, that fat pig admiral, was already thrown into the sea by Luffy. I don't know that the people in the 8th branch hate Nelson Roy too much. Nelson Roy is still too fat and too heavy. When the Navy picked up Nelson Roy, he has drowned. Of course Luffy didn't tell Abyss. Abyss knew that the dragon bones of the 1,000-year dragon could make the elixir of life. How seductive this secret is to the world. Don't say Marine knows about it, if other pirates know about it. Her end will definitely not be easy. In order to protect Lord Long's secret. Also to protect yourself. Abyss can only let Luffy. You can take whatever you want. Who doesn't love a reasonable loli? Luffy, Abyss and Miss Golden Week are in the castle fruit. Unlocked a lot of new knowledge and new postures. One day, Miss Golden Week questioned Luffy, who had promised to give him a child. At the same time, I have been giving birth to a baby these days. But Miss Golden Week doesn't know whether Mr. Point 3 and Mr. Point 5 have been released. Luffy said nothing, holding hands, took Marianu with Miss Golden Week. Visit the prison beneath the fruit of his castle. Really, Mr. Point 3 Gardino and Mr. Point 5 Mr. 5. 2 people have gone to jail. It looked like there were traces before, but now it's empty. Marianu then showed a sweet and innocent smile. Think Luffy keeps his word. Secretly kissed Luffy on the cheek. She knew Luffy like this. Marianu's actions made Luffy blush a little. Marianu thought Luffy was shy. In fact, it was because Luffy was a little uneasy. Yes, Luffy did not lie to Miss Golden Week. Indeed, Mr. Point 3 and Mr. Point 5 were released. It's just that the release location is a bit special. A few days ago, Luffy led the Straw Hat Pirates 100,000 to fight Marine. When Luffy took a shortcut and knocked down Nelson Roy directly. Suddenly an idea struck me. Gardino and Mr. 5 were released on the spot. That's right, it was released on the warship of the 8th Marine Branch. Don't know now either. The 2 of them managed to escape. Still, he was arrested by Marine from the 8th Branch. After all, Luffy's original condition for Miss Golden Week was to release the 2 of them, but he didn't say where they would be released. Luffy convinced himself again and made such a strong backhand. Lift Marianu onto your shoulders. Marianu was shocked. Are you coming again? Can't you stop for a while? Luffy said. How dare you kiss me, it made me excited again. Marianu. An airy summation. It's not right. Did Mr. Point 3 lie to me again? Mr. Point 3 clearly stated that there was no plowed field. Just exhausted cows. Or do you think I, Marianu, am the bull? After fighting Marine from the 8th Marine Branch. Although there are still scattered Marine warships. One after another appeared, trying to hunt down the Straw Hat Pirates. But because of Usopp, this large humanoid telescope, you can always detect it in advance and avoid warships in time. Soon the new Going Merry sailed out of the encirclement of the Marine 8th Branch warships. The exciting chase finally came to an end. The sea and the sky are vast. Straw Hat Luffy Pirates. A free pirate again. There was no need to guard the surroundings nervously. Usopp started fishing leisurely again. Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre also joined the fishing ranks. Because they both eat a lot. Don't catch some extra sea creatures for food. I always feel embarrassed. Zoro sat up on the side. Kuina practices strange steps. Princess Nami and Vivi are lying on sun chairs. Enjoy the fragrant cheese and show your hospitality. Another daily portrayal of the Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone is always free to move around. If Kaya doesn't get sick. This is extremely bad news. When sailing on the sea, getting sick is inevitable. Usually when everyone is sick, they just need to take some medicine. But this time the person who got sick was Kaya, the only ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Kaya was already physically weak. She is a sickly beauty. Or after Luffy gave her the medicinal fruit to eat. Kaya relied on her knowledge of herbal medicine and combined it with Devil Fruit's special abilities to create some special medicines. Kaya's physical condition gradually improved. In fact, Kaya had expected that this kind of thing would happen before. So she always stores some pills for later use, already unprepared. Originally in Logue Town, Kaya asked Shangjishi to buy a lot of raw materials. We have made pills for various common diseases, ointments for common injuries, potions to replenish physical strength, etc. According to Kaya's estimation, it will be enough to use on the next island. It's just that people's calculations are not as good as God's calculations. While at Prehistoric Island, Little Garden, in order to save two seriously injured giants, Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre, Kaya used up all the medicine in stock. It wouldn't be a problem in the first place, after all, you may not necessarily get sick. However, he was later pursued by the 8th branch of the Marine Corps. To avoid marine warships, the Straw Hat Pirates for several days. They are all high-intensity sailing at sea. Usopp lives directly on the watchtower and dare not come down. In this high-tension life, all crew members are trying their best to do their own thing. When they finally escaped from the encirclement and everyone relaxed, Kaya, who was frail and sick, could no longer bear the pain. He started to have a fever and kept talking in his sleep. And don't forget that Kaya is still pregnant. New going Mary, medical room. 2 or 3 days. Luffy didn't sleep. Kaya, who is sick, has been taken care of here. Wipe Kaya's body. Apply ice to Kaya to cool down. Supplement Kaya with water and electrolytes at any time. Luffy held Kaya's hot palm, looking at Kaya's hot little face and forehead that is still hot. It hurts to death. Fortunately, the new going Mary has a large refrigerator. There are enough ice cubes inside to keep Kaya cool. Nami looked at Luffy's haggard face and felt a little distressed. But it's hard to say anything. At a certain moment, Nami thought about how nice it would be if the sick person was her. In this way, Luffy can take care of her day and night. Dia, crisp sound. Nami suddenly slapped herself. I'm actually thinking about this at a time like this. Nami was a little disgusted with herself. Luffy, who was sitting beside the hospital bed, looked up at Nami who walked in. He asked in confusion, Nami, why did you hit yourself suddenly? Nami raised a blushing face. He smiled and said to Luffy, it's okay, I just want to cheer myself up. Luffy, oh, really, snapped. Luffy used armament hockey and slapped himself too. Luffy, thank you Nami, I feel much more awake this way. Nami, he thought to himself, you idiot. I didn't ask you to hit yourself, I almost forgot about the business. Nami's face was red while touching herself. I hit myself too hard just now and it hurts so much now. He said nonchalantly, Luffy, please eat something first to replenish your strength. Luffy said with a haggard face, how can I be in the mood to eat now? Nami went up and grabbed Luffy's face, and forced the seafood fried rice that Sanjishi fried for him into Luffy's mouth. Luffy, be mature. What if you collapse from exhaustion? What's the point of doing it besides having one more person to take care of? Easy's. Nami stuffed her with food. Luffy coughed dryly next to him. Princess Nefeltari Vivi was standing outside the door. But I heard Nami scolding Luffy in the medical room. He also walked in from outside the door. Seeing how haggard Luffy looks now. There is no such thing as having money in hand and brocade in mind before. It's like he has everything under control. Thought. It turns out that Mr. Luffy also has a weak side. I don't know why I'm a little jealous of Sister Kaya. It's so strange, what am I thinking about? I am not him, everything before was just a transaction. Vivi, you bear the responsibility of a country. I don't have the time or energy to love my son and daughter. Princess Vivi shook her head. Get some weird thoughts out of your head. After calming down, Nefeltari Vivi. Luffy, you can't do this, and the place we are heading to now is Drum Island. I went there when I was a child. There are many doctors there and their medical skills are very good. What we have to do now is to seize the time while relieving Sister Kaya's condition and rush to Drum Island as quickly as possible. Uncle Brigi Red Ogre and Uncle Dory Blue Ogre, they both picked up their huge shields as oars and are now rowing with all their might. Nefeltari Vivi's words made Luffy calm down. Right. Now is not the time to be decadent. No matter what difficulties you encounter. Me as a captain, all the responsibility should be passed on to the crew. Instead, we should face the difficulties head on. Inspire other crew members to fight. Not like now. Become someone to be encouraged by the crew. Luffy stood up from the hospital bed and finished the food prepared for him by Sanji in a few bites. Open your arms and hug Princess Nami and Vivi at the same time. Thank you for waking me up. I'm fine now. Princess Vivi, can I trouble you with something? Nefeltari Vivi, what happened? Luffy, take care of Kaya for me. Nefeltari Vivi looked at the man whose face was still a little haggard, but whose eyes were alluring. She knew Luffy was back on his feet again. Nefeltari Vivi, no problem. Luffy pulled Nami out of the medical room. How far is it from Drum Island now? How many days will it take to get there? It's almost time. I calculated the trip and it originally took 4 days. But with the help of Uncle Brigi Red Ogre and Uncle Dory Blue Ogre, it only takes 2 days now. If the wind is favorable, it will probably be faster. Luffy nodded and took Nami's hand to the deck of Going Merry. Sure enough, I saw Uncle Brigi Red Ogre and Uncle Dory Blue Ogre still desperately paddling on both sides with their cherished shields. At this moment, Luffy was a little touched. He knew how much the two giant uncles cared about their weapons. Secretly determined to get two good equipment for the two Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre. Zoro saw Luffy coming out of the cabin and walked up to him. Zoro raised one eyebrow slightly and said, "Is Luffy feeling better now? Has he cheered up?" Luffy patted Zoro on the shoulder with his fist and smiled, "Thank you, Tyrone. As expected of the captain I chose, you have worked hard these days to take charge of the overall situation." Luffy made a trumpet with both hands, "Thank you everyone." Zapu laughed when he saw Luffy in such high spirits in the cab. Sanji came up and said to Luffy, "It's okay. Everything will be fine when we get to Drum Island." Luffy shook his head and said, "The trouble with things now is that it won't get better when we get to Drum Island." Nami was puzzled. "Why?" Vivi said there are many doctors there. Luffy said expressionlessly, "That was before. There aren't many doctors there anymore." Kuina walked out from the side and asked, "What should we do? What should we do if there is no doctor on Drum Island?" At this time, no one on the Straw Hat Pirates crew doubted Luffy's words. It also didn't delve into why Luffy knew about the situation on Drum Island. All along, because Luffy's performance is that he knows a lot of information. Although no one knows where Luffy got this information. And Luffy's information has always been correct. Luffy said calmly, "We still have to go to Drum Island, but we don't need to ask for help from the country there. We just have to get right to the point and find a witch and a blue-nosed reindeer. Opening parenthesis. If necessary, we will directly conquer the Drum Island. We don't need to waste time asking for help." Luffy looked at the sea ahead and said coldly. The other crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates heard Captain Luffy's declaration. He didn't mean anything, no matter how he usually played around. This moment, but they all agree in action. Directly express support for the captain's orders. This is a big issue related to the life of companion Kaya. The Straw Hat Pirates will not give Drum Island or Denial Domain an option. The worst case scenario is a war. Originally they were pirates. Come on, haven't you eaten? Dory, harder. My splashes are bigger, Brigi. The two giants paddled with their shields as hard as they could. Because Kaya wanted to heal both of them. Just finished all the valuable medicine. In this regard, although others did not say anything. But as a great warrior, the two giants always felt a little guilty. So I paddled with all my strength, hoping to reach Sugu Island one day early. Going Merry rides the wind and waves. Moving forward at high speed. Report, there is a strange person standing on the sea ahead. Usopp shouted from the watchtower. Standing on the sea. Usopp, are you sure you saw it right? Of course not. Oh my god, something is rising from the bottom of the sea. It's a big ship. Hearing Usopp say this, Luffy knew who he had met. Obviously the route is random. Obviously the time is different. You can encounter this. What a wonderful world. Enemy attack. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates assemble. Defeat the white iron pirates ahead. Luffy ordered, except for the two giant uncles who were still rowing. Other personnel are in their places. With the new Going Merry fast approaching the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, we soon saw the big ship that Usopp mentioned. A large submarine makes a surprise attack on the sailing ship White Iron King. It was indeed a very big ship, no wonder Usopp was surprised. This is a large ship that can dive and sail on the sea. Although the new Going Merry has been enlarged, but compared to the White Iron King, it is still slightly smaller. Going Merry was originally worth 100 million Baileys. The new Going Merry has been strengthened in all aspects and is worth 400 million Baileys. But this White Iron King can dive and sail on the sea at the same time. It must be worth more than 700 million Baileys. It's rare for Nami to regain her money-obsessed eyes. Learn more about the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The implication is to tell everyone not to damage the boat. I saw that the entire deck of the White Iron King was densely packed with people. Wapol, the captain of the White Iron Pirates, was about to say something. Have your men attack the new Going Merry. Haven't spoken yet. Luffy and his gang immediately gave the signal to charge. The White Iron Pirates were collectively stunned. Is such a pirate ship worse than them? Cromartyman and Jess, Wapol's deputies. Take advantage of Wapol's devil fruit munch fruit powers now. Combine to become the main combat force of the White Iron Pirates. However, it was of no use. A Straw Hat crew member who has been trained by sailing. The strength is much stronger early than when it comes to sea. They dared to fight against the 13 warships of the 8th Marine Branch. Facing the seemingly many pirates of the White Iron Pirates. Not timid at all, completely focused on being stubborn. Be tough when you meet. Just a charge. The White Iron Pirates were all defeated. By the end of the battle, Luffy and the others had won. Nami took Kuina as a bodyguard. References are made to the Iron King inside and out. Very satisfied with this big boat that can be dived. Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Blue Ogre also thought the Iron King was great. Remove some plywood and it will be very spacious. From now on, the two of them no longer have to crowd the deck of the new Going Merry. There is also shelter from the wind and rain. Nami also has this plan, and this ship can also submerge under the sea. Usually okay. Let the enemy misjudge the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. Let your guard down. If you want to fall out, you can sneak attack at any time. Dangerous times. Nami and Kaya have no fighting ability. Hide directly in this ship and dive directly to the bottom of the sea. So, the safety of the Straw Hat Pirates has been greatly improved. After visiting the Iron King, Nami returns to the Going Merry, planning to talk to Luffy about her plans for the ship. On the way, Nami saw Usopp tying up the White Iron Pirates. Because Cromartyman, Jess, Wapol and others have all been captured. Nami said to Luffy with a look of disgust, "What are you doing with these people? Just throw them into the sea later. Don't waste our food." Ikaram, who originally wanted to ask Luffy on behalf of Princess Vivi. Hearing Nami's cruel words, he was startled and quickly hid in a dark corner. Ikaram felt the need to reacquaint herself with Nami. The other side, Chromamon shouted hearing Nami's words. "You have such a beautiful face, why can you say such terrible things?" Jess also shouted, "You witch. You will not end well." Nami saw them two prisoners. "How dare you scold her in front of Luffy? Just walk forward, go up and face Chromamon and Jace. Just kick a few times." This makes Ikaram even more sure of Nami's cruelty. Kuina, who was accompanying me, couldn't stand it anymore. Hold Nami's hand to stop Nami's behavior. Kuina said to Nami, "Nami, stop it. You can't kick them like that again." Ikaram, who was hiding in the corner, heard Kuina's words. He nodded secretly. Sure enough, there are still sensible people in the Straw Hat Pirates. Then Ikaram heard Kuina say again, "Nami, if you hit them like this, they won't feel any pain. Let me do it." Then Chromamon and Jace screamed. Ikaram on the side, "What kind of people are these?" Nami angrily said to Luffy, "Throw them into the sea and feed them to the sharks now. I don't want to see them." This really scared Wapol. With a bruised nose and a swollen face, Wapol quickly begged for mercy. "Sister, please have mercy on me. Have mercy on me. They are ignorant. Just forgive them. Your Majesty has a lot. Don't throw us into the sea to feed the sharks." Nami said. Feed the sea kings in the sea. Wapol is numb. Is it a question of feeding sharks or sea kings? Luffy saw Nami was angry and quickly comforted her. He also said that Wapol is of great use. He is a munch fruit user. It can be turned into a ton factory. Can make various toys and weapons. In particular, Wapol alloys are produced. You can make a lot of money. Nami's eyes lit up. Nami squeezed Luffy's arms with her two giant teddy bears. Keep rocking Luffy, she said coquettishly. Give this person to me, I will definitely love him well. Luffy said. No, Nami, you don't have the strength to subdue Wapol now. When you have the strength to subdue Wapol, I will give him to you. Nami knew Luffy was telling the truth. It's not that Luffy is unwilling to give, but that she can't control Wapol. But she was still angry. Because of a steady stream of money. Just like that, I missed Nami. Nami glanced at the White Iron Pirates coldly. Wapol, who was tied to the ground, looked at Luffy and Nami with a fawning expression. Snort. Then there's no use for anything except Wapol, right? Then just throw the others into the sea and feed them to the Sea Kings. It's annoying to look at. The White Iron Pirates collectively begged for mercy. All kinds of sounds were chaotic for a while. Princess Nefeltari Vivi saw some commotion and came over. I happened to see Ikaram shivering in the corner. Not sure why. Princess Weiwei happened to hear Nami's ferocious speech. Unlike Ikaram, Princess Nefeltari Vivi spends these days getting along. You probably know the personalities of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Know that none of them are bad. It's just all weird. Nami said that just to scare these people. Even the notoriously lecherous Captain Luffy. If Princess Nefeltari Vivi hadn't mistakenly thought that something like that had happened. There are some thoughts of deliberately breaking the pot out of anger. Luffy will not force Alabasta's national treasure. Eat clean inside and out. The gentle and kind Filutari Vivi quickly calmed down Nami's irritable mood. This move of Princess Filutari Vivi. Ikaram was shocked. As expected, it is Her Royal Highness the Princess, who has surrendered to such a cruel person. Isn't this Wapol, the king of the Iron Bucket Kingdom on Drum Island? Filutari Vivi was a little surprised when she looked at the tied Wapol. Wapol looked up at the beautiful Princess Vivi and said, "Do you know me?" Filutari Vivi smiled and said, "You may have forgotten me, I saw you when I was a child." Before Wapol could speak, Roman Limon started shouting. "Now you know what kind of terrible people you have provoked. Don't let us go yet." Kuina kicked Roman Limon to the side of the boat. "I'm giving you face, right? You're just a prisoner now." Filutari Vivi looked at Luffy. Luffy nodded and said, "They are just prisoners of the Straw Hat Pirates now." Filutari Vivi said, "But we are going to Drum Island to seek medical treatment. What good does it do to capture their king now?" Luffy sneered. "King, Segu Island wants to kill these people now. By the way, I was reminded by Princess Vivi and waited until I arrived at Drum Island. Let's just leave this group of people on Drum Island." As Nami said, "Don't waste food." Seeing that Luffy respected her opinion, Nami happily hugged Luffy's arm with her teddy bear. Usopp saw the destination of Luffy's voyage from the watchtower. Drum Island. Because the peaks on the island are shaped like magnetic drums. Hence the name. As Princess Vivi said, it is a country world famous for its medical care. Once, thanks to Wapol, the king of Drum Island. It's the king who was captured by Luffy. Strange laws enacted in 8 years. As a result, there is only one doctor in the entire country. Let the Iron Bucket Kingdom of Segu Island transform from a medical power. Become a country without doctors. The new Going Merry is just near Drum Island. He was the former guard captain of the Iron Bucket Kingdom. Dalton led people to obstruct it. Do not move. The residents of Segu Island took weapons and aimed them at Going Merry. Dalton, the leader, said with a straight face, "You should leave here quickly, we do not welcome pirates." Sanji's shouted to the coast of Segu Island on the boat, "We are here to seek medical treatment. We have patients on the boat. Get out. We don't believe what the pirates say. We don't have a doctor here. If you don't get out, we'll shoot." Boom. A gunshot seemed to hit Princess Vivi. Ikaram was shocked. How dare they? When Sanji saw the residents of Drum Island, he shot at them without any reason, and even shot Princess Vivi. At this moment, Sanji's morale was broken due to the spirit of chivalry. loudly shouted to Luffy. These people are completely unreasonable. Luffy, give the order. Seeing that the situation was a little tense for a while. A fight will start if you are not careful. Princess Vivi knows the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. The most important thing now is to save Kaya. There is no need to conflict with them. So what if we win? Provoke the resentment of the residents of Sugu Island. What should I do if I insist on not treating Kaya? Princess Nefeltari Vivi didn't wait for Luffy to speak. Rushing up and hugging Luffy tightly. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Don't let Luffy make impulsive decisions. While shouting to the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Please don't be impulsive. I was not shot, just scratched. It's just that Nefeltari Vivi couldn't deceive Luffy at close range. Luffy saw that the wound on Princess Vivi's left shoulder had begun to bleed. His already unhappy face turned even darker, deliberately blocking Nefeltari Vivi from his mouth. The snow-white green jade hands are in her mouth. Suck it up. Author Nefeltari Vivi was shocked. Nefeltari Vivi. 0 Kwong equals Ling. I thought Luffy was a big pervert. Want to do something strange in public. Urgent Nefeltari Princess Vivi. He quickly took out her hand. No Nefeltari Vivi to stand in the way. Luffy put away his playful smile. Open your mouth and speak. Drink. A wave of air spread out with Luffy as the center. It's Conquerors. Yes. Luffy said nothing. Activate Conquerors directly. Moment. Caught off guard. Blushing, Nefeltari Vivi originally wanted to say something. He collapsed directly into Luffy's arms. Nami in the back also fainted, leaning on Luffy's back. Sanji, who was also too close to Luffy, couldn't stand at all. Fainted directly on the deck. Usopp on the watchtower. It was also dark before his eyes and he fell down on it. Zoro and Kuina stood far away from Luffy. He used his sword to support himself. Don't let yourself fall, but it's also hands and feet. He was a little shaken by Luffy's aura. Not to mention, all along the coast of Sugu Island, those civilians who were weaker than Sanji. I saw. The residents who were armed with guns surrounded the Luffy pirates just now. Okay. They all foamed at the mouth. One by one, he fainted in the cold snow without the ability to resist. Dalton, the leader, gritted his teeth. I also want to use Devil Fruit's abilities. Turns out just using your fingers. Pointing at Luffy, he didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't open his mouth. He also rolled his eyes and fainted directly on the snow. Zapu looked incredulous. It's actually Conquerors. Only one Conquerors can appear in a million. And with this intensity. Brigi Red Ogre. Brigi Red Ogre looks at Dory Blue Ogre. A little skeptical of what he saw. Dory Blue Ogre nods to Brigi Red Ogre. Showing that Brigi Red Ogre is not hallucinating. Brigi Red Ogre. Conquerors indeed, that's surprising. Dory Blue Ogre. Indeed. Conquerors are rare, but not enough to surprise you or me. What really surprises me is how old is he now? Do you already have the potential of a king? Brigi Red Ogre. Perhaps this is the guidance of the god of war. Luffy hugged Nefeltari Vivi with her left hand. He hugged Nami with his right hand and carried a sick Kaya behind his back. Make a loud declaration. I don't have the energy to spend time with you guys right now. And I never put my hope in the compassion of others. Uncle Zapu, please accompany me for a walk. If Zapu still had the mentality of some parents before. So now it's time to officially consider Luffy as the captain. Zapu nodded and said, no problem. Uncle Brigi, Uncle Dory. Please help me take a look at the pirate ship and the fainted crew members. No problem. Zoro, Kuina, can you still move? Kuina forced herself to say, okay. Zoro also said bravely, no problem. Luffy shouted, then let's leave now. Go to one of the most skilled doctors in the world. The immortal witch Dr. Kuleha. And our future blue-nosed pet. Brigi Red Ogre looked at Dalton's group who fell in the snow. To Dory Blue Ogre. What do these people do? Dory Blue Ogre said with a smile. As a king, you will not kill needlessly. Tie them up and wait until Luffy comes back to solve this problem. Brigi Red Ogre's huge hand waved. He caught several people together with Bai Shui at once. Then dumped on the deck of Wapple's Iron King. It won't take a while. The residents of Drum Island were surrounded by two giants. Neatly placed together. As for the weapons in their hands, all were seized. Although in the eyes of Brigi Red Ogre and Dory Red Ogre, There is no difference between these weapons and toys. It's a bit cold, Raji, I'm going to get some wine and go out to warm it up. Go ahead, Dory, I'll be watching them. Luffy and his group were walking on the snow on Drum Island. Luffy said to Zapu and the three of them, this country no longer has a name. Zoro was confused. No name. Wapol flattered Luffy and said, it used to be called the Iron Bucket Kingdom, and I was the king. That was before. Wait a minute and you will write a letter of resignation. Write my name on the king of this country. Wapol nodded and bowed and said, yes. 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 I will write it down later. Zapu looked at Wapol speechless. What a spineless king. So easy to give up a country to Luffy. Luffy saw that Kuina seemed a little dissatisfied with Luffy's actions. He explained, it was this Wapol 8 years ago. At that time, when it was still the Iron Bucket Kingdom, he issued a series of strange decrees. Let the people's livelihood of this country wither. The most notorious thing is that the doctors in this country can only treat him. Kuina was surprised. He can only heal one person. Wapol confidently said to Kuina, because I am the king. I dismissed all the doctors and kept only the 20 most famous doctors. They can only heal me. Kuina asked Wapol, what should other citizens do if they get sick? Wapol said with a proud face, please beg me. As long as it makes me happy, I will be merciful and let doctors treat them. After hearing this, Kuina looked incredulous. Is there such a king in the world? Zoro said, what if I have to heal someone else? Wapol smiled cruelly. Then the death penalty will be imposed. Now Zapu was also shocked. Zapu. Oh. Zoro. Kuina sad face A. These Wapols are not even qualified to be the king of a country. Simply not human. Wapol saw their expressions and was a little confused. Is there anything wrong with this? Celestial dragons do the same thing. This is the way the world is. The weak should obey the powerful. The weak should obey the strong. After speaking, Wapol nodded and bowed, holding his hands in his hands. Said to Luffy in an extremely flattering tone, just as I obey the mighty Captain Luffy. Wapol's words silenced Kuina, Zoro and Zapu. Not like this. It's Princess Vivi's voice. Princess Nefeltari Vivi wakes up from a coma. I heard Wapol's remarks in a trance. In his confusion, he subconsciously refuted Wapol's words. A nation is born when its people come together. As long as the people are there, the country will be there. The king exists to protect the people. It does not exist to enslave people. As long as the people are still there, it doesn't matter who the king is. Wapol picked his nose. Vivi smiled at Nefeltari and said, hey, little girl, who are you? How dare a commoner question a king? He fears nothing but the murderous Luffy. Others, Wapol simply ignored. He, Wapol, is the king of the Iron Bucket Kingdom. It's not something these civilians can climb up to. Nefeltari Vivi said to Wapol expressionlessly, I am the princess of Alabasta and the future queen of Alabasta. Wapol was a little embarrassed when Princess Vivi announced her family name. I want to get angry but I can't. Because I feel like this Alabasta princess and that Luffy are not clear. To piss her off is to piss off Luffy. It might lead to death. After turning his eyes once or twice, his face immediately changed. Look like someone who has been there before. Say it to Princess Vivi in an elder's tone. You are too young and don't understand the truth of this world at all. At this time, Luffy suddenly interjected. The people are the most important, the country is the second most important, and the king is the least important. This sentence means, the people, the country, the king. In 3 concepts, the people are what matters. In contrast, the concept of country is less important than the people. And the concept of king is of the lowest importance. The power of a king comes from whether a sovereign nation is strong and prosperous. The strength of a country comes from its people. When people can live and work in peace and contentment, various industries can prosper, and the country will naturally prosper. Luffy is like a sage speaking. Wapol didn't know how to refute for a while. Zapu looked surprised, secretly thought, no wonder there are such strong conquerors. He is indeed a born king. Could it be that the captain I am following this time will be a king who rules the world in the future? 4 emperors, or really one piece? After listening to Luffy's words, Zoro nodded with satisfaction. As expected, he is the captain recognized by me, Zoro. Of course the future Pirate King must have this kind of courage. Only this kind of person is worthy of being recognized as the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Kuina felt like she got to know Luffy again. This man is indeed different. Give Kuina new experiences from time to time, both mentally and physically. He is worthy of being the man chosen by Kuina. He is worthy of Kuina, the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Princess Vivi looked at Luffy in disbelief. Is this still the Luffy Princess Vivi knows? I suspect this Luffy was switched. In the heart of Princess Vivi, Luffy is just a powerful pervert. Except be kind-hearted. There are no advantages, not to mention the kingly temperament. But he can tell a theory that only a wise king can sum up. It's still very close to Princess Vivi's concept. Can this not surprise Nefeltari Vivi? Then her father the king of Alabasta. Tell Princess Vivi's idea to be more insightful. This moment, Nefeltari Vivi felt in her heart. Maybe Luffy can be the prince of Alabasta. Vivi can help her manage the superpower Alabasta. Just Luffy's restless hand. Bring Princess Vivi back to reality. Now Luffy ignores everyone. Hidden. Playing with Nefeltari Vivi. 2 teddy bears that are treasured. Princess Vivi's sad face, and Princess Vivi didn't dare to say anything in front of everyone. Luffy, what are you doing? Princess Vivi was angry and whispered to Luffy. Luffy looked at the shy Princess Vivi with an innocent look. It's too cold on Drum Island. Look, my hands are frozen. So get warm. Nefeltari Vivi heard Luffy's words. Very angry. Immediately put aside the image of Luffy as a good prince. It must have been an illusion just now. I, Princess Vivi, would actually regard such a big pervert as the future prince of Alabasta. I had my brain kicked for having such an idea. Nefeltari Vivi held back her anger. Without smiling, he gritted his teeth and said to Luffy, stop. Luffy pretended not to hear. The hands are more unscrupulous and change into various shapes. Princess Vivi struggled angrily, shouting, I can walk by myself, I want to get down and walk. Under the curious gaze of Zoro, Zepp and Kuina. Although Luffy didn't want to, he also didn't want to really annoy Vivi. I can only put Princess Vivi down and let her walk in the snow by herself. Princess Nefeltari Vivi endured the soreness in her chest. Run away from Luffy like the plague. Walk towards Kuina. Luffy deliberately smelled the restless hand in front of Nefeltari Vivi. It smells so good. Zoro wondered. What really smells like flowers? Luffy looked sideways at Princess Vivi, half smiled and said, well, the flowers smell so good. Right, Princess Vivi. When Princess Vivi heard this, she didn't want to answer Luffy's question. DBAA. Grit your teeth and look away. I don't know if it's because I'm angry or because I'm shy. A moment of confusion, blushing at the base of the ears. Maybe there was too much movement. At this time Nami also woke up. Luffy's other restless hand was discovered immediately. Interacting with teddy bears, Nami's face turned red inside. Then he punched Luffy on the head. Nami said with a dark face, put me down. I'll go by myself. Ha ha ha. Luffy had a bag on his head. He raised his head and laughed awkwardly. Then, under Luffy's laughter, everyone continued to move towards the goal. Who are you? What are you doing here? A reindeer with a blue nose and a red hat. Blocking the direction of Luffy and others. Talking reindeer. Zoro and Kuina's hands unconsciously grasped the handle of the knife. Chopper. Tony Chopper. Luffy shouted and rushed forward. Hug this blue-nosed reindeer tightly. Tony Chopper of Reindeer State was curious about Luffy's behavior. I searched my memory and found that I really didn't recognize the man in the straw hat. Tony Chopper tilted his head. Luffy asked with a curious look on his face. You know me. Luffy hugged Chopper's neck and rubbed his face repeatedly. Of course I know you, and I also know my adoptive father Cerulean. Boom. Tony Chopper changes from reindeer form to normal form. Asked Luffy in an excited voice. Do you know the doctor? Dr. Cerulean. Luffy smiled and said to Chopper. I know him, he is a great doctor. Tony Chopper frowned and looked at Luffy with suspicion. Chopper knows Dr. Cerulean and is a good doctor. But his medical skills are very poor and he is a quack. Not comparable to the great doctor Luffy calls him. The immortal witch Dr. Kuleha was drinking a small drink. I saw some movement outside. Walked out of the castle. Just happened to hear what Luffy said. I sneered in my heart. Ha! Is Cerulean a great doctor? Dr. Kool-Aid realized immediately. The boy wearing a straw hat in front of me. Trying to trick her innocent son Tony Chopper. Dr. Kool-Aid originally wanted to stop it immediately. But I thought again. He is already 140 years old. It's impossible to stay with Chopper all the time. Sooner or later, Chopper will have to face these lies and various frauds in reality. It's a good thing to meet now. While you are still alive. Can protect Chopper. Chopper can be corrected. Eat a little and gain wisdom. This is essential for growth. Dr. Kool-Aid took another sip of wine. Just don't try to get her to have a good impression of this group of people. Dr. Kool-Aid used cold eyes. Examining the young man wearing a straw hat. Let's see what other lies he tells. Dr. Kool-Aid planned to wait until Chopper's face. Go expose this ugly liar. Chopper turned into a rag doll. Princess Vivi, Nami, and Kuina shouted in unison, put away the cute deer. Tony Chopper touched his hat with his hoof, blushed shyly and cursed, asshole. I don't need your praise. Ha ha ha. The Straw Hats immediately became happy when they saw Chopper's reaction. Luffy hugged Chopper even more tightly. Dr. Cerulean, of course, is a great doctor. Ordinary doctors can only cure patients. Great doctors try to heal the nation. Dr. Cerulean tried to heal the Iron Bucket Kingdom, which was already sick. Isn't this kind of behavior great? Dr. Kool-Aid, who wanted to scold Luffy, saved it. The wine that was originally brought to my mouth was poured into the snow. From this perspective, Cerulean, as a doctor who heals people, he is indeed a quack. But he is indeed qualified as a doctor. Because Dr. Cerulean tried to cure the Iron Bucket Kingdom. Dr. Kool-Aid said to himself with dull eyes, so you are a better doctor than me. Chopper sad face 0.0. Eyes widened. His eyes couldn't move. Look at Luffy. The voice echoing in my mind. Isn't it great for a doctor to try to heal a country that is already sick? Both ears echoed. Dr. Cerulean, isn't he great? He muttered. An ordinary doctor. Great doctor. Heal the sick. Medicine the country. Mumbling, tears couldn't stop flowing out. Chopper shouted in his heart, Doctor. Dr. Cerulean. Did you hear it? He said you are a great doctor. Chopper responded to what Cerulean once said to Chopper. Cerulean, Chopper, no matter what others say about me, I will save this country as a doctor. Look at this skull and crossbones flag. This skull is a symbol of faith that makes the impossible possible. So, I will use this skeleton to cure all diseases for everyone. Tony Chopper recalls here. He burst into tears and cried until he was out of breath. Hug Luffy hard. While crying, he shouted, Dr. Shillock. Dr. Cerulean. He is a great doctor. Zapu sighed. Trying to heal a sick country. What a great ambition. Zoro sighed. It's a pity that I can't meet this Dr. Cerulean in person. Nami thought to herself. Luffy healed me in Kokoyashi village. No idea what happened to the reindeer and Captain Luffy. Princess Vivi was stunned and said in a daze, the country is sick. Healing a sick country. Is there such a doctor? Luffy wiped away Chopper's tears with his hand. Stop crying, E. A man shouldn't cry all the time. Forehead. I'm a man. Chopper shed tears and nodded. Luffy put his head on Chopper's forehead and said to Chopper, can you be like Dr. Cerulean? Can you help me? My wife is sick. Chopper wiped away his tears with his hoof. While sobbing, he sniffed hard, then nodded. At this time, the voice of the immortal witch Dr. Kurha came from the castle. Chopper, bring them up. Drum Rocky Mountain, the top of the mountain. This is a mountain covered with snow all year round. It is also the highest mountain in Sugu Island, a snow country. The whole mountain is very steep, and there are only two sides to the summit. One side though is easy to climb, but the journey is far away. The road conditions are complicated. If there are no locals to lead the way, you'll get lost in a minute. Lost in the snow. It is basically no different from death. The other side is normal, no climbing at all. Not only. There are many snow beasts unique to Sugu Island under the mountain. These snow beasts gather here to survive. There are many ferocious snow beasts. The most ferocious among them are the violent snow rabbit and snow wind wolf. The violent snowshoe hare is a social herbivorous animal. But these animals live together in groups. It is very aggressive and especially likes to attack strange creatures. King Rabbit greeted. There would be thousands of violent snowshoe rabbits. Go forward bravely. Even the regular army doesn't want to encounter it. There is also the snow-wind wolf. Snow-wind wolves are also social animals. Not the same as the violent rabbit, although the snow-wind wolf is a carnivore. But it doesn't have the same strange power as a violent rabbit. But snow-wind wolf likes to hide in heavy snowstorms. Take advantage of racial talents. Attacks people and other animals during heavy snowstorms. You can even use your own 2 tusks. Send out a wind blade. Coupled with the heavy snowstorm, it can be described as murderous and invisible. Therefore, this road, although leading to the summit of Drum Rockies, is even closer. But no one would choose this path. Only Luffy as a group of people, because they are talented and bold. At the same time, Kaya's situation is not optimistic. That's why we ignore the danger. Go straight to this shortcut. It's strange to say, when Luffy and his gang were taking this shortcut, no violent rabbits were encountered. I didn't encounter the snow-wind wolf either. It's easy to get to the top of the Rocky Mountains. Actually, Luffy just used Conqueror's residual power. That's why Chopper came out to obstruct it. Luffy is a group of people who appear out of nowhere. Because of this magnetic Drum Rocky Mountain. It is the highest mountain on Sugu Island. Precipitous and steep. It has natural dangers that are easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are snow beasts surrounding it outside. In the past, when the Iron Bucket Kingdom still existed. Right at the top of the Rockies, a huge castle was built. Think of it as the palace of the Iron Bucket Kingdom. This is where the royal family of Wapol has lived for generations. Until the passing of Wapol, the last king. Not to mention during Wapol's reign. Those strange decrees issued. The people of the Iron Bucket Kingdom are in dire straits. More importantly, Wapol is king. When I saw the Blackbeard pirates coming to attack the Iron Bucket Kingdom. Choose to abandon your country directly. Take away a lot of wealth from the Iron Bucket Kingdom. All the ministers, all main armies. Let the Blackbeard pirates plunder Drum Island. The Iron Bucket Kingdom has ceased to exist in name only. And now, this royal palace and castle without a king on the top of the mountain. Ownership has vested, which Dr. Kurha and Chopper. This is also the acquiescence fact of all residents of Saguda Island. Because Dr. Kuleha is the only doctor in this nameless country. Luffy carries sick Kaya on his back. Hurry into this kind of castle. Let the witch Dr. Kurha diagnose and treat you. Dr. Kuleha touched Kaya's forehead lightly with her finger. Then the color of the whole face turned very bad. He snorted coldly. Humph. Don't you have a crew? My fever is 140 degrees. Luffy was a little embarrassed and said, this is my ship's doctor. Dr. Kuleha looked at Kaya's hot face with disdain. I can't even take good care of my own body, yet I still want to be a doctor. You are lucky. If it had been a little later, there would have been no hope. All men, please go out. I want to treat female patients. Then Dr. Kuleha's current attitude is not good. Speak with thorns. But Luffy still smiled playfully. After all, Luffy is the one asking for help now. Then it's up to you. Dr. Kuleha looked at Luffy and the others coldly. The meaning is obvious. What are you still talking nonsense about? Get out now. Boom. The castle door was closed. Luffy was kicked out. Chopper ran over to comfort Luffy and said, it's okay. Dr. Dolly is very good. This is after hearing Nami's voice. What a spectacular and beautiful castle in the snow. Nami looked up at the building and admired it sincerely. Wapol, who had been hiding behind the crowd. He ran out proudly to show off his presence. Wapol's sad face cut. Wapol said to Nami, this is my castle, my former palace, of course it is beautiful. Chopper was originally intimate with Luffy. Suddenly it exploded. From human animal form to reindeer form. His eyes started to turn red. Chopper yelled, I remember you. You're Wapol, the king of the Iron Bucket Kingdom. The murderer of Dr. Cerulean. So you guys are in the same group. I thought you were a good person. They are all bad people. Seeing how docile Chopper looked just now. Suddenly it became ferocious and full of joy. Nami was a little overwhelmed. Don't know what she said wrong. This caused Chopper's temperament to change drastically. Luffy smiled and said to Chopper, Chopper, you misunderstood. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Wapol. Pull him to Chopper. Then he forced Wapple's head down into the snow. It became the same posture as Wapple kneeling in front of Chopper, bowing his head to admit his mistake. Wapple struggled desperately, but was unable to resist. Luffy continued. Chopper, Wapple is now my prisoner. You can hit him and scold him. But you can't kill him. Because he is still useful to me. Chopper looked at Luffy with red eyes. Use a skeptical tone. Said to Luffy. You are really not in the same group. Luffy looked at Chopper with serious eyes. Shaked his head. Said. We are not in the same group. This Wapple came with a group of people. Trying to rob our Straw Hat Pirates on the sea. Defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. Then he was captured by the Straw Hat Pirates and became a prisoner. The red bloodshot eyes in Chopper's eyes slowly faded. The hostility has also subsided by more than half. Then Chopper suddenly realized that Luffy had just mentioned the Straw Hat Pirates. Pirates? Are you pirates? Luffy laughed and said, yes, we are pirates. Chopper remembered the pirate flag that Dr. Cerulean often showed him before. Asked Luffy again, is it the pirate flag with the skull on it? Luffy said affirmatively. Yeah, it's the kind of pirate flag with a skull. So Chopper, do you want to join us? How about we go on a sea adventure together? Chopper felt a little moved, then turned to look at the castle. He said, no, I don't want to accompany Dr. Dolly. By the way, what's your name? Why do you know Dr. Cerulean? Luffy said, my name is Luffy. The man who will become the Pirate King in the future. Chopper, let me introduce you formally. The beautiful lady who is sick is called Kaya and she is my wife. Chopper nodded, indicating that Luffy had said it before. That lovely lady is called Nami, and she is also my wife. Chopper was a little confused. It turns out that humans can have 2 wives. The one with the 3 swords is called Zoro, and he's my second in command. The uncle with the braided beard is called Zapu, and he is my chef. Keep holding the sword and call her Kuina, who is also my wife. That noble princess is called Princess Vivi, and she will also be my wife in the future. Princess Vivi immediately retorted to Luffy, I'm not your wife. Now it is not. Neither will the future. Luffy smiled and said nothing, with a wait-and-see expression. Hear this. Chopper admired Luffy a little. He looked at Luffy with wide eyes and said, so you have 4 wives. So, Luffy, you are the king. In the reindeer herd, only the reindeer king can have so many mates. At the same time, it has the highest mate selection and mating rights. In the eyes of Tony Chopper, Luffy is equal to the king of reindeer. Luffy smiled and said, I said that I, Luffy, am the man who wants to become the Pirate King, and the current king of Drum Island is me, Luffy. Don't you think so, Wapple? Wapple could finally look up from the snow. While breathing desperately, he said with a flattering look on his face, yes. You are the new king of Drum Island. While gnashing his teeth in his heart, he thought to himself, just wait for me. Sooner or later I will come back with revenge. Luffy enjoys this. Wapple hates him. Luffy. He couldn't beat Luffy's pleasure. Chopper didn't know what he thought of but suddenly felt disappointed. Sad soliloquy. Ever since Dr. Dooley taught me how to heal, I just realized that Dr. Cerulean's medical skills are actually very poor. So everyone said he was a quack. Although, Luffy, you mean Dr. Cerulean. A great doctor who tried to heal the country. I'm glad that someone can identify with him. But after I calmed down, I knew you were lying to me. Luffy stepped forward and hugged Chopper's furry neck. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He said to Chopper affectionately, I didn't lie to you. Look there. Chopper looked up in the direction Luffy was pointing. I was stunned for a moment. Pink sakura flowers are falling all around. Floating throughout the Drum Island. Sugu Island is the land of snow. Sakura flowers cannot bloom on Drum Island. This is completely impossible. Sakura flower miracle. Could this be Dr. Cerulean's sakura flower miracle? The blooming of sakura flowers alarmed Dr. Kuleha. Dr. Kuleha opened the window and looked at the sakura tree that would never bloom. Now blooming with pink miracles. Dr. Kuleha was completely in disbelief and muttered, did he succeed? That's Cerulean. The egg actually succeeded. The White Drum Island. Suddenly a head full of pink appears. Gather the attention of all the residents of Sugu Island. How can it be? What's going on? Is this a miracle? The residents of the island tell each other. pointing to the impossible tree on the hill to bloom. The quack Dr. Cerulean has been planting trees for 30 years. The Iron King, Dalton and the residents who woke up. I also stared at the pink sakura flower with my mouth wide open. In the snow-white and cold Drum Island. So warm, so dazzling. Dalton said with tears in his eyes, "Can this country be saved?" He began to recall his conversation with Cerulean. So it's true. What Cerulean said is true. Be the impossible tree to bloom. The day it blooms. That's the day when Drum Island was reborn. Sakura flower miracle. People around Dalton also muttered, "This is a sakura flower miracle." They all know the remarks that the quack Dr. Cerulean has been promoting in front of him. The country is sick and needs treatment. A miracle is needed. When the sakura flower miraculously blooms. This is when Drum Island is reborn. Luffy took in enough air to expand himself into a big balloon. Shout loudly, spreading his voice throughout Drum Island. When do people die? Was it when the heart was shot through with a pistol? Do you have an incurable disease? Did you drink poisonous mushroom soup? No, 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 it's time to be forgotten by the world. Some people are alive. He is dead. Some people died. But he's still alive. Some people can't live while others live. Some people live to make a better life for the majority of people. Some people will turn into sakura flowers. Blooming in the snow country, what a miracle. Even the winter wind. There is a warm atmosphere everywhere. Cerulean, you will always be remembered. Chopper, I didn't lie to you. Cerulean is a great doctor. I'm here today. Then Sugu Island will be re-established as a nation. Will be reborn, under the miracle of the sakura flower. Chopper asked Luffy with tears in his eyes. Chopper, a reindeer has a blue nose. Chopper, don't you think it's weird? Luffy, no. Chopper, a reindeer can actually talk. Chopper, don't you think it's weird? Luffy, no. Chopper, a one-man doctor obviously can't even heal people. Chopper, trying to heal a country. Chopper, don't you think he's stupid? Chopper, don't you think he's a liar? Luffy, no. Chopper, if I say be a panacea. Chopper, will you? Luffy, no. Luffy, Chopper, come on an adventure with me. Chopper, Dr. Kuleha. Go ahead, silly son. Chopper, Dolly the doctor. Then Wapple, the Iron Bucket King, officially abdicated the throne to Monkey D. Luffy. A new kingdom is established on Drum Island, the Straw Hat Sakura Flower Kingdom. Luffy abolishes all old Wapple focuses. Revitalize the medical skills of Drum Island. Utilize the status of a world government member country. Luffy opens trade routes with the East Blue countries. The Straw Hat Sakura Flower Kingdom has a new look on Drum Island. At the same time, Dr. Kuleha was appointed as the first royal doctor and regent. During King Luffy's absence, he acted as deputy for the affairs of state. Order Dalton to be the chief guard of the Straw Hat Sakura Flower Kingdom. After dealing with these trivial matters, Luffy and his gang set sail again to sea. Headed towards Alabasta. 2 days after Going Merry left Drum Island. It's another sunny day. I never thought you would become the king of Straw Hat Sakura's Flower Kingdom. But doesn't Luffy want to keep sailing on the Grand Line? Would it be a bit hasty to become the king of a country? Luffy, do you have time to manage Sakura Flower Kingdom? Princess Nefeltari Vivi calmly looked at the sea in front of Going Merry and asked Luffy. Luffy sat on the sheep's head special seat and enjoyed the sea breeze. What's not allowed? I remember there were quite a few pirates in Shichibukai who were also members of the kingdom. And I have sent a team to govern the country to Sakura Flower Kingdom. Princess Nefeltari Vivi didn't understand what Luffy meant. But he was very curious, so he boldly asked, what team is in charge of the country? Luffy smiled evilly and said, you want to know? Princess Nefeltari Vivi keeps nodding her head like a cute squirrel. Hey hey, Luffy smiled. Suddenly he stretched his arms back. Then go directly around Princess Vivi's waist. Wrapped around several times. Felutari Vivi standing on the deck of the Golden Melee. He was carried to the sheep's head special table and placed in Luffy's arms. Nefeltari Vivi exclaimed in surprise. You get paid to know the answers. Luffy leaned close to Nefeltari Vivi's red ears and said. Finished. Luffy's big palm. Start with the adorable white teddy bear from Vivi. Be interactive. Nefeltari Vivi's body became stiff. for she sensed that the other spirited one was little Luffy. Suddenly, the heartbeat also accelerated. He also nervously observed his surroundings. I was afraid that someone was passing by and saw this scene. Princess Nefeltari Vivi blushed and shook her head desperately. Thoughts. So shy. So exciting. No, what's going on? This situation is wrong. How do you make it seem like I, Vivi, have done something shameful? Princess Nefeltari Vivi lowered her voice and said to Luffy, what do you want to do? Luffy smiled evilly and said, don't you want to know the answer? Princess Nefeltari Vivi blushes. Some shyly said to Luffy, I don't want to know now. It's too late, I want to tell you now. I used a phone bug to contact my people at East Blue. Let them send a team to take over the government affairs of the Straw Hat Sakura Flower Kingdom. Under the attack of Luffy's roaming hands, Princess Nefeltari Vivi couldn't concentrate at all. Didn't hear what Luffy said clearly at all. Instead, he held Luffy's hand with his own to stop Luffy's behavior. Don't do this, Luffy. In public, you can't. It's not good to be seen in this kind of situation. Nefeltari Vivi blushed and lowered her voice to Luffy. Indeed, Luffy uses his enterprise-level understanding. I instantly understood what Princess Nefeltari Vivi meant. Hold Princess Nefeltari Vivi with both hands and pull her into the castle fruit. Princess Nefeltari Vivi exclaimed again, ah, I didn't mean it like that. Luffy smiled evilly and said, I know you can't do it in public. Princess Nefeltari Vivi was slightly annoyed and said, I didn't say that in a private place like the castle. ... Luffy blocked Vivi's lips to prevent her from continuing to speak. Start tasting the sweetness of Alabasta imported candies. ... Don't move, I will slowly satisfy Vivi's curiosity. Going merry. Watchtower. Usopp, stick to your position. The watchtower position is very tiring. Pay attention to the situation on the sea for a long time. It used to be when there were 2 ships. The watchtower of the Goa Queen. Kuina spent a lot of time there. I deeply understand the hardship of that position. The sea breeze will blow again. Want to bask in the sun again. Also focus on the sea surface conditions. Provide timely feedback to Nami, the navigator. Feedback to Zapu, the helmsman. Also pay attention to whether there are marine or other pirate ships. Anyway, it is a very tiring position. Later, after the new Going Merry was built, this watchtower is usually Usopp's exclusive territory. Occasionally after Sanji finishes his main job as a chef. Also filling in for Usopp. Rare cases, Zoro will also replace Usopp. The rest of the time, it's all Usopp alone on the watchtower. To be honest, Kuina admires Usopp's professionalism. And Usopp can always detect sea surface anomalies in time. Father Zapu said, this is talent. Usopp has a talent beyond ordinary people in seeing, hearing and seeing. Everyone almost forgot. Sniper is Usopp's job on this ship. People laugh at me because Usopp is too crazy. I, Usopp, laugh at others but can't see through it. The watchtower is great. The watchtower is wonderful. How could they, common people, know? So Sanji can understand me, Mr. Usopp, a little bit. Of course, as a qualified crew member, Usopp will be a certain captain and a certain country's princess. The flirting thing in the special seats at noon. Tell the Chancellor Nami-chan about spilling the beans. Go and change money. Nor will a certain captain and a certain ship's doctor be distinguished. Discussing medical matters on deck in the evening. Recorded on paper. Of course, Uncle Usopp doesn't know either. A certain captain and a certain female swordsman. At midnight time then the deeds of sword. Don't even know. A certain captain and 2 legal Lolita. Unlock the secrets of poses in the wee hours of the morning. The special telescope in Usopp's hand. Constantly adjusting the accuracy. Come over here for a while. You actually hid in the castle fruit. The new Going Merry is so big. So spacious. No one is around to blow the sea breeze from the bow. Is it necessary? Does this mean you don't trust me and Usopp's abilities? I, Mr. Usopp, am monitoring the entire ship. I, Mr. Usopp, don't know anything within 100 miles. No one dares to peek under my nose. Usopp is in the watchtower. Talking to himself indignantly. If there is someone else in the watchtower at this time, you will find out. Usopp held up a telescope with one hand. In the palm of the other hand, holding tightly, is a phone bug that can also be worn with a telescope. This is the latest version of the phone bug. It is a phone bug that can record video from a very long distance. Pooh! Angry Usopp gritted his teeth. Forget it. Perform your duties honestly. Look what's on the empty sea. Usopp holds the telescope. A blind search on the sea. Soon, Usopp discovered something unusual. Report, Nami. There's a lot of white fog ahead. Usopp shouted to the other phone bug. After a while, a phone bug that looks like Nami. Only then did Nami's voice come. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary natural phenomenon. It's an undersea volcanic eruption. Also featured is Chopper's voice. It turns out there are volcanoes under the sea. Nami, you know so much. Haha, maybe it will become an island in a few 10,000 years. 10,000 years. I've been turned into a reindeer. Nami, notify everyone. There's a strange pirate ship ahead. Come out of that massive white mist. Nami, what? Is there another enemy attack? Usopp was on the watchtower, reporting live, a strange pirate ship is rushing towards us. Usopp, what's going on? Zoro wiped the sweat off his body, put on his coat and walked out of the deck. How many enemies are there? Kuina also picked up Zangetsu and Wado Ikimonji and rushed to the deck. Usopp, wait, let me confirm it. Usopp adjusted the telescope accuracy. Usopp blinked and said, although it's hard to believe, there was an accident when that strange pirate ship rushed towards us. Sanji also said, what happened to that strange pirate ship? Usopp continued, that strange pirate ship was blown away by the underwater volcano. Straw Hat Crew, what? The enemy was sunk by an underwater volcano. Boom, a loud sound reaches Going Merry. Deafening. Soon Zoro, Kuina, and Sanji not only heard it, also saw it. Huge white waves burst out of the sea. Air waves erupted from undersea volcanoes. Let the entire Golden Merly be shaken. The sea water was then swept high into the sky. In a blink of an eye. Crash again, like a heavy rain. For a while, a group of people rushed from the cabin to the deck. All got wet. Such a big movement. Naturally, Luffy and Vivi were also awakened. Luffy quickly deactivated the castle state and jumped from the special seat to the deck. What's the situation? Enemy attack. Who is it? Here to stir up trouble again. Destroy the good life of the Pirate King. Luffy was shirtless, showing off his muscles. Use it to see, smell, and look around. Check out the activity around Going Merry. Princess Nefeltari Vivi emerges from the castle fruit. Didn't pay attention to what happened specifically. Instead, he endured the pain. The hair is a little messy. The clothing is a little patchy. He covered his red face with his hands. Just run away from Luffy. At the same time, Princess Nefeltari Vivi shouted fiercely at Luffy. Luffy, you are a big asshole. Big pervert. Luffy smiled and said, my lovely princess, do you just know now? I'm not a big fool, what kind of pirate should I be? Princess Nefeltari Vivi was so angry with Luffy that she died. Seeing Luffy's grinning, rogue look, Princess Nefeltari Vivi was so angry that she couldn't speak. But it's different in Luffy's eyes. Vivi looks angry. Let her already cute face. Looks even cuter, making Luffy want to bully Vivi even more. Deliberately making Vivi angry. Princess Nefeltari Vivi looked at Luffy's expression. I'm really angry. Shout to Luffy. From now on, I, Nefeltari Vivi, will be alone with Luffy if I ever do it again. My name, Nefeltari Vivi, is pronounced backwards. Luffy tilted his head and thought for a while. I couldn't help laughing. He said to Princess Vivi, but the name Vivi, pronounced backwards, is also Vivi. Nefeltari Vivi was rebutted by Luffy. Eyes are red. Gritting his teeth, he said, then I, Nefeltari Vivi, will take your surname. Upon hearing this, Luffy is even happier. Luffy said, okay. After you officially marry me, won't you be able to take my last name? At this time, Princess Nefeltari Vivi collapsed emotionally. He knelt down on the ground and started crying. What's wrong today? It's obviously not like this usually. Where has the smart me gone? I originally wanted to ask Luffy today. What is the concept of medical nation? What is the concept of the king being despised and the people being valued? Because of the concept that Luffy inadvertently conveyed. Princess Vivi felt that Luffy was like her father. He is a model of benevolence. The results are these answers. I didn't get a few. Alabasta's national treasure. Just got eaten. Almost even the scum is gone. I still want to be angry with this scoundrel. Fortunately, she still thinks Luffy is a good person. The strong Nefeltari Princess Vivi along the way. I finally broke down emotionally. All the grievances along the way. Concerns about the country. Concerns about his father. Worry about childhood sweetheart Kosha. Concerns about citizens. All burst out. At this moment, Nefeltari Vivi is no longer the strong princess. Just a helpless girl. Princess Nefeltari Vivi suddenly knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. It was something Luffy didn't expect. For a moment he was at a loss. Luffy thought, isn't it strange that it's obviously the same flirting as usual? Did I say something outrageous by mistake? Stop crying, Vivi, it's my fault. Woo 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 woo. I apologize to you, Vivi, can you just forgive me? How about you hit me to vent your anger? Princess Vivi really listens to Luffy. Rotate your arms. Princess Vivi's pink fist turned into countless afterimages. Hit Luffy hard. Oh my god, it hurts. Luffy wanted to relieve Princess Vivi's anger. Dubbing on the side. There's no way he's a rubber man and won't feel any pain at all. Princess Vivi heard Luffy's perfunctory voice. Sitting up from the ground. He opened his mouth and bit Luffy's arm. Crying and biting hard. Luffy didn't dare to resist yet. Deaf. Luffy felt some pain. This time, Princess Vivi appears to be as gentle and virtuous as before. Different faces. It really made Luffy bleed. That scarlet rust smell. Filling Princess Vivi's mouth. Let Nefeltari Vivi regain some sanity. Feeling better now. Have you forgiven me? Luffy's gentle voice said in Vivi's ear. Nefeltari Vivi looked up at the young man wearing a straw hat in front of her. Princess Vivi really couldn't understand the man in front of her. Sometimes he's just an idiot with no common sense. Sometimes he is just a pervert who only thinks with his lower body. Sometimes he looks like a compassionate and benevolent king. Sometimes it feels like it's a port right in front of you. Luffy, Princess Vivi looked at Luffy with red eyes and said, I feel so tired, so tired. Luffy smiled back and said gently to Kaido, it's okay, you don't have to bear everything by yourself. Vivi, you can choose to rely on me. Vivi tackled Luffy to the ground. Luffy sad face 0.0. Luffy didn't expect that. Vivi, who is usually shy, was so proactive today. He also fed him Luffy imported candies. This Alabasta unique flavor imported sugar. Luffy sad face asterisk asterisk. Good times are always short. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a sharp sound in the air. Boom. A strange man in a swan costume. Wrong. It's a face with makeup. Dressed in a weird swan costume. Weird shemale. Falling from the sky. Hit it directly. On the deck of Going Merry. Out of the blue. Such a scary aspect. Interrupted Luffy's joy. Also interrupted Princess Vivi. It's rare to take the initiative to feed Luffy. The act of eating Alabasta imported candy. Thank you very much for saving the slave family. My great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten by my family. I don't know why you tied me up though. But it would be better if I could drink hot soup now. Her eyes are painted with green eye makeup. The lips are painted with bright red lipstick. Blue inner shirt. Pink jacket. There are also 2 white swan heads on the shoulders. There are white swan wings on the back. Weird pants, deliberately exposing long legs covered with hair. Every word is like a slave. Now this strange man is tied to the main pole of Going Merry. Absolutely nothing wrong. This is Mr. Bentham Zhaofeng. I checked my eyes, it's so clear, that's right. Luffy knows that this shemale is actually a real man. Here Bentham, bring a bowl of broth. Luffy ordered Sanji. You know me. Mr. Bentham looked surprised. Obviously today was the first day they met. This straw hat boy actually knew his name. Luffy sits on the deck of Going Merry. Facing Bentham. Put on an expression like I know everything and you don't understand me. This time Luffy succeeded in bluffing Bentham. Then Luffy continued to lie. Of course I know you. Your name is Bentham. Grandmaster Shemale Boxing Technique. Clone Fruit Ability User. It's Mr. a senior cadre of the Baroque Working Group. He was ordered by the president to hunt down Mr. Point 3 Gardino who failed in his mission. Bentham sad face 0.0. What happened? Is there a spy in Baroque Works? But, Lien Baroque Company, Limited Senior Operative. You don't even know the real name of Mr. 2. How does this guy in a straw hat know? And he knew Bentham's information so clearly. Baroque Works. Mr. Point 2. Nefeltari Vivi and Ikaram exclaimed. Their screams attracted Bentham's attention. After Bentham observed carefully, he suddenly realized. Oh, I remembered it. You two are Nefeltari Vivi and Ikaram. Princess and guard captain of Alabasta. Bentham lowered his head and thought again. Then put on an expression that I understand everything. He put away his grateful expression and looked at Luffy and his group with contempt. I see, the slave family understands. You are the Straw Hat crew. The slave family thought it was you who saved the slave family in times of crisis. It turns out you set a trap to ambush the new family. Nami sad face plus dis. Nami, that's a naturally formed submarine volcano. Nami, no one would set this kind of trap to deal with you. Bentham, Carrot, don't try to lie to me. I don't listen. I don't listen. The chanting sutras, but the turtle won't listen. You guys must have set a trap to frame me. Nami sad face underscore. Usopp sad face underscore. Sanji sad face underscore. Kuina lamented. It seems that we overestimated the Baroque Works Society. The senior cadres among them have impressive IQs. Nami can coddle Bentham, especially since he is tied to the main pole. Crack. Bentham sad face hash. Pop. Bentham sad face hash. Pap pap pap. Ping ping. Ping pong. Bentham. If it's swollen, put it in Kainugia. Poor Bentham was treated like a pig by Nami and couldn't even speak clearly. Princess Nefeltari Vivi, a worried look spread all over her face. Ikaram isn't much better. Zoro put his hands behind his head and asked Luffy with a leisurely look, Captain Luffy, what are you going to do now? Luffy, what should I do? Isn't it normal to be hunted down by people from the Baroque Working Society? How many good things have we ruined for them? We, the Straw Hat Pirates, have been blacklisted by Baroque Company, Limited this morning. Sanji said angrily. That's not what Green Algae asked. You idiot captain. Zoro. Ha ha ha. Sanji she said. Green Algae head, how do you deal with this Bentham? Nami said with a fierce look. Throw it into the sea and feed it to the sharks. Bentham shook his head desperately. Don't throw me into the sea, I can't swim. Zoro secretly said to Kuina. I always feel that Nami is so scary. Kuina rolled her eyes at Zoro and ignored Zoro. Luffy burst out laughing. First, he said to Bentham, don't worry, I won't throw Xiaofeng into the sea and feed it to the sharks. Nami-chan is here to scare you, she is very gentle. He then told everyone, Bentham is a clone fruit user. Everyone, remember not to be touched by Bentham's right hand. When touched, he can become exactly like you. It will give us a headache if it gets mixed up with us like this. It's easy to create unnecessary conflict in a team. Usopp rubbed his chin, thinking about Luffy's words. Then he slapped his fist. Usopp said, just put on a pair of gloves for Bentham. This way Bentham can't touch us directly with his palms. Luffy sad face underscore what a great idea. Nami, Usopp, you are so smart. Bentham sad face asterisk 0. 0 asterisk these people are crazy. Bentham was still thinking secretly before. Take advantage of the Straw Hat crew when they are not paying attention. Become a Straw Hat crew member. That way you can escape. For a moment, Bentham felt a little downcast. Luffy squatted in front of Bentham and said with a smile, Xiaofeng, you have failed the mission now. Bentham, Nary summation 0.0. That's right, my mission has failed now. Luffy looked at Bentham with a smile and said nothing. But Bentham kept breaking into a cold sweat. Luffy, you should know very well how Baroque Working Group deals with failed cadres, right? Luffy gently tapped Bentham on the shoulder and leaned close to his ear. Whisperingly said to Bentham, aren't you here to deal with Mr. 3? Bentham, cold sweat broke out more. Luffy continued in Bentham's ear like a demon, do you think Miss will come next time? 2 fingers. Bentham pretended not to be afraid and said, she is no match for me. What about Mr. 1? What about Mr. 0? Bentham shouted in horror. You are no match for the boss. Luffy. Xiao Feng, do you think your boss will let you go if he wins? Bentham. The only person who can protect you now is me, Straw Hat Luffy. Xiao Feng, think about it by yourself. Would you like to join our Straw Hat Pirates? Find me. Luffy never forces anyone. You have plenty of time to think it over slowly. Let's all disperse, just leave one person to watch him. Zoro said. Let me watch him. Usopp also jumped in and said, don't worry, I'm still here. I'll be at the watchtower and keep an eye on Bentham's situation. Everyone, please disperse. Straw Hat crew people, sold out. Only Luffy had no special instructions. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates are all moving around freely. According to Luffy's words, a pirate is a pirate who lives freely. The Pirate King is the freest man on the sea. That's why Luffy wants to be the Pirate King. Because Luffy wants to be the freest person in the sea. Zoro took his dumbbells and other equipment. One thing after another, they were dragged to the main pole of Going Merry. This allowed him to keep an eye on Bentham, who was tied up. It doesn't delay him from exercising. Why don't you drink hot broth? Didn't you just say you wanted to drink? Zoro asked, looking at Bentham, who looked aggrieved. Bentham. Holding his tongue, he looked at Zoro speechlessly. Zoro then said, if you don't drink it, it will get cold. Also, our two cooks hate other people's wasting food. You won't have hot broth next time. Bentham's sad face. Bentham. Are you really stupid, or are you trying to make me angry? Bentham. My hands are tied. How am I going to drink hot broth? Zoro's sad face. Oh. Zoro. Oh, you want me to untie you and then you can drink the soup? Bentham nodded and said, you are not stupid. Zoro's sad face. This. Zoro was furious, grabbed Maclay's collar with both hands and shouted, you. Do you think I'm stupid? You think I'm going to untie the rope and let you escape? Bentham. 0.0. Failed. It turns out that this fool is not easy to fool. Zoro was angry, but he still picked up the broth and fed Bentham one mouthful at a time. Drink quickly, no one will pity you when you starve to death. Finally finished a small pot of broth. Bentham turned away and said, wipe my mouth. Dig. Bentham's sad face. Hash. Zoro was furious. My patience has its limits. Dong dong, dong dong. It's footsteps. Zoro turned to look over. Discover. The people coming are Princess Nefeltari, Vivi and Ikaram. Zoro asked in confusion. Why are you here? Didn't you agree that I would look after him? Princess Nefeltari Vivi had a serious face. There seems to be some hesitation and struggle. After taking a long breath, asked Zoro, Mr. Zoro, is there any way you can subdue this Mr. Point to Bentham? Zoro said confidently, of course, he is no match for me. Princess Nefeltari Vivi walked up to Bentham again. Frowning, Bentham asked, Mr. Point 2, in Alabasta, did you use the clone fruit ability? Become like my father and prevent the conflict between the Royal Army and the Resistance Army. Bentham held onto his face, which was swollen by Nami and Zoro. Asked, do you mean the King of Alabasta? If it was him, I did change his appearance according to boss's order. Ikaram took a few steps back, clutched his chest and said, sure enough. Princess Vivi. Sure enough, I guessed right. Nefeltari Vivi covered her face with her hands. He cried and asked Bentham, how could you do this? Did you know? It's your behavior that caused the war. Bentham. O_O winking face. Gah, the slave is just an executor. Money is good. Nefeltari Vivi rushed to Bentham. Snapped. Bentham's sad face. Hash. Snapped. Bentham's sad face. Hash. Paw, 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 paw. Bentham's sad face. O's. Gah. You Straw Hat Pirates. Are you sick? Everyone likes to slap me in the face, right? It's all swollen into a hornet's nest. He was tortured by Nami and Zoro successively. Beaten by Vivi again. Bentham's face was so swollen that he could no longer speak. Bentham. Oox **** hash hash hash. Although Princess Vivi didn't understand what Bentham said. But she knew it was definitely not a good thing to say. Rolling up his sleeves, he was about to step forward again. Zoro saw Nefeltari Vivi losing her mind with red eyes. Immediately stepped forward to stop Nefeltari Vivi's behavior. Mr. Zoro, why did you stop me? Don't keep fighting like this. If we continue to fight, something will happen. Bentham was suddenly moved, decided to forgive Zoro for hitting him just now. Bentham, this green algae head still has a bit of a conscience. That's right, if you keep fighting, I, Bentham, will be disfigured. You Straw Hat Pirates are not normal people. Woo! Ikaram shouted. Mr. Zoro, this is Alabasta's business. Zoro frowned and said, I don't care what Alabasta. All I know is that this is going merry. This is the Straw Hat Pirates, and I, Zoro, am the vice captain. With Mr. Point 2 Bentham was also caught by Luffy due to accident. Next obstacle on the way to Alabasta. Basically completely gone. According to Usopp's report, Princess Nefeltari Vivi and the guard captain of the Icarium Kingdom, and it seems that Zoro, the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. There seems to be a little conflict because of the Mr. Point 2 Bentham incident. Since it was a minor conflict, Luffy believed that his personally selected deputy captain was capable of resolving it. At the same time, Luffy also felt it. With the level of intelligence of Princess Nefeltari Vivi, and her overall view that belies her age, you should understand that Luffy has plans to take Mr. 2 Bentham under his wing. And let Mr. Point 2 Bentham join the Straw Hat Pirates. There must be Luffy's thoughtfulness. So the personal grudges between each other. You can choose to handle it in a suitable way within the scope acceptable to both parties. In addition, the authority of the deputy captain must also be maintained. Although Luffy is lustful, he is a man who wants to be the pirate king. Principles in such a big matter. The right to make decisions on major matters. There is no habit of being accustomed to women around him. Yao Mei is very good at this point. So on the little things of the Straw Hat Pirates. Usually it's Nami's word. Zoro, the vice captain, usually doesn't object to Nami-chan's decisions. The control and direction of major events are in Luffy's hands. Although we can usually fight with each other, no matter how big or small. When Luffy makes some kind of big decision, or when there is some big intention, as long as it's serious and in the interests of the Straw Hat Pirates, Zoro usually fully supports Luffy. In this regard, the same goes for Yanpu and Shanji Shi. Once a decision is made, Luffy won't stop because of other people's doubts. From a certain perspective, Luffy is also a very ruthless man. Inside the castle fruit, Miss Golden Week drags his chin with his right hand, playing with his hair boredly. The current Miss Golden Week is actually quite free. Except Miss Golden Week is not allowed to go outside the castle. Luffy basically didn't have too many restrictions on her. And it's in the castle fruit. Except for a few rooms. Miss cannot enter during Golden Week. Elsewhere, she is basically a bestseller DBCC. For example, if you pay attention to Miss Valentine's room, Miss Golden Week, you can come and go at will. During this time, Miss Golden Week also made new friends. Another loli, Abyss. As two legal Lolita, they naturally have common topics to talk about. Let's complain about a certain big pervert and his inhuman behavior in certain things. And this Abyss is even more free than Miss Golden Week. It is said that Abyss herself described it. Luffy didn't even stop the Abyss castle fruit from playing outside on the deck on Going Merry. Yesterday, Abyss entered the castle with Sanji's new fruit. Tell Miss Golden Week, Luffy caught another strange person. While eating on Miss Golden Week, she curiously asked Abyss, how strange is that person? Abyss said with her mouth full, he is a very strange man. Then Abyss made various exaggerated movements with her hands. There will be two swan heads on the shoulders. Like to wear pink coat. When talking, one person is from the slave family and the other is from the slave family. The Mr. Point 2 Bentham image is described. Abyss said, I heard that this Mr. Point 2 is the boss of some studio, sent to deal with the members who failed the previous mission. Hearing this, Miss Golden Week smiled bitterly. At this moment Miss Golden Week has lost its appetite. Miss Golden Week said to Abyss, I will bring some food to my colleagues. Go ahead, I have to send the remaining food to other places. Miss Golden Week will be hot broth and sandwiches, add some sea fish meat. Take it to Miss Valentine's room. Miss Golden Week, what do you bring for me to eat today? Just a sandwich today. Forget it, the Straw Hat Pirates' food tastes really good. Miss Golden Week, What happened to you today? Why do you have such a sad face? Did that Luffy bully you again? See Miss Golden Week coming in. Miss Valentine greeted her happily, although, because of Miss Golden Week's selfless dedication, get lots of power for Miss Valentine. For example, no need to soak in seawater. And Luffy didn't know where he got a bunch of sea stones. Miss Valentine can now wear the sea stone bracelet. Move freely within a certain area of the room. But Miss Valentine still couldn't leave the room. Unless Miss Valentine agrees to give Luffy a child. Miss Golden Week smiled bitterly and said, Miss Sister Valentine, the boss of Baroque Works has sent someone here. Sure enough, the Baroque Working Society sent more senior cadres over. Miss Valentine's hand holding the sandwich suddenly froze. Pretending to be nonchalant, he asked, who is it? Miss Golden Week said with a wry smile, it's Mr. 2. That weird ladyboy at Baroque Works. Miss Valentine clung to the slightest illusion and asked hesitantly, is Mr. Point 2 here to save us? Miss Golden Week's eyes were red, and there were tears in her eyes. He shook his head aggrievedly. Miss Golden Week has always been a naive thought. The boss of Baroque Works will send someone to rescue her. Reality slapped Miss Golden Week hard. Miss Valentine put the sandwich back on the plate. Yes, I've known it for a long time. Now where are the others and Mr. 2? When are you going to deal with the two of us? Miss Golden Week said with red eyes and a pout, he was caught by Luffy. Miss Golden Week lamented. Several senior cadres of Baroque Working Group have been arrested by Luffy. Miss Sister Valentine, this is how it goes. Maybe Baroque Company Limited will be destroyed by the Straw Hat Pirates led by Luffy. Miss Valentine heard the sigh of Miss Golden Week. He forced a smile with an embarrassed look on his face. What an irony. I never thought I would need an enemy to save me. Well, Miss Sister Valentine, strictly speaking, I have now joined the Straw Hat Pirates. So the Straw Hat Pirates are not my enemies, Mariano. Miss Golden Week Mariano's words. Miss the lover was at a loss for words and didn't know how to refute. Suddenly I felt a little lonely. So Miss the lover vented her dissatisfaction on food. Eat big mouthfuls of delicious sandwiches cooked with sanguine. Just this hot soup every now and then. But the more I ate, the more sad I became. Miss Lover thinks of it. A few days ago, I was executing boss commands with Mr. 5. Hunt down Princess Vivi and the two traitors. Now the tide has turned. Her former colleague Mr. Point 2 came to hunt down her Miss Lover. Eat, eat. Tears of grievance could not help but flow down. The cute Miss Golden Week, holding her chin with both hands, looked at Miss Valentine quietly while eating a sandwich and crying. Such a pitiable look. Suddenly, he said, Miss Sister Valentine, why don't you just accept Captain Luffy? I think he will be very good to you. Miss Valentine has some emotions. She didn't know how long Luffy would continue to protect her like this. This time it's Mr. 2. What about next time? Who is coming? Who can guarantee that Luffy will definitely defeat the boss of the work company? Moreover, Luffy and Miss Golden Week deliberately broadcast live in front of her last time. She misses Valentine, but she is very aware of Luffy's abilities. Think of the size. Miss Valentine suddenly became cold-hearted. Let's talk about it. I will think about it. 57. The well-behaved Abyss came to deliver meals to 3 other rooms in the castle. It is said that there is a marine swordsman lady living inside. I heard that there was a beautiful woman living in another room. But Abyss has never seen it. Captain Luffy wouldn't let her in. Although, there are still a few places that Abyss cannot visit. Compared to Miss Golden Week, Abyss actually has greater freedom and power in the city. Abyss had seen a room with her own eyes. It was filled with gold. As soon as you open the door, you can see the dazzling golden color. Abyss couldn't believe it at first. Such a dreamy thing can actually happen in reality. And it still appeared in front of her. The point is, there are dozens of these rooms. And Abyss also knows every brick on the floor under her feet. In fact, it is also gold. Just a little treatment on the outside, making an unsuspecting outsider think it was brass. Abyss can't imagine that the Straw Hat Pirates are so rich. But there is such an exaggerated and extravagant decoration in the castle fruit. Except for Abyss and Miss Golden Week, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates rarely come in. According to their deputy captain Zoro, an environment that is too comfortable will make them corrupt. However, Captain Luffy is still caring for every member of his crew. Private luxury rooms were designed to suit their status. Convenient for members of the Straw Hat Pirates. When they want to relax, come in and take a break. That's right, Abyss is an official member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Abyss also has her own private room. Captain Luffy specially designed it according to Abyss's request. Even the door has the pattern of the 1,000-year-old Dragon Lord. It's the old dragon with a long beard, a tongue sticking out, and a bald head. Not to mention, when I first started designing, Abyss was very happy. Nami also specially gave Abyss a 1,000-year dragon rag doll. After delivering the food, Abyss jumped away and left. Abyss didn't notice it, and she left not long after. Luffy appeared right where she had been standing. Then opened the locked door. How are you thinking, Queen of Hearts? Soak the Queen of Hearts in the saltwater bathtub. He rolled his eyes at Luffy angrily. Close your eyes and don't want to talk. To be honest, after being caught by Luffy, except in the Poker Pirates incident, and before, take Ying Lily, the deputy head of the Revolutionary Army East Blue Corps. When locked in the same room as the Queen of Hearts, the Queen of Hearts was consulted. The Queen of Hearts was still very proud at that time. She is very confident in her beauty and figure. Luffy is even taller than Ying Lily, who has a flat figure. What's more, she is a mature beauty. Pity, the Queen of Hearts miscalculated. Because in the next time, Luffy just disappeared. Disappeared, so many days, in addition to delivering food on time every day. Completely ignored the Queen of Hearts. In the original plan, the Queen of Hearts wanted to be reserved for a moment. First, tease Luffy continuously to elicit Luffy's desire to conquer. When Luffy is impatient, set up small obstacles for Luffy that are easy to achieve but more troublesome. Let's follow the trend again. Luffy officially became his woman. As a pirate, there is nothing shameful in obeying the strong. The Queen of Hearts knows very well that all men in the world are the same. Things that are too easy to obtain will never be cherished too much. Just the Queen of Hearts, in the Poker Pirates. For the group of men I met, most of them have changed their minds, without any exception. Thinking only with her lower body, she captained the Big Bear King in vain. When I first met Nami, she looked the same. But Luffy just doesn't play by common sense. At first, the Queen of Hearts thought that Luffy and her were together. I want to play a hard-to-get game. Did not expect. Luffy just kept the Queen of Hearts hanging. The Queen of Hearts has been soaking in the seawater bathtub like this. Sometimes, the Queen of Hearts suspects that Luffy is not enlightened at all. But what happened next overturned her thoughts. Luffy and Abyss, during the Miss Golden Week battle. I don't know if it's intentional or not. Right at the door of the Queen of Hearts room. This kind of operation made the Queen of Hearts confused. What's the situation? Where am I? Who I am? What are they doing? What am I doing again? Can anyone tell me? Later. The Queen of Hearts thinks Luffy did it on purpose. Being reserved or not, the Queen of Hearts doesn't want to take it anymore. She was going crazy after spending so many days alone in a seawater bathtub. As long as Luffy comes to recruit the Queen of Hearts. The Queen of Hearts was about to agree. Result. Luffy didn't come to her. Yes, nothing happened again. In addition to regular meal delivery, the Queen of Hearts has finally seen Luffy clearly. Luffy had no intention of taking the Queen of Hearts under his wing. Only, the Queen of Hearts couldn't understand either. Not a single piece of clothing was given. He also soaked her in a transparent glass bathtub filled with seawater. According to common sense, this obviously wants to appreciate her Queen of Hearts 360 degrees. What a wonderful figure, even if it's just to humiliate her. The Queen of Hearts should also be placed in front of the Straw Hat Luffy pirates. Don't doubt it, there are many notorious pirate groups among pirates. That's what it does. But so many days, Luffy did nothing. What is the picture for? Don't you know, you have been soaking in the seawater. It's very cold, isn't it? Then, the Queen of Hearts lies down. Lying flat in every sense of the word. Eat when you have something to eat, and go to bed after eating. Don't think about anything. There was nothing she could do in the sea anyway. Luffy ignored the Queen of Hearts' eye roll. Walk directly into the room and sit on a chair nearby. He took the black teapot on the table next to him and poured himself a cup of black tea. While sipping tea, admire the mermaid in the glass fish tank. In fact, there is one thing that the Queen of Hearts doesn't know clearly. The castle is transformed from the castle fruit, and everything inside is controlled by Luffy. That is to say, Luffy can know everything happening in the castle anytime and anywhere. Hear all the sounds in the castle. See all the images in the castle. Master every specific object in the castle. Strictly speaking, the fort is his body. Everything inside is an extension of him. Luffy never told anyone else about this. In other words, when Zoro, no, cross it out, Nami, and Vivi were bathing in the castle fruit, Luffy knew it all. Naturally, the Queen of Hearts has everything in the room. Luffy also knows everything. The sun rises from the west. The Queen of Hearts sneered. What kind of wind is blowing today? Captain Luffy, this busy man comes to my place when you have time. Luffy calmly drank the black tea in his hand as if he had not heard the Queen of Hearts' dissatisfaction. The tea is good. Queen of Hearts, do you want to try it? Luffy, what do you want? In the confrontation between the two sides, the Queen of Hearts was quickly defeated. Luffy, I don't want to do anything, but Queen of Hearts, what do you want? The Queen of Hearts sneered. What do I want? Luffy, yes, for example, do you want to leave here? The Queen of Hearts said angrily, I don't want to. Luffy, oh, I know what you mean, Queen of Hearts. After saying that, Luffy drank the black tea in his hand and turned around to leave the room. Wait until Luffy opens the door. The Queen of Hearts is anxious. She doesn't want this anymore. She's had enough. A man is locked in a saltwater bathtub. It is very likely that he will be locked up like this for the rest of his life. Other pirate groups would definitely not do this. A beauty like the Queen of Hearts. There are only a few other pirate groups doing this. Or insult, or kill him directly, or become the captain's wife. Or just join them as a pirate. Definitely not just locking her up. Just enough food, then ignore her. The Queen of Hearts doesn't dare to guarantee this. Would the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates do this? This Luffy obviously has a problem with the brain circuit. Please wait. The Queen of Hearts' voice was trembling. Seeing Luffy's hand reaching for the doorknob, he stopped. The Queen of Hearts breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy smiled evilly and said, I don't know, what's going on with the Queen of Hearts? The Queen of Hearts said with red eyes, I want to go out. Luffy pretended not to hear and said, what did you say? The Queen of Hearts bit her lower lip and said, I don't want to stay here anymore, I want to go out. Luffy picked his ears and said, then beg me. The Queen of Hearts whispered, Captain Luffy, I beg you, let me out. Luffy turned to look at the Queen of Hearts, looking down at her. He smiled evilly and said, then Queen of Hearts, are you willing to give birth to my child? The Queen of Hearts blushed and nodded. Luffy looked at the Queen of Hearts coldly and said, I want you, oh. The Queen of Hearts' eyes were red with anger, and she wanted to cry without tears. Finally he said in a cooing voice, please Captain Luffy, please let the Queen of Hearts give you a child. Luffy laughed heartily after seeing the Queen of Hearts surrender. Ha 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 ha, tell me, what is your real name? Priscilla, my name is Priscilla, my Captain Luffy. Luffy knew that he had the Queen of Hearts under his control. He never dared to take the Queen of Hearts lightly. Neither is the Queen of Hearts' ability to mash fruits. Or the Queen of Hearts' deep scheming abilities. Until now, Luffy had no real certainty. Conquer this woman. Luffy walked to the front of the seawater bathtub and fished out Priscilla, the Queen of Hearts. As expected of a person with the ability to paste fruits, it has a unique feel. The tentacles have a hint of coldness and a unique slimy feeling. Priscilla, the Queen of Hearts, knows what Luffy wants to do. She had heard it outside the door before. Abyss and Miss Golden Week, the news of being tormented by Luffy. Although the Queen of Hearts doesn't know either of them. But that day I was really put off by the movement. Priscilla shyly said to Luffy, please Captain Luffy, have mercy on the little girl. Luffy was a little surprised. After all, the Queen of Hearts is the second most popular player in poker. And Priscilla's fruit is weird. Every time you use your full strength, you must take off your clothes first. Put it back on afterward. Luffy estimated that Priscilla was too weak. Regarding the pulpy fruit, this devil fruit's ability is not developed enough. That's why it has this weird side effect. But this side effect is Priscilla's devilish figure. Luffy doesn't believe that the poker pirates are not tempted. He asked curiously, "Don't you have a man in the poker pirates?" Hearing Luffy's question, the Queen of Hearts laughed at herself. "Except for Captain Big Bear King, how can any other man fall into my eyes, Priscilla? And Captain Big Bear doesn't like women like me." Oh, this was a real surprise to Luffy. "Earn it." "Don't worry, I will be very gentle." The Queen of Hearts breathed a sigh of relief. It is actually not a loss to succumb to a strong man like Luffy. And Luffy is actually quite handsome. Just seconds later, Priscilla, the Queen of Hearts, discovered it. As a funny pervert captain with a brain circuit that is different from ordinary people. Regarding the word, gentle, it seems to have its own unique understanding. And Luffy's devil fruit is really foul. Ah. Please Luffy, Captain, stop. The Queen of Hearts was a little out of breath. I can only ask for mercy first. But Luffy ignored Priscilla, the Queen of Hearts' request. Rubber blaster. Hateful. At this moment, the Queen of Hearts finally knew. Why that day, Priscilla, Queen of Hearts, across the thick wooden door. I can still hear such intense sounds. Can put Priscilla in the room. I heard blushing. At first, Priscilla, the Queen of Hearts, was still in the room laughing at the two little girls ABC and Miss Golden Week. Until now Priscilla has personally experienced the same thing with Abyss and Miss Golden Week. Just woke up. It's her, Priscilla, the Queen of Hearts. I misunderstood Abyss and Miss Golden Week. It's not their responsibility at all. But this Straw Hat Luffy is not a human being at all. Miss Valentine agrees. Priscilla thought to herself, if this continues, I will be broken. I have to find a way to save myself. That's right. Turn your body into paste first to avoid Captain Luffy's attack. I am so smart. Rubber fruit is not afraid of rubber fruit. Just do it as soon as you think of it. Soon Priscilla, the Queen of Hearts, was completely covered in paste. The whole body flows like liquid. Escape from Luffy. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be quite funny, Priscilla. I'm starting to like you, Priscilla. Luffy laughed. Is it gelatinization? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.